An opportunity to get personal? He wasn't sure. Connell came by late in the afternoon. "Nothing from the autopsy yet. There's a bruise on her face where it looks like somebody pinched her, and they're bringing in a specialist to see if they can lift a fingerprint. No great hopes." "Nothing else?" "Not yet, and I'm drawing blanks," she said. "How about the PPP guy, the convict who saw the tattoo? What was his name? Price? If nothing comes up, why don't we drive over to Warpun tomorrow and talk to him?" "Okay, what about Grieve?" "I'll tell him to work his own case for the day. That's all he wants to do anyway." "Good. How far is Warpun?" 5 or 6 hours. "Why don't we fly?" I can get a state patrol plane, I think." Weather's head was snuggled in under Lucas's jaw, and she said, "You should have driven. You don't need the stress." "Yeah, but I sound like such a chicken." "Lots of people don't like to fly." "But they do," he said. She patted his stomach. "You'll be okay. I could get you something that'd mellow you out a little if you want." "That'd mess up my head. I'll fly." He sighed and said, "My main problem is, I'm not running this investigation. Connell's done everything, and I can't see beyond what she's done. I'm not thinking. The gears aren't moving like they used to." "What's wrong?" "I don't know exactly. I can't get anything to start with. If I could get the smallest bite of personal information on the guy, I'd have something. We just can't get it. All I have to work with is paper." "You said he might do cocaine." "Maybe 50,000 people in the Twin Cities do cocaine on a more or less regular basis," Lucas said. "I could jump a few dealers, but the chances of getting anywhere are nil." "It's something." "I need something else, and soon. He's gone crazy. Less than a week between kills. He'll be doing another one. He'll be thinking about it already." Chapter 13. Lucas hated airplanes, feared them. Helicopters, for reasons he didn't understand, weren't so bad. They flew to Warpun in a small 4-seater fixed-wing plane, Lucas in the back. "I've never seen anything like that," Connell said, an undercurrent of satisfaction in her voice. "You're exaggerating it," Lucas said, his face grim. The airport was open, windy, a patch on the countryside. A brown state car waited by the Warpun sign, and they walked that way. "I thought you were going to throw the pilot out the window when we hit those bumps. I thought you were going to explode. It was like your head was blowing up, like one of those Zodiac boats where the pressure builds up." Yeah. "I hope you and the pilot can kiss and make up before we fly back," Connell said. "I don't want him flying scared." Lucas turned to her, and she stepped away, half smiling, half frightened. With the fish-white stone face behind the black glasses, he looked like a maniac. Lucas did not like airplanes. A Warpun guard tossed a newspaper in the back seat of the state car and got out as they came up. "Miss Connell?" "Yes." "Tom Davis." He was a mild-looking, fleshy man with rosy cheeks and vague blue eyes under a smooth, baby-clear forehead. He had a small graying mustache, just a bit wider than Hitler's. He smiled and shook her hand, then to Lucas. "And you're her assistant?" "That was a joke," Connell said hastily. "This is Deputy Chief Lucas Davenport from Minneapolis." "Whoops, sorry, Chief," Davis said. He winked at Connell. "Well, hop in. We got a little ride." Davis knew Dwayne Price. "He's not a bad fella," he said. He drove with one foot on the gas and the other on the brake. The constant surging and slowing reminded Lucas of the airplane's motion. "He was convicted of murdering a woman by slicing her open with a knife," Connell said. "They had to remove her intestines from the street with a bucket." Her voice was conversational. "That wouldn't put him in the top 10% of his class," the guard said, just as conversationally. "We got guys in here who raped and killed little boys before they ate them." "That's bad," Lucas said. "That is bad," said Davis. "Is there any talk about Price?" Lucas asked. "He says he's innocent." "So do 50% of the others, though most of them don't actually claim to be innocent. They say the law wasn't followed, or the trial wasn't fair. I mean, they did it, whatever it was, but they say the state didn't dot every single I and cross every single T before putting them away, and they say that's just not fair." "There's nobody finickier about the law than a con," Davis said. "How about Price?" "I don't know D. Wayne that good, but some of the guys believe him," Davis said. "He's been pretty noisy about it, filing all kinds of appeals. He's never stopped. He's still doing it." "Don't like prisons," Connell said. The interview room had the feel of a dungeon. "Like the doors might not open again if you're inside," Lucas said. "That's exactly it. I could stand it for about a week, and then they'd come to put me back in the cell and I'd freak. I don't think I'd make a full month. I'd kill myself," Connell said. "People do," Lucas said. "The saddest ones are the people they put on a suicide watch. They can't get out, and they can't get it over with. They just sit and suffer. Some of them deserve it." Lucas disagreed. "I don't know if anybody deserves that."
This ends Disc 5. Night Prey, Disc 6.
D. Wayne Price was a large man in his early 40s. His face looked as if it had been slowly and incompetently formed with a ball-peen hammer. His forehead was shiny and pitted, with scars running up into his hairline. He had rough, poreless skin under his eyes, scar tissue from being punched. His small, round ears seemed to be fitted into slots in his head. When the escort brought him to the interview room, he smiled a convict's obsequious smile, and his teeth were small and chipped. He was wearing jeans and a white T-shirt with Harley Davidson on the front. Lucas and Connell were sitting on a couple of slightly damaged green office chairs, facing a couch whose only notable quality was its brownness. The escort was a horse-faced older man with a buzz cut. He was carrying a yellow-backed book, said "sit" to Price as though he were a Labrador retriever, said "how do" to Lucas and Connell, then dropped onto the other end of the couch with his book. "You smoke?" Connell asked Price. "Sure." She fished in a pocket, handed him an open pack of Marlboros and a butane lighter. Price knocked a cigarette out of the pack, lit it, and Connell said, voice soft, "So, this woman in Madison, you kill her?" "Never touched the bitch," Price said, testing, his eyes lingering on her. "But you knew her," Connell said. "I knew who she was," Price said. "Sleep with her?" Lucas asked. "Nope, never got that close," Price said, looking at Lucas. "Had a nice ass on her, though." "Where were you when she was killed?" asked Connell. "Drunk. My buddies dropped me off at my house, but I knew if I went inside I'd start barfing, so I walked down to this convenience store for coffee. That's what got me." "Tell me," said Connell. Price looked up at the ceiling, stuck the cigarette in his mouth, looked down at it long enough to light it, blew some smoke, and closed his eyes, remembering. "I was out drinking with some buddies. Shit, we were drinking all afternoon and shooting pool, and so about 8 o'clock my buddies brought me home because I was too fucking drunk to drink." "That's pretty drunk," Lucas said. "Yeah, pretty," Price said. Anyway, they dumped me off on my porch, and I sat there for a while, and when I could get going, I decided to go up to the corner and get some coffee. There was a 7-Eleven in one of them side street shopping centers. There was like a drugstore and a cleaner's and this bookstore. I was in the 7-Eleven, and she came down from the bookstore to get something. I was drunker and shit, but I remember her from some welding I'd done for her. Welding? Yeah. Price laughed, the laugh trailing off into a cough. She had this piece of shit 79 Cadillac, cream over key lime green, and the bumper fell off. Just fucking fell off one day. The Cadillac place wanted like $400 to fix it, so she brought it over to my place and asked me what I could do. I welded the son of a bitch back on for $22. If that bumper hadn't fell off, I'd be a free man today. So you remembered her, Connell prompted, in the store. Yeah, I said hello and come on to her a little bit, but she wasn't having it and she left. I sort of followed along. Price's voice was slow and dreamy, pulling details out of his memory. She went down to this bookstore. I was so fucking drunk I kept thinking, hell, I'm gonna get lucky with this chick. There was no chance. Even if she'd said, hell yes, I was in no shape to, Anyway, I went back into the store. How long did you stay? About 5 minutes. There was a crowd in there, and I didn't fit so good. For one thing, I smelled like a Budweiser truck had peed on me. So, Connell prompted. So I left. His voice hardened, and he sat up. There was this pimply-faced asshole kid in there, a clerk. He said I stayed, and that later, when this book thing was over, I followed her out of the store. That's what he said. The lawyer asked him on the witness stand. He said, "Can you point to the man who followed her out?" And this kid said, "Yes, sir. That's the man right there." He pointed to me. I was a gone motherfucker. But it wasn't you. Hell no. The kid remembered me because I bumped into him, sort of pushed him. "What's this tattoo business?" Lucas asked. Price's eyes slid toward the escort, back to Lucas, back to the escort, back to Lucas, and his chin moved quickly right and left, no more than a quarter inch. Tattoo? Kid didn't have no tattoo. Connell, jotting down notes, missed it. She looked up. "According to my notes," she said, but Lucas rode over her. "We gotta talk," he said to her. "I'd rather Mr. Price didn't hear this. Come on." The escort had been browsing the encyclopedia of pop, rock, and soul. He looked up and said, "I could take him." "The corner is fine," Lucas said, pulling Connell along. "What?" she asked, low-voiced. Lucas got his back to Price and the escort. "D. Wayne doesn't want to talk about tattoos in front of the guard," Lucas said. "Talk to him for another 5 minutes, then ask the guard where the ladies' room is. Get him to take you. It's back through one set of doors." "I can do that," she said. The escort was back in his book when they sat down again. "So where'd you go when you left the store?" Lucas asked. "Home." "You didn't stay with her? You didn't try again?" "Fuck no. I was too drunk to follow her anywhere. I went back to the convenience store and got a couple more beers. Never even got my coffee. I barely made it back home. I sat on my steps for a while, drank the beers, then I went inside and passed out. I didn't wake up until the cops came to get me." "Must have been more to it than that," Lucas said. Price shrugged. "There wasn't. The guy across the street even saw me sitting on the steps and said so. They found the fucking beer cans next to the step. Said it didn't prove nothing." "Must have had a horseshit attorney," Lucas said. "Public defender. He was all right, but "Yeah?" Price leaned back and looked at the ceiling again, as though weary of the story. "The cops wanted me. I was stealing stuff, I admit that. Tools. I specialized in tools. Most people steal, like, stereos. Shit, you can't get nothing for a stereo compared to what you can get for a good set of mechanics tools, you know? Anyway, the cops were trying to get me forever, but they never could. I'd steal something, and before anybody knew it was gone, there was 3 niggers down in Chicago with a new welding rig or something. I go into a shop, take out the tools, drive 2 hours and a half down to Chicago, unload them, drive back, and be drunk in my butt with the money in my pocket before anybody knows anything happened. I thought I was pretty smart. The cops knew, and I knew they knew, but I never thought they'd just get me. But that's what they did. I read a file that said you might have done a couple of liquor stores, that some people got hurt. Old man got beat with a pistol, Connell said. Not me, Price said, but his eyes slid away. Took some booze with the cash, Connell said. You are a booze hound. Look, I admitted the stealing, Price said. He licked his lips. But I didn't kill the bitch. When you were in the store, did you see anybody else that might have been with her? Man, I was drunk, Price said. When the cops come for me, I couldn't even remember seeing this gal until they reminded me a lot. So you don't know shit about shit, Lucas said. A little coal sparked in Price's eye that said he'd like to be alone with Lucas. That's about it, Price said. Lucas held his eyes, and the coal died. There were people down in the bookstore that night that nobody ever found. They were reading poems down there, and there was a whole bunch of people. It could have been any of them, more'n me. Connell sighed, then looked at the escort. Excuse me, is there a ladies' room back there? No, he had to think about it. Closest one is out. I wonder, do you mind, could you? Sure, the escort looked at Price. You sit still, okay? Price spread his hands. Hey, these guys are trying to help me out. Sure, the guard said, and to Connell. Come along, girl. Lucas winced, but Connell went. As soon as the door closed, Price leaned forward, voice low. You think they're listening in? I doubt it, Lucas said, shaking his head. This is a defendant's interview room. If they got caught, they'd be in deep shit. Price looked around at the pale walls as though trying to spot a microphone. I gotta take the chance, he said. On what? Lucas asked, letting the skepticism ride in his voice. Price leaned toward him again, talking in a harsh whisper. At my trial, I said I saw another con in the bookstore. A guy with a beard and a PPP on his hand. Prison tattoo, ballpoint ink and straight pin. Nobody ever found him. That's why we're here, Lucas said. We're trying to track the guy. Yeah, well, it wasn't PPP, Price said. He looked around at the walls again, then back to Lucas. He was literally sweating, his hammered forehead glistening in the lights. Jesus Christ, you can't tell anybody. What? I've seen the tattoo again. It wasn't PPP. I was looking at it upside down and got it backwards. It was 666. Yeah? What is it, some kind of cult? No, Price whispered. It's the goddamn seeds. Now Lucas dropped his voice. You sure? Sure, I'm sure. There are 4 or 5 of them in here right now. That's what's got me nervous. If they knew I was talking about them, I'd be a dead motherfucker. The 666 comes from bad seeds. That used to be the bikers. Can you describe him? I can do better than that. His name is Joe Hillerod. How'd you get that? They were both talking in whispers now, and Lucas had picked up Price's habit of scanning the walls. They brought me up here, and after I got through orientation and went into the population, one of the first guys I see, shit, I thought it was him. They looked just fucking exactly alike. The guy even had the same tattoo. This is the Joe guy? No, this is Bob. The guy in here was Bob Hillerod. Joe's his brother. What? See, I started lifting weights just to get close to this guy, Bob. I find out he's been in for a while, from way before this chick gets killed. And I see he's older than the guy in the store. I couldn't figure it out. But then I hear Bob's got a brother, 6 or 7 years younger. It's got to be him. Got to be. Lucas leaned back, his voice rising. Sounds like bullshit. No, I swear to Christ it's him. Joe Hillerod. And this Joe, he's been inside for sex. Price reached out and touched Lucas's hand. His eyes were wide, frightened. Sex? Rape! Did you ask Bob? Is it Bob in here? Yeah, Bob was here, Joe was out. Joe is the guy. Bob is out now, but Joe is the guy. Did you ask Bob if Joe has the tattoo? Price leaned back. Fuck no. One thing you learn in here is you don't ask about those fucking tattoos. You just pretend they're not there, he said. But Joe was inside. He was one of the seeds. He's got it, I bet. I bet anything. When Connell and the escort returned, Lucas was taking notes. Harry Roy Wayne and Jerry Gay Wayne, Price was saying. They're brothers, and they work at the Caterpillar place down there. They'll tell you. But that's all you got? Lucas asked. You got everything else. D. Wayne slumped on the couch, smoking a second cigarette. He picked up the pack and put them in his pocket. I won't bullshit you, Lucas said. I don't think that's enough. It will be if you catch the right guy, Price said. Yeah, if there is one, Lucas said. He stood up and said to Connell, Unless you've got some more questions, we're out of here. Chapter 14. What do we have? Connell asked as they waited for the car. She was digging into a pack of chive-flavored potato chips, 60 cents from a machine. A hell of a coincidence, Lucas said. He told her briefly about Price's nervous statement and about Dell's investigation at the fire, the dead deputy, and the .50 caliber tubes. So the seeds are in the cities. And this Joe Hillerod was convicted of rape? Price said sex, so I don't know exactly what it was. If our guy is a member of the seeds, it'd explain a lot, Lucas said. Give me a couple of chips. She passed the pack. What does it explain? Lucas crunched. Starch and fat. Excellent. They've had years of hassles with the law. They've even got a lawyer on retainer. They know how we operate. They move around all the time, but mostly in the Midwest, the states we're talking about. The gaps and the killings. This Joe guy might have been inside. Huh. Connell took the chips back, finished them. That sounds very good. God knows they're crazy enough. Connell made a long phone call from the airport, talked to a woman at her office, took some notes. Lucas stood around looking at nothing while the pilot avoided him. Hillerod lives up near Superior, Connell said when she got off the phone. He was convicted of aggravated assault in Chippewa County in March of '86 and served 13 months. He got out in April of '87. There was a killing in August of '87. That's neat. He didn't do any other time? Yeah. A couple of short jail terms, and then in January of '90 he was convicted for sexual assault and served 23 months, and got out a month before Gina Hoff was assaulted in Thunder Bay. But wasn't the South Dakota case? Yeah, she said. It was in '91 while he was inside. But that was the weirdest of all the cases I found. That's where the woman was stabbed as much as ripped. Maybe that was somebody else. "What's he done since he got out?" Lucas asked. Connell flipped through her notes. He was charged with a DWI in '92, but he beat it, and a speeding ticket this year. His last known address was somewhere up around Superior, a town called Two Horse. Current driver's license shows an address in a town called Stedman. My friend couldn't find it on a map, but she called the Caron County Sheriff's Department, and they say Stedman is a crossroads a couple of miles out of Two Horse. Did your friend ask them about the Hillerrods? No. I thought we ought to do that in person. Good. Let's get our ass back to the cities. I want to talk to Dell before we start messing with the seeds, Lucas said. He looked across the lounge at the pilot, who was sipping a cup of coffee. Assuming that we make it back. Halfway back, Lucas, with his eyes closed and one hand tight around an overhead grip, said, 23 months. Couldn't have been much of a rape. A rape is a rape, Connell said, an edge in her voice. You know what I mean, Lucas said, opening his eyes. I know what men mean when they say that, Connell said. Kiss my ass, Lucas said. The pilot winced, almost ducked, and Lucas closed his eyes again. I'm not interested in putting up with certain kinds of bullshit, Connell said levelly. A male commentary on rape is one of them. I don't care if the guy back at Waupun calls me a girl, because he's stupid and out of touch. But you're not stupid, and when you imply... I didn't imply jack shit, Lucas said. But I've known women who were raped who had to think about it before they realized what happened. On the other hand, you get some woman who's been beaten with a bat, her teeth are broken out, her nose is smashed, her ribs are broken, she's got to have surgery because her vagina is ripped open. She doesn't have to think about it. If it's going to happen, which way would you want it? I don't want it at all, Connell said. You don't want death and taxes either, Lucas said. Rape isn't death and taxes. All of the big ones are death and taxes, Lucas said. Murder, rape, robbery, assault, death and taxes. I don't want to argue, Connell said. We have to work together. No, we don't. What, you're going to dump me because I argue with you? Lucas shook his head. Megan, I just don't like getting jumped when I say something like, it must not have been much of a rape, and you know what I'm talking about. I mean, there must not have been a lot of obvious violence with the rape, or they would have given him more time. Our killer is ripping these women. He might be smoking a cigarette while he's doing it. He's a fucking monster. If he rapes somebody, he's not going to be subtle about it. I don't know the details of this rape, but 23 months doesn't sound like our man. You just don't want it to be that easy, Connell said. Bullshit. I'm serious. I keep getting the feeling you're playing some kind of weird game looking for this guy. I'm not. I want to nail the asshole any way I can. If it's easy, that's good. If it's hard, that's okay too, as long as we put him in a cage. Fine. But stay out of my face, huh? Dell was sitting on the City Hall steps, elbows on his knees, smoking a Lucky Strike. He was watching red ants crawl out of a crack in the sidewalk. His hair was too long and plastered down with something that might have been lard. He wore an olive-drab army shirt with faded spots in the sleeves where sergeant's stripes had been removed, and a fading name tag over the right pocket that said Halprin, which wasn't his name. The army shirt was missing its buttons and was worn open, showing a giveaway Rock Station T-shirt that said, KQ Sucks. Tattered khaki pants with dirt on the knees and black canvas sneakers completed his outfit. The sneaks had a hole near the base of his right big toe, and through the hole the visible skin was as grimy as the shoes. "Dude," he said, his head bobbing as Lucas and Connell came up. He had the nervous submissiveness of somebody who has eaten out of garbage cans for too many years. Connell walked past him with a glance. When Lucas stopped, she said, "Come on." Lucas, hands in his pockets, nodded at Dell. "What are you doing?" "Watching ants," Dell said. "What else?" Connell, who'd gotten as far as the door, drifted back toward them. "Asshole's getting out in a few minutes. I want to see who picks him up." Dell snapped the cigarette into the street and looked up at Lucas. "Who's the chick?" "Megan Connell, investigator with the state," Lucas said. Connell said, "Lucas, we're in a hurry, remember?" Lucas said, "Megan, meet Dell Capslock." She looked down, and Dell looked up and said, "How do?" "You're, she couldn't find the right word. "A police officer, yes, ma'am, but there's been some bureaucratic foul-up, and I ain't been paid in the last few years." "You gotta see this asshole?" Lucas asked him. "Don't gotta." "Then come on inside. We're doing this thing." "Yeah?" The seeds came up. Dell had a database on the seeds known to Wisconsin, Minnesota, Iowa, and Illinois police agencies. Joe Hillerod came in for 20 lines. "His brother Bob is heavily involved," Dell said, scanning a computer file. "He transported drugs out of the port down here and over to Chicago and maybe St. Louis for some medium-time dealers. He didn't retail himself, not at the time, although he might be now. Then he had some hookers working on the big truck stops around Wisconsin and northern Illinois. Joe, the information says, he mostly drove for his older brother but wasn't much of a businessman. Apparently he's a wild one, likes women and good times, and he seems to be the enforcer when they need one." "What are they doing now?" Connell asked. "Small-time retailing coke and crank through the roadhouses up there. Then they've got a salvage yard outside of Two Horse." "Any chance they were involved with those 50 cals you found?" Lucas asked. Dell shook his head doubtfully. "The seeds have a bunch of little splinter groups. The 50 cal guys are into this weird right-wing, white supremacy Christian Nazi shit. And they're mostly hold-up guys and armored car guys. The Hillerods are a different splinter, mostly based around the old biker gang, the Bad Seeds. They're doping women. A couple of them supply women to the massage parlors over in Milwaukee and here in the cities. One of them has a porno store in Milwaukee." Lucas scratched his head and looked at Connell, who had been peering over Dell's shoulder. "I guess the only way we're going to find out is go up there and roust them." "Be a little careful," Dell said. "When?" Connell asked. "Tomorrow," Lucas said. "I'll call the sheriff tonight, and we'll go first thing in the morning." "Driving?" Lucas showed a sickly grin. "Driving." Lucas and Connell agreed to meet at 8 o'clock for the drive up north. "I'll check the medical examiner on Marcy Lane and see if anything's come up," she said. "I'll get everything I can on the Hillerods, the whole file." Lucas stopped at Homicide to check with Grieve, but was told he was out. Another cop said, "He's down with that thing at Eisenhower Docks. He should be back by now." From his office, Lucas called Lincoln County Sheriff Sheldon Carr at Grant, Wisconsin. Touched the scar on his neck as Carr picked up the phone. Carr had been there when Lucas was shot by the child. "Lucas, how are things?" Carr was hearty and country and smart. "You coming up to fish? Is weather pregnant yet?" "Not yet, Shelley. We'll let you know. Listen, I gotta talk to George Beneteau over in Caron County. Do you know him?" "George? Sure, he's okay. Should I give him a call?" "If you would. I'll call him later on and talk. I'm going up there tomorrow to look at a guy involved with the seeds." "Ah, those assholes," Carr said with disgust. "They used to be around here, you know. We ran them off." "Yeah, well, we're bumping into them down here now. I'd appreciate an introduction, though." "I'll call him right now. I'll tell him to expect to hear from you, Carr said. You take it easy with those bad boys. Grieve came in with a kid. The kid was wearing a black and white striped French fisherman's T-shirt, dirty jeans, and stepped-on white sneaks. He had a pound of dirty blonde hair stuck up under a long-billed red Woody Woodpecker cap. "This is Greg," Grieve said, throwing a thumb at the kid. "He does handyman work around the apartments." Lucas nodded. "Don't tell nobody you talk to me or they'll fire my ass," Greg said to Lucas. "I need the job." "Greg says that the day before the old lady died, the air conditioning went out and it got really hot in the apartments. He and Cherry spent the whole day down the basement taking things apart. He says it was so hot, almost everybody left their windows and even their doors open." "Yeah?" "Yeah," Grieve prodded the kid. "Tell him." "They did," the kid said. "It was the first real hot day of the year." "So maybe they could have gotten in the old lady's apartment," Grieve said. "Come in with a ladder and figured out some way to drop the window, locked. We know it couldn't be the door." "What did they do to her after they came in the window?" "They smothered her." "The medical examiner could determine that. And how do you drop a window locked? Did you try it?" "I haven't got it figured out yet," Grieve said. "We tried it a lot," the kid said to Lucas. Grieve looked at him in exasperation. "Ain't no way." "Maybe there's some way," Grieve said defensively. "Remember, Cherry's the maintenance man. He'd know tricks." "Woodworking tricks?" "Listen, Cherry's no smarter than you are," Lucas said. "If he could figure out a way to do it, you could. Whatever it was must have been quiet. The neighbor didn't hear a thing. He said it was spooky quiet." "I thought maybe you could come down and take a look," Grieve said. "Figure something out." "I don't have the time," Lucas said, shaking his head. "But if you can figure a way to get them in and out, but even then, you'd have to figure out what killed her. It wasn't smothering." "They must have poisoned her," Grieve said. "You know how jockeys dope up horses and still pass the drug tests? That must be what they did. They went out and got some undetectable poison, put it in her booze, and she croaked." "No toxicology," Lucas said. "I know that. That's the whole point. It's undetectable, see?" "No," said Lucas. "That's gotta be it," Grieve said. Lucas grinned at him. "If they did, then you should lie down, put a cold rag on your forehead, and relax, 'cause you're never going to convict anybody on the vanishing drug theory." "Maybe," Grieve said. "But I'll tell you something else I figured out. It's got to have something to do with the booze. The old lady takes booze and a couple of sleeping pills. That's the most noticeable thing she did, far as we know. Then she's murdered. That shit had to be poisoned, somehow. Maybe she masturbated at night, and it put a heavy strain on her heart, and she croaked," Lucas said. "I thought of that," Grieve said. "You did?" Lucas started to laugh. "But how does that explain the fact that Cherry did it?" Lucas stopped laughing. "Cherry had done it." "You got me there," he said. He looked at the kid. "Do you think Cherry did it?" "He could do it," the kid said. "He's a mean son of a bitch. There's a little dog from across the street belonged to this old couple, and he'd come over and poop on the lawn, and Ray caught it with a rope and strangled it. I seen him do it." Grieve said, "See?" "I know he's mean," Lucas said. Then to Grieve, "Connell and I are headed up north tomorrow, checking on a guy." "Hey, I'm sorry, man," Grieve said. "I know I'm not helping you much. I'll do whatever you want." "Anderson's doing a computer run, known sex offenders against trucks. Why don't you start pulling records, looking for any similarities in old charges, anything that refers to the motorcycle gang called the Bad Seeds, or any motorcycle gang for that matter. Flag anything that's even a remote possibility." The phone was ringing when Lucas got home. Weather. "I'll be a while," she said. What happened? He was annoyed. No, he was jealous. "A kid chopped his thumb off in a paper cutter at school. We're trying to stick it back on." She was both excited and tired, the words stumbling over each other. "A tough one?" "Lucas, we took 2 hours trying to find a decent artery and get it hooked up, and George is dissecting out a vein right now. Christ, they're so small they're like tissue paper, but if we get it back on, we'll give the kid his hand back. I gotta go." "You'll be really late?" "I'm here for another 2 hours if the vein works," she said. "If it doesn't, we'll have to go for another one. That'd be late." "See you then," he said. Lucas had been in love before, but with Weather it was different. Everything was tilted, a little out of control. He might be overcommitting himself, he thought. On the other hand, there was a passion he hadn't experienced before. And she made him happy. Lucas sometimes found himself laughing aloud just at the thought of her. That hadn't happened before, and the house in the evening felt empty without her. He sat at his desk writing checks for household bills. When he finished, he dropped the stamped envelopes in a basket on an antique table by the front door. The antique was the first thing they'd bought together. Jesus, he rubbed his nose. He was in deep. But the idea of one single woman for the rest of time. Chapter 15. Sarah Jensen worked at Rada Garot, a stock brokerage in the Exchange Building. The office entry was glass, and on the other side of the glass was a seating area where investors could sit and watch the numbers from the New York Stock Exchange and NASDAQ scroll across a scoreboard. Few people actually went inside. Most of them, thin white guys with glasses, briefcases, gray suits, glasses, and thinning hair, stood mouth open in the skyway until their number came up, then scurried away, muttering. Coop loitered with them, hands in pockets, his look changing daily. One day it was jeans, white T-shirt, sneakers, and a ball cap. The next day it was long-sleeved shirt, khakis, and loafers. Through the window, over the heads of the few people in the display area, past the rows of white-shirted men and well-dressed women who sat peering at computer terminals and talking on telephones, in a separate large office, Jensen worked alone. Her office door was usually open, but few people went in. She wore a telephone headset most of the day. She often talked and read a newspaper at the same time. A half-dozen different computer terminals lined a shelf behind her desk, and every once in a while she'd poke one, watch the screen. Occasionally she'd rip paper out of a computer printer, look at it, or stuff it in her briefcase. Coop had no idea what she was doing. At first he thought she might be some kind of super secretary, but she never fetched anything. Nobody ever gave her what appeared to be an order. Then he noticed that when one of the white shirts wanted to talk to her, the shirt was distinctly deferential. Not a secretary. As he watched, he began to suspect that she was involved in something very complicated, something that wore her down. By the end of the day, she was haggard. When the white shirts and conservative dresses were standing up, stretching, laughing, talking, she was still working her headset. When she finally left, her leather briefcase was always stuffed with paper. On this day, she left a bit earlier than usual. He followed her through the skyway to the parking ramp, walked past her, face averted, in a crowd. At the elevator, he joined the short queue, feeling the tension in the back of his neck. He had not done this before. He had never been this close. He felt her arrive behind him, kept his back to her, his face turned away. She'd ride up to the 6th floor if she remembered where she left her car. Sometimes she forgot, and wandered through the ramp, lugging the briefcase, looking for it. He'd seen her do that. Today her car was on 6, just across from the doors. The elevator arrived, and he stepped inside, turned left, pushed 7, stepped to the back. A half-dozen other people got on with her, and he maneuvered until he was directly behind her, not 8 inches away. The smell of her perfume staggered him. A small tuft of hair hung down on the back of her neck. She had a mole behind her ear, but he had seen that before. The smell was the thing. The opium. The elevator started up, and a guy at the front lost his balance, took a half-step back into her. She tried to back up, her butt bumping Coop in the groin. He stood his ground, and the guy in front muttered, "Sorry," and she half-turned to Coop at the same time, not looking at him, and said, "Sorry," and then they were at 6. Coop's eyes were closed, holding on. He could still feel her. She'd pressed, he thought. She'd apparently noticed him, noticed his body under the chameleon's shirt, and had been attracted. She'd pressed. He could still feel her ass. Coop got off at 7, stunned, realized he was sweating, had a ferocious hard-on. She had done it on purpose. She knew. Or did she? Coop hurried to his truck. If he came up beside her, maybe she'd give him a signal. She was a high-class woman. She wouldn't just come on to him. She'd do something different, none of this wanna-fuck stuff. Coop fired up the truck, rolled down the ramp, around and around, making himself dizzy, the truck's wheels screeching down the spiral. Had to stay with her. At the exit, there were 3 cars ahead of him. Jensen hadn't come down yet. The first and second cars went quickly. The third was driven by an older woman who said something to the ticket-taker. The ticket-taker stuck his head out the window and pointed left, then right. The woman said something else. A car came up from behind Coop, stopped. Not her. Then another car, lights on, down the last ramp, breaking left into the monthly Parker exit lane. Jensen had an exit card. He caught a glimpse of her face as she punched the card into the automatic gate. The gate rose, and she rolled past him on the left. "Motherfucker, what's wrong? What are you doing?" Coop poked his horn. The woman in the car ahead of him took 10 seconds to turn and look behind her, then shrugged and started digging into her purse. She took forever, then finally passed a bill to the ticket-taker. The ticket-taker said something, and she dug into the purse again, finally producing the parking ticket. He took the ticket, gave her change, and then she said something else. Coop beeped again, and the woman looked into her rearview mirror, finally started forward, stopped at the curb, took a slow left. Coop thrust his money and ticket at the ticket-taker. "Keep the change," he said. "Can't do that." The ticket-taker was an idiot, some kind of goddamn faggot. Coop felt the anger crawling up his neck. In another minute... "I'm in a fucking hurry," Coop said. "Only take a second," the ticket man said. He screwed around with the cash register and held out 2 quarters. "Here you go, in a fucking hurry." The gate went up, and Coop, cursing, pushed into the street. Jensen usually took the same route home. He started after her, pushing hard, making lights. "Come on, Sarah," he said to his steering wheel. "Come on, where are you?" He caught her a mile out, fell in behind. Should he pull up beside her? Would she give him a signal? She might. He was thinking about it when she slowed, took a right into a drugstore parking lot. Coop followed, parked at the edge of the lot. She sat inside her car for a minute, then 2, looking for something in her purse. Then she swung her legs out, disappeared into the store. He thought about following, but the last time he'd run into that kid. It was hard to watch somebody in a store unobtrusively, with all the anti-shoplifting mirrors around. So he waited. She was 10 minutes, came out with a small bag. At her car, she fumbled in her purse, fumbled some more. Coop sat up. What? She couldn't find her keys. She started back toward the store, stopped, turned and looked thoughtfully at the car and walked slowly back. She stooped, looked inside, then straightened, angry, talking to herself. Keys. She had locked her keys in the car. He could talk to her. "What's the problem, little lady?" But as he watched, she looked quickly around, walked to the rear of the car, bent, and ran her hand under the bumper. After a moment of groping, she came up with a black box. Spare key. Coop stiffened. When people put spare keys on their car, they usually put in a spare house key just in case. And if she had, and if she had changed them since she changed her locks, he'd have to look. Coop went to the roof as soon as it was dark. Jensen had changed to a robe, and he watched as she read, listened to a stereo, and checked the cable movies. He was becoming familiar with her personal patterns. She never watched talk shows, never watched sitcoms. She sometimes watched game shows. She watched the news rerun on public television late at night. She liked ice cream and ate it slowly with a lot of tongue-on-the-spoon action. When she was puzzled about something, trying to make up her mind, she'd reach back and scratch the top of her ass. Sometimes she'd lie in bed with her feet straight up in the air, apparently looking past them for no reason. She'd do the same thing when she put on pantyhose. She'd drop onto her back in bed, get her toes into the feet of the hose, then lift her legs over her head and pull them on. Sometimes she'd wander around the apartment while she was flossing. Once she apparently caught sight of her reflection in the glass of her balcony's sliding doors and dropped into a series of poses, as though she were posing for the cover of Cosmo. She was so close, so clear, that Coop felt she was posing for him. She went to bed at midnight every working night. 2 women friends had come around, and once, before Coop began following her home, she hadn't shown up at all until midnight. A date? The idea pissed him off, and he pushed it away. When she went to bed, a minute of near-nakedness, large breasts bobbling in the fishbowl, Coop left her, bought a bottle of Jim Beam at a liquor store, and drove home. He barely lived in his house, a suburban ranch-style nonentity he'd rented furnished. A garden service mowed the lawn. Coop didn't cook, didn't clean, didn't do much except sleep there, watch some television, and wash his clothes. The place smelled like dust with a little bourbon on top of it. Oh yes, he'd brought in Wanamaker, but only for an hour or 2 in the basement. You could hardly smell that anymore. The next morning, Coop was downtown before 10 o'clock. He didn't like the daylight hours, but this was important. He called her at her office. "This is Sarah Jensen. Hello? Hello?" Her voice was pitched higher than he'd expected, with an edge to it. When he didn't answer her second hello, she promptly hung up, and he was left listening to a dial tone. So she was working. He headed for the parking ramp, spiraled up through the floors. She was usually on 5, 6, or 7, depending on how early she got in. Today it was 6 again. He had to go to 8 to find a parking place. He walked back down, checked under the bumper of her car, found the key box. He opened it as he walked away. Inside was a car key and a newly minted door key. Shazam! He felt like victory going back in, like a conqueror, like he was home with his woman. Coop spent half the day at her apartment. As soon as he got in, he opened a tool chest in front of the television. If somebody showed up, a cleaning woman, he could say he'd just finished fixing it. But nobody showed up. He ate cereal from one of her bowls, washed the bowl, and put it back. He lounged in her front room with his shoes off, watching television. He stripped off his clothes, pulled back the bed covers, and rolled in her slick, cool sheets. Masturbated into her Kleenex. sat on her toilet, took a shower with her soap, dabbed some of her perfume on his chest where he could smell it. Posed in her mirror, his blonde, nearly hairless body corded with muscle. This, he thought, she'd love. He threw the mirror a quarter profile, arms flexed, butt tight, chin down. He went through her chest of drawers, found some letters from a man. He read them, but the content was disappointing. Had a good time, hope you had a good time. He checked the file cabinet in a small second-bedroom office, found a file labeled Divorce. Nothing much in it. Jensen was her married name. Her maiden name was Rose. He went back to the bedroom, lay down, rubbed his body with the sheets, turned himself on again. By 5, he was exhausted and exhilarated. He saw the time on her dresser clock and got up to dress and make the bed. She'd just about be leaving her office. Sarah Jensen got home a few minutes before 6, carrying a sack full of vegetables under one arm, a bottle of wine, and her purse in the opposite hand. The wet smell of radishes and carrots covered Coop's scent for the first few steps inside the door, to the kitchen counter, but when she'd dropped her sacks and stepped back to shut the door, she stopped, frowned, looked around. Something wasn't right. She could smell him, but only faintly, subconsciously. A finger of fear poked into her heart. "Hello?" she called. Not a peep. Paranoid. She tilted her head back, sniffing. There was something... She shook her head. Nothing identifiable. Nervous, she left the hallway door open, walked quickly to the bedroom door, and poked her head inside. Called out, "Hello?" Silence. Still leaving the door open, she checked the second bedroom office, then ventured into the bathroom, even jerking open the door to the shower stall. The apartment was empty, except for her. She went to the outer door and closed it, still spooked. Nothing she could put her finger on. She started unpacking her grocery sacks, stowing the vegetables in the refrigerator, and stopped again. She tiptoed back to the bedroom, looked to her right. A closet door was open just a crack. A closet she didn't use. She turned away, hurried to the hall door, opened it, stopped, turned back. "Hello?" The silence spoke of emptiness. She edged toward the bedroom, looked in. The closet door was just as it had been. She took a breath, walked to the closet. "Hello?" Her voice quieter. She took the knob in her hand and, feeling the fright of a child opening the basement door for the first time, jerked the closet door open. "Nobody there, Sarah." "You're nuttier than a fruitcake," she said aloud. Her voice sounded good, broke the tension. She smiled and pushed the closet door shut with her foot and started back to the living room, stopped and looked at the bed. There was just the vaguest body shape there, as though somebody had dropped back on the bedspread. Had she done that? She sometimes did that in the morning when she was putting on her pantyhose. But had she gotten dressed first that morning, or made the bed first? Had her head hit the pillow like that? Spooked again, she patted the bed. The thought crossed her mind that she should look under it. But if there were a monster under there... "I'm going out to dinner," she said aloud. "If there's a monster under the bed, you better get out while I'm gone." Silence and more silence. "I'm going," she said, leaving the room, looking back. Did the bed tremble? She went. Chapter 16. The Caron County Courthouse was a turn-of-the-century sandstone building set in the middle of the town square. A decaying bandstand stood on the east side of the building, facing a street of weary, clapboard buildings. A bronze statue of a Union soldier, covered with pigeon droppings, guarded the west side with a trapdoor rifle. On the front lawn, 3 old men, all wearing jackets and hats, sat alone on separate wooden benches. A squirrel ignored them, and Lucas and Connell walked past them, the old men as unmoving, unblinking as the Union soldier. George Beneto's office was in the back, off a parking lot sheltered by tall, spreading oaks. Lucas and Connell were passed through a steel security door and led by a secretary through a warren of fabric partitions to Beneto's corner office. Beneteau was a lanky man in his middle 30s, wearing a gray suit with a string tie under a large Adam's apple and a pair of steel-rimmed aviator sunglasses. He had a prominent nose and small hairline scars under his eyes, old sparring cuts. A tan Stetson sat on his desk in-basket. He showed even white teeth in a formal smile. "Ms. Connell, Chief Davenport," he said. He stood to shake hands with Lucas. "That was a mess over in Lincoln County last winter." The observation sounded like a question. "We're not looking for trouble," Lucas said. He touched the scar on his throat. "We just want to talk to Joe Hillerod." Beneteau sat down and steepled his fingers. Connell was wearing sunglasses that matched his. "We know that Joe Hillerod crossed paths with our killer. At least crossed paths." Beneteau peered at her from behind the steeple. "You're saying that he might be the guy?" "That's a possibility." "Huh." He sat forward, picked up a pencil, tapped the pointed end on his desk pad. "He's a mean son of a gun, Joe is. He might kill a woman if he thought he had reason, but he might need a reason." Lucas said, "You don't think he's nuts?" "Oh, he's nuts all right," Beneteau said, tapping the pencil. "Maybe not nuts like your man is, but who knows? There might be something in him that likes to do it." "You're sure he's around?" Lucas asked. "Yes, but we're not sure exactly where," Beneteau said. His eyes drifted up to a county road map pinned to one wall. "His truck's been sitting in the same slot since you called yesterday, down at his brother's place. We've been doing some drive-bys." Lucas groaned inwardly. If they'd been seen... Beneteau picked up his thought and shook his head, did his thin, dry smile. "The boys did it in their private cars, only 2 of them, a couple of hours apart. Their handsets are scrambled. We're okay." Lucas nodded, relieved. "Good." "On the phone last night you mentioned those .50 caliber barrels you found in that fire. The Hillerods have some machine tools down in that junkyard," Beneteau said. "Yeah?" "Yeah." Beneteau stood up, looked at a poster for a missing girl, then turned back to Lucas. "I thought we ought to take along a little artillery, just in case." They went in a caravan, 2 sheriff's cars and an unmarked panel truck, snaking along a series of blacktop and gravel roads, past rough backwoods farms. Mangy, cud-chewing cows, standing in patchy pastures marked by weather-bleached tree stumps, turned their white faces to watch the caravan pass. "They call it a salvage yard, but the local rednecks say it's really a distribution center for stolen Harley-Davidson parts," Beneteau said. He was driving, his wrist draped casually over the top of the steering wheel. "Supposedly, a guy rips off a good, clean bike down in the cities or over in Milwaukee or even Chicago, rides it up here overnight. They strip it down in an hour or so, get rid of anything identifiable, and drop the biker up at the Duluth bus station. Proving that would be a lot of trouble. But you hear about midnight bikers coming through here, and the bikes never going back out." "Where do they sell the parts?" Connell asked from the back seat. "Biker rallies, I guess," Beneteau said, looking at her in the rearview mirror. "Specialty shops. There's a strong market in old Harleys, and the older parts go for heavy cash, if they're clean. They topped a rise and looked down at a series of rambling sheds facing the road, with a pile of junk behind a gray board fence. 3 cars, 2 bikes, and 2 trucks faced the line of buildings. None of the vehicles were new. "That's it," Beneteau said, leaning on the accelerator. "Let's try to get inside quick." Lucas glanced back at Connell. She had one hand in her purse. Gun. He slipped a hand under his jacket and touched the butt of his .45. "Let's take it easy in there," he said casually. "They're not really suspects." "Yet," said Connell. Beneteau's eyes flicked up to the rearview mirror again. "Got your game face on," he said to Connell in his casual drawl. They clattered across a small board bridge over a drainage ditch, and Lucas hooked the door handle with the fingers of his right hand as Beneteau drove them into the junkyard's parking lot. The other car went 100 feet down the road to the end of the lot, while the panel truck hooked in short. There were 4 deputies in the van, armed with M16s. If somebody started pecking at them with a .50, the M16s would hose them down. The gravel parking lot was stained with oil, and they slid the last few feet, raising a cloud of dust. "Go," Beneteau grunted. Lucas was out a half-second before Connell, headed toward the front door. He went straight through, not quite running, his hand on his belt buckle. 2 men were standing at the counter, one in front of it and one in back, looking at a fat, greasy parts catalog. Startled, the man behind the counter backed up, said, "Hey!" and Lucas pushed through the swinging counter gate and flashed his badge with his left hand and said, "Police." "Cops!" the counterman shouted. He wore a white T-shirt covered with oil stains and jeans with a heavy leather wallet sticking out of his back pocket, attached to his belt with a brass chain. The man at the front of the counter, bearded, wearing a railway engineer's hat, backed away, hands in front of him. Connell was behind him. "You Joe?" Lucas asked, crowding the counterman. The counterman stood his ground, and Lucas shoved his chest, backing him up. An open doorway led away to Lucas's right into the bowels of the buildings. "That's Bob," Beneteau said, coming in. "How you doing, Bob?" "What the fuck do you want, George?" Bob asked. A cop out front yelled, "We got runners," and Beneteau ran back out the door. "Where's Joe?" Lucas asked, pushing Bob. "Who the fuck are you?" "Keep them," Lucas said to Connell. Connell pulled her pistol from her purse, a big stainless steel Ruger wheel gun, held with both hands, the muzzle up. "And for Christ's sake, don't shoot anybody this time unless you absolutely have to," Lucas said hastily. "You're no fun," Connell said. She dropped the muzzle of the gun toward Bob, who had taken a step back toward Lucas, and said, "Stand still or I'll punch a fucking hole right through your nose." Her voice was as cold as sleet, and Bob stopped. Lucas freed his gun and went through the door into the back, pausing a second to let his eyes adjust to the gloom. The walls were lined with shelves, and a dozen freestanding metal parts racks stood between the door and the back wall. The racks were loaded with bike parts, fenders and tanks, wheels, stacks of Quaker State oil cans, coffee cans full of rusty nails, screws, and bolts. 2 open cans of grease sat on the floor, and 2 open-topped 55-gallon drums full of trash were at his elbow. A metal extrusion that might have been a go-kart chassis was propped against them. The only light came from small, dirty windows on the back wall and through a door at the back right. The whole place smelled of dust and oil. Lucas started toward the door, gun barrel up, finger off the trigger. Then to the left, between a row of metal racks, he saw a scattering of white. Beyond it, an open door led into a phone booth-sized bathroom, the brown-stained toilet directly in front of the door. He stepped toward the smear of white, which had broken out of a small plastic bag. Powder. Cocaine? He bent down, touched it, lifted his finger to his nose, sniffed it. Not coke. He thought about tasting it. For all he knew, it was some kind of powdered bike cleaner, something like Drano. Put a tiny taste on his tongue anyway, got the instant acrid cut. Speed. Shit! The word was spoken almost next to his ear, and Lucas jumped. The rack beside him lurched and toppled toward him, boxes of odd metal parts sliding off the shelf. Something heavy and sharp sliced into his scalp as he put an arm out to brace the rack. He pushed the rack back, staggering, and a man bolted out from behind the next row, ran down to the right toward the door, and out. Lucas, struggling with the rack, aware of a dampness in his hair, fought free and went after him. As he burst through the door into the light, he heard somebody yell and looked right, saw Benito standing in an open field, pointing. Lucas looked left, saw the man cutting toward the junkyard, and ran after him. Lost him in the piles of trash. Old cars, mostly from the 60s. He spotted the front end of a '66 bottle green Pontiac Le Mans, just like the one he'd owned when he'd first been in uniform. Lucas stalked through the piles, taking his time. The guy couldn't have gone over the fence. He'd have made some noise. He moved farther in. Wrecks with hand-painted numbers on their doors, victims of forgotten county fair enduro races. Heard a clank to his left, felt a wetness in his eyebrow. Reached up and touched it. Blood. Whatever had fallen off the shelf had cut him, and he was bleeding fairly heavily. Didn't hurt much, he thought. He moved farther left, around a pile, around another pile. A thin biker in jeans, a smudged black T-shirt, and heavy boots looked up at the board fence around the yard. He was dark-complected, with a tan on top of that. The man goggled at Lucas's bloody head. "Jesus, what happened to you?" "You knocked some shit on me," Lucas said. The man showed a pleased smile, then looked at the top of the fence. "I'd never make it," he said finally. He stepped back toward Lucas. "You gonna shoot me?" "No, we just want to talk." Lucas slipped the pistol back in its holster. "Yeah, right," the man said, showing his yellow teeth. Suddenly he was moving fast. "But I'm gonna kick your ass first." Lucas touched the butt of his pistol as the man's long, wild swing came in. He lifted his left hand, batted the fist over his shoulder, hooked a short punch into the biker's gut. The man had a stomach like an oak board. He grunted, took a step back, circled. "You can hit me all day in the fucking gut," he said. He'd made no attempt at Lucas's pistol. Lucas shook his head, circling to his right. "No point. I'm gonna hit you in the fucking head." "Good luck." The biker came in again, quick but inept. 3 fast roundhouse swings. Lucas stepped back once, twice, took the third shot on his left shoulder, then hooked a fast right to the man's nose, felt the septum snap under the impact. The man dropped, one hand to his face, rolled onto his stomach, got shakily back to his feet, blood running out from under his hands. Lucas touched his own forehead. "You broke my nose," the man said, looking at the blood on his fingers. "What did you expect?" Lucas asked, probing his scalp with his fingertips. "You cut my head open." "Not on purpose. You broke my fucking nose on purpose," he complained. Benito ran into the junkyard, looked at them. The man said, "I give up." Benito stood in the parking lot and said quietly, "Earl says Joe was down at the house." Earl was the man who'd fought Lucas. "He's scared to death Bob'll find out he told us." "Okay," Lucas said. He held a first aid pad against his scalp. It already soaked one of them through and was on his second. "We're gonna head down there," Benito said. "Do you want to come? Or do you want to go into town and get that cut fixed up?" "I'm coming," Lucas said. "How about the search warrants?" "We got them, both for this place and Joe's and Bob's." "That's a fine amount of speed back there, if that's what it is," Benito said. "That's what it is," Lucas said. "There's probably 6 or 8 ounces there on the floor." "Biggest drug bust we've ever had," Benito said with satisfaction. He looked at the porch where Bob Hillerod and Earl sat on a bench, in handcuffs. They'd cut the customer loose. Benito was satisfied that he'd been there for cycle parts. "I'm kind of surprised Earl was involved with it." "It'd be hard to prove that he was," Lucas said. "I didn't see him with the stuff. He says he was back there getting an alternator when everybody started running. He said one of the guys who went into the woods panicked and threw the bag toward the toilet as they ran out the back. He might be telling the truth." Benito looked at the woods and laughed a little. "We got those guys pinned in the marsh over there. Can't see them, but I give 'em about 15 minutes after the bugs come out tonight, if they last that long. They were wearing short-sleeved shirts." "So let's get Joe," Lucas said. Benito turned the junkyard over to a half-dozen arriving deputies, including his crime scene specialists. They took the same 2 sheriff's cars and the panel truck to Hillerod's house. Joe Hillerod lived 10 miles from the junkyard in a rambling place built of 3 or 4 old lake cabins shoved together into one big tar-paper shack. A dozen cords of firewood were dumped in the overgrown back in a teepee-shaped pile. 3 cars were parked in the front. "I love this backwoods shit," Lucas said to Benito as they closed on the house. "In the city, we'd call in the emergency response unit." "That's a Minnesota Liberals' euphemism for SWAT team," Connell said to Benito, who nodded and showed his teeth. "And we'd stage up, and everybody'd get a job, and we'd put on vests and radios, and we'd sneak down to the area and clear it," Lucas continued. "Then we'd sneak up to the house, and the entry team'd go in. Up here, it's jump in the fucking cars, arrive in a cloud of hayseed, and arrest everybody in sight. Fucking wonderful." "The biggest difference is we arrive in a cloud of hayseed. Down in the cities you arrive in a cloud of bullshit," Benito said. "You ready?"
This ends Disc 6. Night Prey. Disc 7.
They hit Hillerod's house just before noon. A yellow dog with a red collar was sitting on the blacktop in front of the place and got up and walked off the road into a cattail ditch when he saw the traffic coming. A young man with a large belly and a Civil War beard sat on the porch steps drinking a beer and smoking a cigarette, looking as though he'd just got up. A Harley was parked next to the porch, and a scarred white helmet lay on the grass beside it like a fiberglass Easter egg produced by a condor. When they slowed, he stood, and when they stopped, he ran through the door. "That's trouble," Benito yelled. "Go," Connell said, and she jumped out and headed for the door. Lucas said, "Wait, wait!" but she kept going, and he was 2 steps behind her. Connell went through the screen door like a cornerback through a wide receiver, in time to see the fat man running up a flight of stairs in the back of the house. Connell ran that way, Lucas yelling, "Wait a minute!" In a back room, a naked couple was crawling off a fold-out couch. Connell pointed the pistol at the man and yelled, "Freeze!" and Lucas went by her and took the stairs. As he went, he heard Connell say to someone else, "Take him, I'm going up." The fat man was in the bathroom, door locked, working the toilet. Lucas kicked the door in, and the fat man looked at him and went straight out a window through the glass onto the roof beyond. He heard cops yelling outside and ran on down the hall, Connell now a step behind him. The door at the end of the hall was closed, and Lucas kicked it just below the lock, and it exploded inward. Behind it, another couple were crawling around in their underpants looking for clothes. The man had something in his hand, and Lucas yelled, "Police! Drop it!" and tracked his body with the front sight of the pistol. The man, looking up, dazed with sleep, dropped the gun. The woman sat back on the bed and pulled the bedspread over her breasts. Benito and 2 deputies came up behind them, pistols drawn. "Got him?" He looked past Lucas. "That's Joe." "What the fuck are you doing, George?" Joe asked. Benito didn't answer. Instead, he looked at the woman and said, "Ellie Ray, does Tom know about this?" "No," she said, hanging her head. "Oh, God," Benito said, shaking his head. "Let's get everybody downstairs." A deputy was waiting for them on the stairs. "Did you look in the dining room, Sheriff?" "No, what'd we get?" "Come on, take a look," the deputy said. He led the way back through a small kitchen, then through a side arch to the dining room. 200 semi-automatic rifles were stacked against the walls. 150 handguns, glistening with WD-40, were slotted into cardboard boxes on the floor. Lucas whistled. The gun store burglaries, out in the burbs around the cities. "This is good stuff," Benito said, squatting to look at the long guns. "This is gun store stuff all the way." Springfield M1s, Ruger Mini-14s and Mini-30s, 3 odd-looking Navy arms, a bunch of Marlins, a couple of elegant Brownings, an exotic Heckler & Koch SR-9. Benito picked up the H&K and looked at it. "This is a $1,500 gun, I bet," he said, aiming it out the window at a Folgers coffee can in the side yard. "What's the story on the woman up there?" Connell asked. "Ellie Ray? She and her husband run the best diner in town. Rather, she runs it and he cooks. Great cook, but when he gets depressed, he drinks. If they break up, he'll get steady drunk and she'll quit, and that'll be the end of the diner." "Oh," Connell said. She looked at him to see if he was joking. "Hey, that's a big deal," Benito said defensively. "There are only 2 of them, and the other one's a grease pit." Joe Hillerod looked a lot like his brother, with the same blunt, tough German features. "I got $1,500 in my wallet, cash, and I want witnesses to that. I don't want the money going away," he said sullenly. Ellie Ray said, "I'm a witness." "You shut up, Ellie Ray," Benito said. "What the hell are you doing here anyway?" "I love him," she said. "I can't help myself." A deputy helped the fat man into the room. He was bleeding all over his head, shoulders, and arms from the window, and was dragging one leg. "Dumb bunny jumped off the roof," the deputy said, "after he crashed through the window." "He was flushing shit upstairs," Lucas said. "Dumb bunny? The guy looks like a mastodon." "He got some of it on the toilet seat, though." "Check that," Benito said to one of the deputies. Connell had put away her gun, and now she stepped up behind Hillerod and pulled at his hand, immobilized by the cuffs. "What the fuck?" Hillerod said, trying to turn to see what she was doing. "See?" Lucas looked. Hillerod had the 666 on the web between his thumb and forefinger. "Yeah." The woman who'd been on the fold-out couch had been watching Connell, taking in Connell's inch-long hair. "I was sexually abused," she said finally, "by the cops." Connell said, "Yeah?" Lucas was climbing the stairs, and Connell hurried after him. In the bedroom, a decrepit waterbed was pushed against one wall, with a bedstand and light to one side, and a chest of drawers against the wall at the foot of the bed. Magazines and newspapers were scattered around the room. An ironing board sat in a corner, buried in wrinkled clothing, the iron lying on its side at the pointed end of the board. A long, stag-handled folding knife sat in a jumble of junk on the chest of drawers. Connell bent over next to it, carefully not touching it, looked at it, and said, "God damn, Davenport. The autopsies say it's a knife like this. The blade's just right." She picked up a matchbook and used it to rotate the knife. The excitement rose in her voice. "There's some gunky stuff in the hinge, or whatever you call it, where it folds. It could be blood." "But look at the cigarettes," Lucas said. A pack of Marlboros sat on the nightstand. There wasn't a Camel in the house. Chapter 17. The Hillerods called a Duluth lawyer named Aaron Capella. The lawyer arrived at mid-afternoon in a dusty Ford Escort, talked to the county attorney, then to his clients. Lucas went to the local emergency room, had 4 stitches taken in his scalp, then met Connell for a late lunch. Afterward, they hung out in Beneto's office or wandered around the courthouse waiting for Capella to finish with the Hillerods. The crime scene crew called from the junkyard to say they'd found 3 half-kilo bags of cocaine behind a false panel in the junkyard bathroom. Beneto was more than pleased. He was on television with each of the Duluth Superior stations. "Gonna get my ass re-elected, Davenport," he said to Lucas. "I'll send you a bill," Lucas said. They were talking in his office, and they saw Connell coming up the walk outside. She'd been down at a coffee shop and carried a china cup with her. "That's a fine-looking woman," Beneto said, his eyes lingering on her. "I like the way she sticks her face into trouble. If you don't mind my asking, have you two got something going?" Lucas shook his head. "No." "Huh. Is she with anybody else?" "Not as far as I know," Lucas said. He started to say something about her being sick. Hesitated. "I mean, she's not a lesbian or anything," Beneto said. "No, she's not. Look, George," he still couldn't think of exactly what he wanted to say. What he said was, "Look, do you want her phone number or what?" Beneto's eyebrows went up. "Well, I get down to the cities every now and then. You got it?" Aaron Capella was a pro. Beneto knew him, and they shook hands when Capella walked into the sheriff's office. Beneto introduced Lucas and Connell. "I've spoken to my clients. Another unconscionable violation of their civil rights," Capella said mildly to Beneto. "I know, it's a shame," Beneto said, tongue-in-cheek. "The right of felons to bear stolen assault weapons while distributing cocaine and speed." "That's what I keep telling people, and you're the only guy who understands," Capella said. "Come on, Biche is waiting." They walked through the courthouse, Beneto and Capella talking about Capella's sailboat, which he kept on Lake Superior. "Guy from Maryland was telling me a lake just isn't the ocean. So I say, 'Where do you sail?' And he says, 'The Chesapeake.' And I say, 'You could put 6 Chesapeakes in Superior and still have Long Island Sound around the edges.'" Biche was the county attorney, a serious red-faced man in a charcoal suit. "They're bringing your client up now, Aaron," he said to Capella. They all followed the prosecutor into his office, settling into chairs, Biche joining the sailing talk until a deputy brought Joe Hillerod down from the lockup. Hillerod's lip lifted in an uncontrollable sneer when he saw Beneto. He dropped into a chair next to Capella and said, "How we doing?" Biche spoke to Capella as if Hillerod weren't there, but everything he said was aimed at Hillerod. Capella and Biche had already been over the ground. "Tell you what, Aaron, your client's in bad shape," Biche said professorially. "He's got 2 years left on his parole. Possession of a gun'll put him back inside. There won't be any trial. None of that bullshit. All it takes is a hearing." "We'd contest." Biche rolled past him. "We found him with a house full of stolen guns. We could try him for possessing firearms as a felon and possession of stolen firearms. Then we could send him to Minnesota to be tried for burglary. He'd go back to Waupun, serve out the rest of his parole, start his new Wisconsin time after that, and then go to Minnesota to serve out his time over there. That's a lot of time." The lawyer spread his hands. "Joe had nothing to do with the guns. He thought they were legit. A friend left them there, the same guy you grabbed up in the bathroom." "Right," Biche rolled his eyes. "But we're not discussing the guns. That's another issue," Capella said. "We can talk, right? That's why Lucas and Ms. Connell are here, right? A little friendly extortion?" "If you'll ride along with us," Biche said, poking a finger at Hillerød's chest, "we might be inclined to forget the parole violation, the possession of a gun. That we got him on already." "So what are we talking about?" Capella asked. Biche looked at Lucas. "Do you want to explain to Mr. Hillerød?" Lucas looked at him and said, "I won't bullshit you. There are some good reasons to think that you've been slicing up women, ripping their guts out, 6 or more times now. We need to ask you some questions and get some answers." Hillerød had known what was coming, having spoken to Capella. He started shaking his head before Lucas was finished, talking. Nah, never did it. That's bullshit, man." "We're running your knife through the crime lab," Connell said. "It looks like it might have some blood gummed up in the hinges." "Well, shit," Hillerød said, and he looked uncomfortable for a moment as he thought about what she had said. "If there's blood, it's animal blood. That's a hunting knife." "This ain't exactly deer season," Lucas said. "If there's any goddamn blood in that knife, it's deer blood, or you put it there just to get me," Hillerød said heatedly. "You fucking cops think you can get away with anything." Capella's voice rode over his client's. "My client remembers the bookstore in Madison." "That's a long time to remember," Biche marveled. "Several years, if I've got it right." "I remember 'cause it's the only bookstore I ever been in," Hillerød snarled. Capella kept talking. "And he's got a witness of good reputation who spent that whole night with him down in Madison, and he's sure she'll remember it independently of anything we talk about here, without any prompting from me or Joe. I will state that we have not been in touch with her, and that Joe's confident that she'll remember." "You've got a name?" Lucas asked. "You can have the name and the circumstances in which they met," the lawyer said. "The fact is, he picked her up at the bookstore." "I didn't have nothing to do with the guns," Hillerød said sullenly. "We're not talking about that," his lawyer said quickly. He patted Hillerød on the knee. "That's not part of the deal." "We know the killer smokes Marlboros," Lucas said, leaning toward Hillerød. "You smoke Marlboros, right?" No, I usually smoke Merritts. I'm trying to quit," Hillerød said. "I just got the Marlboros that once." "Your man is lying to us," Lucas said to Capella. "We know he's smoked Marlboros for years." Capella said, "He says Merritts. I gotta believe him." "Merritts taste like shit," Biche said. "Why'd you smoke Merritts? Is that all you smoke?" "Well, I'm trying to quit," Hillerød said, not meeting their eyes. "I smoked some Marlboros, but I didn't kill anybody. I smoked some Ventures, too." The Marlboro bluff hadn't worked. "We want to know about the bookstore," Connell said. "In Madison?" Hillerød's eyes defocused for a moment, and then he said, "How'd you know about that, anyway?" "We've got a witness," Connell said. "You left with a woman." "That's right," Hillerød said. Then he said, "She's got to be the one who told you." "She's not," Lucas said. "Our witness, well, it's a woman, but it's not your friend. If you've got a friend. But we want to know about the other woman, the one who turned up dead the next day." "Wasn't me," Hillerød said. "The woman I left with, she's still alive, and she must have told you that I couldn't have done it, 'cause I was with her." "What's her name?" asked Connell. Hillerød scratched his face, glaring at her, but Connell looked levelly back, as though she were an entomologist examining a not particularly interesting beetle. "Abby Weed," he said finally. "Where does she live?" Hillerød shrugged. "I don't know the address, just how to get there. But you can get her at the university." "She works at the university?" Lucas asked. "She's a professor," he said, "in fine art. She's a painter." Lucas looked at Connell, who rolled her eyes. "Who are you there with, at the bookstore?" "Wasn't there with nobody," Hillerød said. "I went in to get a book on my bike, if they had one, which they didn't." "How long were you in there?" Hillerød shrugged. Hour. That's a long time to look for a book that they didn't have, Lucas said. I only spent 5 minutes looking for the book. Then I saw Abby giving me the eye, and I hung around to bullshit her a little bit. She had the big... He glanced at Connell. Headlights. She went home with you? Connell said. We went to her place. You spent the night? Shit, I spent 4 nights, Hillerod said with a small smile, talking to Connell. Every time I tried to get out of bed, I'd find her hanging onto my dick. The smile went flat, and he looked at Lucas. The fucking cop, he said. That fucking cop picked me out, didn't he? What cop? The cop at the store. Lucas looked at him for a long beat, then said, You have a 666 in your hand. Hillerod looked at the tattoo, shook his head. God damn it, I knew that was stupid, the fucking 666. Everybody was getting them. I told people the cops will use them against us. Did you see anybody in the store that looked like this? Connell asked. She handed him the composite. Hillerod looked it over, then looked curiously from Connell to Lucas to Biche to Capella. Well, not anyone else. Not that I remember. What? What do you mean, anyone else? Lucas asked. He shrugged. You should know. It looks like your cop. The cop? Connell looked at Lucas again. How did you know he was a cop? The way he looked at me. He was a cop, all right. He looked at my hand, then at me, and then my hand. He knew what it was. Could have been a con, Lucas said. Hillerod thought about it, then said, Yeah, could have been, I guess. But I felt like he was a cop. And he looked like this picture, Connell said. Yeah, it's not quite right, I don't think. I can't remember that well, but his beard's wrong, he said, studying the drawing. And there's something wrong about the mouth. And the guy's hair was flatter, but that's who it mostly looks like. The cop, Lucas said. Yeah, the cop. Son of a gun, Connell said bitterly. They stood next to a water fountain, the office lawyers and secretaries flowing around them. The cop shows up again. Davenport, I believe him. She gestured down the hall at Biche's office, where Hillerod waited. I can't believe he just pulled that out of his ass. He's not smart enough. Don't panic yet, Lucas said. We've still got some lab work to do. We've got the knife. You know as well as I do. Are we sure the St. Paul cop is out of it? St. Paul says he is. There's no way they'd cover for a guy on something like this, she said, not quite making it a question. No way, Lucas agreed. I talked to one of their guys, and they worked him over pretty good. God damn it, Connell said. She shook her head. We're going back to the beginning. Connell drove. She wanted to handle the Porsche. On the way out to the interstate, the sun dropping toward the horizon, windshield greased by a million bugs from the roadside ditches, she said, George Beneteau was surprisingly professional. I mean, for a county sheriff. Lucas rode along for a minute, then said, He asked about you. Marital status, that kind of thing. What? Lucas grinned at her, and she flushed. He said, Lucas dropped into a cornball accent which Beneteau didn't have, That's a fine-looking woman. You are lying to me, Davenport. Honest to God, Lucas said. After a minute, he said, He wanted your phone number. Did you give it to him? Lucas said, I didn't know what to do, Megan. I didn't know whether to tell him you were sick or what, so Yeah, I gave it to him. You didn't tell him I was sick? No, I didn't. They drove on for another minute in silence, and then Connell began to weep. Eyes open, head up, big hands square on the wheel, she began sobbing, breath tearing from her chest, tears streaming down her face. Lucas started to say something, looking for words, but she just shook her head and drove on. Chapter 18. Evan Hart stood with one hand in his pocket, his voice low, concerned. His back was to the balcony, so he was framed in the dark square. He wore a blue suit with a conservative striped shirt and carried a square scotch glass in his left hand. He had taken his necktie off and thrust it in his pocket. Sarah could see just the point of it sticking out from under the flap of his coat pocket. "Have you talked to the police?" She shook her head. "I don't know what I'd tell them." She crossed her arms over her chest, rubbed her triceps with her hands as though she were cold. "It's like having a ghost," she said. "I feel somebody, but I've never seen anything. I had the burglary, and since then, nothing. They'd say it's paranoia. Paranoia brought on by the burglary, and I hate being patronized." "They'd be right about the paranoia. You can't be a good trader if you're not paranoid," Hart said. He sipped the Johnny Walker Black. "'Cause somebody is out to get you," she said, finishing the old Wall Street joke. She drifted across the front room toward him. She also held a glass, vodka martini, 3 olives. She looked out across the balcony over the building across the street toward the park. "To tell the truth, I am a little scared. A woman was killed just across the street, and the guy with her is still in a coma. This was just a few days ago, a couple of days after my burglary. They haven't caught anybody yet. They say it was gang kids. I've never seen any gang kids here. It was supposed to be safe. I used to walk around the lake in the evenings, but I've stopped." Hart's face was serious again. He reached out and brushed her arm with 2 fingertips, just a light touch. "Maybe you should think about moving out of here." "I've got a lease," Sarah said, away from the balcony toward him. "And the apartment is really handy to work. And it should be safe. It is safe. I've changed the locks. I've got a steel door. I don't know." Hart stepped over to the balcony, looked out, his back toward her. She wondered if she made him nervous. "It's a pretty neighborhood, and I guess no place is really perfectly safe. Not anymore." There was a moment of silence, and then she asked, "Do I make you nervous?" He turned, a weak, slowly dying smile on his face. "Yeah, a little." "Why?" He shrugged. "I like you too much. You're very attractive. I don't know. I'm just not very good at this." "It is awkward," she said. "Look, why don't you come over and sit down, and I'll put my head on your shoulder, and we'll go from there." He shrugged again. "All right." He put down his glass, crossed the room, sat quickly, put his arm around her shoulder, and she let her head sink onto his chest. "Now, is this bad?" she asked, and suddenly broke into a giggle. "No, this isn't bad at all," Evan said. He sounded nervous, but he felt committed, and when she lifted her head to smile at him, he kissed her. She felt good. She made $130,000 a year, took vacations in Paris and Mexico and Monaco. She was the toughest woman she knew. But her chest felt excellent. She snuggled into it. Coop grabbed the edge of the air conditioner housing, pulled himself up, and saw Jensen on the couch with a man, saw her turn her face up, and the man kiss her. "Oh, fuck me," he said aloud. "Oh, fuck me." And he felt his world shake. The guy across the street put his hand on Jensen's waist, then moved it up a few inches under her breast. Coop thought he recognized the guy, then realized he'd seen somebody like him on television, an old movie. Henry Fonda, that was it. Henry Fonda when he was young. "Motherfucker." Coop stood up without thinking, hand holding the scope. the living room couch jumping toward him. Their faces were locked together, and the guy was definitely copping a feel. Remembering himself, Coop dropped to a crouch, felt the heat climbing into his face. He looked down and hammered his fist into the steel housing, and for the first time since... when? Never? Felt something that might have been emotional pain. How could she do this? This wasn't right. She was his. He looked back toward Sarah's apartment. They were talking now, backed off a little. Then she tipped her head onto his shoulder, and that was almost worse than the kiss. Coop put the scope on them and watched so hard that his head began to hurt. Christ, he hoped they didn't fuck. Please don't do it, please. They kissed again, and this time the guy's hand cupped Jensen's breast, held it. Coop, in agony, rolled over on his shoulder and looked away, decided not to look back until he counted to 100. Maybe it would go away. He counted 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and got to 38 before he couldn't stand it and flipped over. The guy was standing. She had said something to him. A pulse of elation streaked through his soul. She must have. She was getting ready to throw him out, by God. Why else would he have stopped? Christ, he had her on the couch. He had her in hand, for Christ's sake. Then the guy picked up a glass and looked at her, said something, and she threw back her head and laughed. No, that didn't look good. Then she was on her feet, walking toward him, slipped 2 fingers between the buttons of his shirt, said something. Coop would have mortgaged his life for the ability to lip-read, then stood on tiptoe and kissed him again, quickly this time, and walked away, picked up a newspaper and waved it at him, said something else. They talked for another 5 minutes, both standing now, circling each other. Sarah Jensen kept touching him. Her touch was like fire to Coop. When she touched the guy, Coop could feel it on his arm, in his chest. Then the guy moved toward the door. He was leaving, both still smiling. At the door she stepped into him, her face up, and Coop rolled over again, refusing to watch, counting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, only got to 15, counting fast, before he turned back. She was still in his arms, and he'd pressed her to the door. Jesus! Gotta take him! Gotta take him now! The impulse was like a hammer. He'd got the cocksucker right in the driveway. He was messing with Coop's woman. But Coop lingered, unwilling to leave until the guy was out the door. They finally broke apart, and Coop, in a half-crouch, waited for him to go. Jensen was holding his hand. Didn't want him to go. Tugged at him. Cocksucker, he thought, and realized he'd spoken aloud. Said it again. Cocksucker, cut your fucking heart out, man. Cut your fucking... And the roof access door opened. A shaft of light, shocking, blinding, snapped across the roof and climbed the air conditioner housing. Coop went flat, tense, ready to fight, ready to run. Voices crossed each other 10 feet away. There was a sharp rattle and a bang as the door was pushed open, then closed of its own weight. Cops. Gotta be quick. Not cops. A woman's voice. A man's voice. It's gonna be quick, I can promise that. You got me so hot I can't hold it. Woman's voice. What if Carrie looks for the pad? She won't. She's got no interest in camping. Come on. Let's go behind the air conditioner thing. Come on. The woman giggled, and Coop heard them rattling across the graveled roof and the sound of a plastic mat being unrolled on the gravel. Coop looked sideways, past the duct toward Jensen's building. She was kissing the guy goodbye again, standing on her tiptoes in the open door, his hand below her waist, almost on her ass. Below him, 8 feet away, the man was saying, Let me get these. Oh, Jesus, these look great. And the woman, Boy, what if Carrie and Bob could see us now? Oh, God. Across the street, Jensen was pushing the door shut. She leaned back against it, her head cocked back, an odd, loose look on her face. Not quite a smile. The woman. "Don't rip it! Don't rip it!" The man. "God, you're wet. You're a hot little bitch." Coop, blind with fury, his heart pounding like a trip hammer, lay quiet as a mouse, but getting angrier and angrier. He thought about jumping down, of taking the two of them. He rejected the idea as quickly as it had come. A woman had already died at this building, and a man was in a coma. If another two died, the cops would know something was happening here. He'd never get back up. Besides, all he had was his knife. He might not get them both, and he couldn't see the guy. If the guy was big, tough, it might take a while, make a lot of noise. Coop bit his lip, listening to the love-making. The woman tended to screech, but the screeching sounded fake. The guy said, "Don't scratch," and she said, "I can't help myself." And Coop thought, Jesus. And Sarah Jensen's lover was getting away. Better to let him go. God damn it. He turned his head back to Jensen's apartment. Jensen went into the bathroom and shut the door. He knew from watching her that when she did that, she'd be inside for a while. Coop eased himself over onto his back and looked up at the stars, listened to the couple on the roof below him. God damn it. Man's voice. "Let me do it this way. Come on." The woman. "God, if Bob knew what I was doing." Chapter 19. Grieve had his feet up on his desk, talking on the phone, when Lucas arrived in the morning. Anderson drifted over and said, "A homicide guy in Madison interviewed somebody named Abby Weed. He says she confirmed that she met Joe Hillerod in a bookstore. She doesn't remember the date, but she remembered the discussion, and it was the right one. She said she spent the night with him, and she was unhappy about being questioned." "Damn it," Lucas said. He said it without heat. Hillerod hadn't felt right, and he hadn't expected much. "Have you seen Megan Connell?" Anderson shook his head, but Grieve, still on the phone, held up a finger, said a few more words, then covered the mouthpiece with his palm. "She called in, said she was sick. She'll be in later," he said. He went back to the phone. Sick. Connell had been plummeting into depression when Lucas left her the night before. He hadn't wanted to leave. He'd suggested that she come home with him, spend the night in a guest room, but she had said she was fine. "I shouldn't have mentioned Benito asking about you," Lucas said. She caught his arm. "Lucas, you did right. It's one of the nicer things that's happened to me in the last year." But her eyes had been ineffably sad, and he'd had to turn away. Grieve dropped the receiver on the hook and sighed. "How far did you get on the sex histories?" Lucas asked. "Not very far." Grieve looked away. "To tell you the truth, I hardly got started. I thought I might have something on my apartment." "God damn it, Bob, forget the fucking apartment," Lucas said, his voice harsh. "We need these histories, and we need as many people thinking about the case as we can get." Grieve stood up, shook himself like a dog. He was a little shorter than Lucas, his features a little finer. "Lucas, I can't. I try, but I just can't. It's like a nightmare. I swear to God, I was eating an ice cream cone last night, and I started wondering if they poisoned her ice cream." Lucas just looked at him, and Grieve shook his head after a minute and said, "They didn't, of course." And they both said simultaneously, "No toxicology." Jan Reed found Lucas in his office. She had great eyes, he thought, Italian eyes. He could fall into them no problem. He had a quick male mini-vision. Reed on the bed, pillow under her shoulders, head back a half-inch from orgasm. She looks up at the final instant, eyes opening, her awareness of him the sexiest thing in the universe. "Nothing," he said, flustered. "Not a thing." "But what about the people you grabbed in that raid over in Wisconsin?" There was a pinprick of amusement in her eyes. She knew the effect she had on him. And she knew about the raid. "An unrelated case, but a good story," Lucas lied. He babbled. "It's a group of people called the Seeds. There used to be a motorcycle gang called the Bad Seeds from up in northwest Wisconsin, and they evolved into a criminal organization. Cops call it the Hayseed Mafia. Anyway, these are the guys who are hitting the suburban gun stores. We got a lot of the guns back." "That is interesting," she said. She made a note in her notebook, then put the eraser end of her pencil against her teeth, pensively, erotically. He was starting to fixate on the idea of television anchorwomen and oral sex, Lucas thought. "The gun issue's so hot right now." She would pause every so often, leaving a gap in the conversation, almost as though she were inviting him to fill it in. She paused now, and Lucas said, "Reed's an English name, right?" "Yes. I'd be English on my father's side," she said. "Why?" "I was thinking," Lucas said. "You've got great Italian eyes, you know." She smiled and caught her bottom lip with an upper tooth and said, "Well, thank you." When she left, Lucas went to the door with her. She moved along a little more slowly than he did, and he found himself almost on top of her, ushering her out. She smelled fine, he thought. He watched her down the hall. She wouldn't be an athlete. She was soft, smooth. She turned at the corner to see if he was watching, and just at that moment when she turned, and though they resembled each other not at all, she reminded him of weather. The rest of the day was a wasteland of paper, old reports, and conjectures. Connell wandered in after 2, even paler than usual, said she'd been working on the computers. Lucas told her about the interview with Abby Weed. Connell nodded. "I'd already written them off. Hitting the Hillrods was just our good deed for the day." "How are you feeling?" "Sick," she said. Then quickly, "Not from last night, from the big thing. It's coming back." "Jesus, Megan." "I knew it would," she said. "Listen, I'm going to talk to Anderson and start helping grieve on those histories. I can't think of anything else." She left, but came back 10 seconds later. "We've got to get him, Lucas, this week or next." "I don't know. That's all the time I've got this round. And the next round will be even shorter." Lucas got home early, found Weather on the couch reading The Robber Bride, her legs curled beneath her. "A dead end?" "Looks like it," Lucas said. The woman in Madison confirmed Joe Hillirod's story. "We're back to looking at paper." "Too bad. He sounds like a major jerk." "We've got him on the guns, anyway," Lucas said. "He handled most of the rifles, and their ID guys got good prints. And they found bolt cutters and a crowbar in his truck, and the tool marks guy matched them to the marks on a gun shop door out in Wayzata." "So what's left on the murder case?" "God, I don't know. But I feel like things are moving." Lucas spent the late evening in the study, going through Anderson's book on the case, all the paper that anybody had brought in, with the histories that Grieve had completed. Weather came to the door in her cotton nightgown and said, "Be extra quiet when you come to bed. I've got a heavy one tomorrow." "Yeah." He looked up from the paper, his hair in disarray, discouraged. "Christ, there's so much stuff in here, and so much of it's bullshit. The stuff in this file, you could spend 4 years investigating and never learn a fucking thing." She smiled and came over and patted his hair back into place, and he wrapped an arm around her back and pulled her close so he could lean his head between her breasts. There was something animal about this, It felt so good and so natural. Like Mama. "You'll get him," she said. An hour later, he was puzzling over Anderson's note on the deaf people. Everything sounded right. A guy with a beard going to the bookstore in a truck. How in the hell did they screw up the license so bad? He glanced at his watch. 1 o'clock. Too late to call anybody at St. Paul. He leaned back in his chair and closed his eyes. Maybe something would bubble to the surface of his mind. Chapter 20. Coop brought a sack of Taco Bell soft tacos to the rooftop, tossed the sack on top of the air conditioner housing, and pulled himself up after them. There was still enough light that Sarah Jensen might see him if she looked out her window, so he duck-walked across the housing until he was behind the exhaust vent. Putting the tacos aside, he shook the Kawa scope out of its canvas case and surveyed the apartment. Where was the blonde guy? Had he come back? His heart was chilly with the fear. The drapes from both rooms were open, as usual. Sarah Jensen was nowhere in sight. The bathroom door was closed. Satisfied for the moment, Coop settled in behind the vent, opening the tacos, gulping them down. He dripped sour cream on his jacket. Shit. He brushed the sour cream with a napkin, but there would be a grease stain. He tossed the napkin off the edge of the housing, then thought, I shouldn't do that, and made a mental note to pick it up before he left. 10 minutes after he arrived, Sarah Jensen walked, hurried, out of the bathroom. She was nude, and the thrill of her body ran through him like an electric current, like a hit of speed. He put the scope on her as she sat at her dressing table and began to work on her makeup. He enjoyed seeing this, the careful work under the eyes, the touch-up of the lashes, the sensuous painting of her full lips. He dreamed about her lips. And he loved to watch her naked back. She had smoothly molded shoulders, the ripple of her spine from the top of her round ass straight to the nape of her neck. Her skin was fine, clear. One small dark mole on her left shoulder blade. The long, pale neck. She stood, turned toward him, face intent, her breasts bobbing, the gorgeous pubic patch. She dug through her dresser, looking at what? Underwear? She pulled on a pair of underpants, took them off, threw them back, pulled on a much briefer pair, looked at herself in the mirror. Looked again, backed away, pulled the bottom elastic of her pants away from her thighs, let it snap back, turned to look at her butt. And Coop began to worry. She found a bra to go with the pants, an underwired bra, perhaps. It seemed to push her up. She didn't really need it, he thought, but it did look good. She turned again, looking at herself, snapped the elastic on her pants leg again. Posed. She was pleased with herself. "What are you doing, Sarah?" Coop asked. He tracked her with the scope. "What the fuck are you doing?" She disappeared into a closet and came back out with a simple dark dress, either very dark blue or black. She held it to her breasts, looked into the mirror, shook her head at herself, and went back into the closet. She came back out with blue jeans and a white blouse, held them up, put them on, tucked in the shirt. Looked at herself, made a face in the mirror, shook her head, went back into the closet, emerged with the dress. She took off the jeans, stripping for him again, exciting him. She picked up the dress, pulled it over her head, smoothed it down. "Are you going out, Sarah?" She looked in the mirror again, one hand on her ass, then took the dress off, tossed it on the bed, and looked thoughtfully at her chest of drawers. Walked to the chest, opened the bottom drawer, and took out a pale blue cotton sweatsuit. She pulled it on, pushed up the sleeves on the sweatshirt, went back to the mirror. pulled off the sweatshirt, took off the bra, pulled the sweatshirt back on. Coop frowned. Sweatsuit? The dress had been simple but elegant. The jeans casual but passable at most places in the cities. But the sweatsuit? Maybe she'd just been trying on stuff. But if so, why all the time in the bathroom? Why the sense of urgency? Coop turned away, dropped behind the duct, lit a Camel, then rolled onto his knees and looked back through her window. She was standing in front of her mirror, flipping her hair with her hands, brushing it back, breaking down its daytime structure. Huh. She stopped suddenly, then ducked back at the mirror, gave her hair a last flip, then hurried, skipped once, going out of the bedroom into the front room to the door. Said something, a smile on her face, then opened the door. God damn it. The blonde guy was there. He had a chin on him, a butt chin with a dimple in it. He was wearing jeans and a canvas shirt, looking as tousled as she did. She stepped back from him, pulled the piece of her sweatsuit out from her leg, almost as if she were about to curtsy. Butt-Chin laughed and stepped inside and leaned forward as if he were about to peck her on the cheek, and then the peck ignited and they stood there in each other's arms, the hallway door still open behind them. Coop rose to a half-stoop, looking across the 50 feet of air at his true love in another man's arms. He groaned aloud and hurled his cigarette toward them, at the window. They never saw it. They were too busy. Motherfuckers. They didn't go out. Coop watched in pain as they moved to the couch. He realized suddenly why she had rejected the jeans and vacillated between the dress and the sweatsuit. Access. A guy can't get his hands in a tight pair of jeans, boyo. Not without a lot of preliminaries. With a sweatsuit, there were no barriers, no problems getting your hands in. And that's where Blondie's were, in Sarah's loose sweatpants under her loose sweatshirt, Sarah writhing beneath his touch, before they went to the bedroom. Blondie stayed the night. So did Coop, huddled behind the vent on the air conditioner housing, fading from consciousness to unconsciousness. Not exactly sleep, but something else. Something like a coma. Toward dawn, with just the light jacket, he got very cold. When he moved, he hurt. About 4:30, the stars began to fade. The sun rose into a flawless blue sky and shone down on Coop, whose heart had turned to stone. He felt it, a rock in his chest, and no mercy at all. He had to wait more than an hour in the light before there was any movement in Sarah Jensen's apartment. She woke first, rolled over, said something to the lump on the other side. Then he said something. Coop thought he did, anyway, and she moved up behind him, both of them on their sides, talking. 2 or 3 minutes later, Blondie got up, yawning, stretching. He sat naked on the bed, his back to Coop, then suddenly snatched the blankets down. Sarah was there, as naked as he was, and he flopped on top of her, his head between her breasts. Coop turned away, squeezed his eyes shut. He just couldn't watch. And he just couldn't not watch. He turned back. Blondie was nibbling on one of Sarah Jensen's nipples, and Sarah, back arched, her hands in his hair, was enjoying every second of it. The stone in Coop's heart began to fragment, to be replaced by a cold, unquenchable anger. The fucking whore was taking on another man. The fucking whore. But he loved her anyway. He couldn't help himself. And couldn't help watching when she pushed him flat on the bed and trailed her tongue from his chest down across his navel. The blonde guy finally left at 7 o'clock. Coop had stopped thinking long before that. For an hour he'd simply been waiting, his knife in his hand. He occasionally ran it down his face, over his beard, as if he were shaving. He was actually getting in tune with it, the steel in the blade. When the door closed behind Blondie, Coop barely gave Sarah Jensen a thought. There'd be time for her later. She turned away, hurrying back to the bedroom to get ready for work. Coop, wearing his glasses and snap-brimmed hat, flew off the air-conditioner housing. He had just enough control to check the apartment hallway before bursting into it from the roof access. A man stood in it, facing the elevator. Coop cursed, but the man suddenly stepped forward and was gone. Coop ran the length of the hall and took the stairs. Took the stairs as though he were falling, a long circular dash, with no awareness of steps or landings, just a continuous drop, his legs flashing, shoes slapping like a machine gun on the concrete. At the bottom, he checked the lobby through the window in the stairway door. 3 or 4 people, and the elevator bell dinged. More coming. Frustrated, he looked around, then went down another flight into the basement, and found a fire exit leading out through the back. Just before he hit the back door, he saw a sign and read the first words, "Do not," and then he was through. Somewhere behind him an alarm went off, a shrill ringing like King Kong's telephone. Were there pictures? The possibility flashed through his brain and then disappeared. He'd worry about that later. That he hadn't been seen in the building, that was important. That he catch Blondie in the street, that was even more important. Coop ran down the alley at the back of the building, around the building. There were a dozen people up and down the street, in business clothes, some coming toward him, some walking away, briefcases, purses, a cane. He groped in his pocket, wrapping his fist around the knife again. Checked faces, checked again. Blondie wasn't among them. Where in the hell? Coop pulled the hat farther down on his head, looked both ways, then started walking toward the entrance of Sarah Jensen's apartment. Had he already gotten down? Or was he slow getting down? Or maybe she'd given him a parking card and had left his car in her ramp. He swerved toward the ramp exit, although if the guy was in a Mercedes or a Lexus, what was he going to do? Stab it? He thought he might. A car came out of the ramp with a woman driver. Coop looked back at the door and saw him. Blondie had just come out. His hair was wet, his face soft, sated. His necktie, a conservative swath of silk, was looped untied around his shirt collar. He carried a raincoat. Coop charged him, started way back at the entrance to the parking ramp, and hurtled down the sidewalk. He wasn't thinking, wasn't hearing, wasn't anything, wasn't aware of anyone other than Blondie. Wasn't aware of the noise that came out of his mouth. Not quite a scream, more of a screech, the sound of bad brakes. Wasn't aware of other people turning. Blondie saw him coming. The soft look fell off his face to be replaced by a puzzled frown, then alarm as Coop closed. Coop screamed, "Motherfucker!" and went in, the blade flicking out of his fist, his long arm arcing in a powerful upward rip. But quicker than Coop could believe, Blondie stepped right, swung his arm and raincoat, caught Coop in the wrist, and Coop's hand went past Blondie's left side. They collided, and they both staggered. The guy was heavier than he looked, and in better shape. Coop's mind began working again, touched by a sudden spark of fear. Here he was, on the street, circling a guy he didn't know. Coop screamed again and went in. He could hear the guy screaming, "Wait! Wait!" but it sounded distant, as though it came from the opposite shore of a lake. The knife seemed to work on its own, and this time he caught the blonde, caught his hand, and blood spattered across Coop's face. He went in again, and then staggered. He had been hit. He was astonished. The man had hit him. He went in again, and Blondie kept backing, swinging. Coop was ready this time, blocked him, and got him, really got him, felt the knife point go in, felt it coming up. Then he was hit again, this time on the back of the head. He spun, and another man was there, and a third one coming, swinging a briefcase like a club. Coop felt Blondie go down behind him with a long, ripping groan. almost tripped over his body, avoiding the briefcase, swung the blade at the new attacker, missed, slashed at the second one, the one who'd hit him in the head, missed again. His attackers both had dark hair. One had glasses, both had bared teeth, and that was all he saw. Hair, glasses, teeth, and the briefcase. Blondie was down, and Coop stumbled and looked down at him, saw the scarlet blood on his shirt, and a fourth man yelled at him, and Coop ran. He could hear them screaming, "Stop him! Stop him!" He ran sideways across the street, between parked cars. A woman on the sidewalk jumped out of the way. Her face was white, frightened. She had a red necktie and matching hat and large, horsey teeth, and then he was past her. One of the men chased him for 200 feet, alone. Coop suddenly stopped and started back at him, and the man turned and started to run away. Coop ran back toward the park, into it, down the grassy tree-shaded walks. Ran, blood gushing from his nose, the knife folding in his hand as if by magic, disappearing into his pocket. He wiped his face, pulled off the hat and glasses, slowed to a walk, and was gone. Chapter 21. The curb outside City Hall was lined with TV vans. Something had happened. Lucas dumped the Porsche in a ramp and hurried back. A Star Tribune reporter, a young guy with a buzz cut, carrying a notebook, was coming up from the opposite direction. He nodded at Lucas and held the door. "Anything happening?" he asked. "Nothing serious," Lucas said. "What's going on?" "You haven't heard?" Buzzcut did a mock double take. "I'm just coming in," Lucas said. "You remember that couple that was jumped up by the lakes? The woman was killed? "Yeah." "Somebody else got hit right across the street, 4 hours ago, 30 feet away from the first scene," Buzzcut said. "I ain't bullshitting you, Lucas. I've been out there. 30 feet. This guy came out of nowhere like a maniac, broad daylight. Big fucking switchblade. He sounded like somebody from a horror movie, had a hat over his face. He was screaming. But it wasn't any gang. It was white on white. The guy who got stabbed is a lawyer." "Dead?" Lucas asked. He relaxed a notch. Not his case. "Not yet. He's cut to shit, got a knife in the guts. He's still in the operating room. He spent the night with his girlfriend, and the next morning he walks out the door and this asshole jumps him." "Has she got a husband or ex-husband?" "I don't know," the reporter said. "If I were you, I'd ask," Lucas said. The reporter held up his notebook, which was turned over to a page with a list of indecipherable scrawls. "First question on the list," he said. Then he said, "Whoa." Jan Reed was lounging in the hall, apparently waiting for the press conference to start. She saw Lucas and lifted her chin and smiled and started toward them, and the reporter, without moving his lips, said, "You dog." "Not me," Lucas muttered. "Lucas," she said, walking up. "Big eyes. Pools." She touched him on the back of his hand and said, "Are you in on this?" Lucas despised himself for it, but he could feel the pleasure of her company unwinding in his chest. "Hi. No, but it sounds like a good one." He bounced on his toes like a basketball player about to be sent into a game. She looked back toward the briefing room. "Pretty spectacular right now. It could wind up as a domestic." "It's right across the street from that other one." She nodded. "That's the angle. That's what makes it good. Besides which, the people are white." "Is that a requirement now?" Buzzcut asked. "Of course not," she said, laughing. Then her voice dropped to the confidential level, including him in the conspiracy. "But you know how it goes." The reporter's scalp flushed pink, and he said, "I better get inside." "What's wrong with him?" she asked, watching him go. Lucas shrugged, and she said, "So, do you have time for a cup of coffee after the press conference?" Lucas said, peering down at her. She definitely wound his clock. "Why don't you stop by my office?" he said. "Okay." But your tie, your collar's messed up. Here. She fixed his collar and tie, and though he was fairly certain that there'd been nothing wrong with them, he liked it, and carried her touch down the hall. Connell was the perfect contrast to Jan Reed, a big, solid blonde who carried a gun the size of a toaster and considered lipstick a manifestation of original sin. She was waiting for him, dark circles under her eyes. "How are you feeling?" "Better. Still a little morning sickness," she said dismissively, brushing the illness away. "Did you read the histories?" "Yeah, not much." She looked angry. Not at Lucas or Grieve, but maybe at herself or the world. "We're not going to get him this time, are we? He's going to have to kill somebody else before we get him." "Unless we get a big fucking break," Lucas said. "And I don't see a break coming." Jan Reed came by Lucas's office after the press conference, and they ambled through the skyways to a restaurant in the Pillsbury building. Since she was new to Minnesota, they chatted about the weather, about the lakes, about the Guthrie Theater, and about the other places she had worked: Detroit, Miami, Cleveland. They found a table not too close to anyone else, Reed with her back to the door. "I get pestered sometimes," and ordered coffee and croissants. "How was the press conference?" Lucas asked, peeling open one of the croissants. Reed opened her notebook and looked at it. "Maybe not domestic," she said. "The guy's name is Evan Hart. His girlfriend's been divorced for 7 years. Her ex lives out on the West Coast, and he was there this morning. Besides, she says he's a nice guy, that they broke up because he was too mellow. No alimony or anything. No kid, stake. And she hasn't gone out with anybody else seriously for a couple of years." "How about this Hart?" Lucas asked. "Has he got an ex? Is he bisexual? What does he do?" "He's a widower," Reed said. She put the yellow pencil in her mouth and turned pages. A little clump of her hair fell over her eyes, and she brushed it back. Weather did that. "His wife was killed in a traffic accident. He's a lawyer for a stock brokerage company. He has something to do with municipal bonds. He doesn't sell anything, so it's not that. He didn't ruin anybody." "Doesn't sound like a fruitcake, though," Lucas said. "It sounds like the guy was mad about something." "That's what it sounds like," she said. "But Jensen's really freaked out. That other attack happened right down below her apartment window." "That's what I heard. Jensen's his girlfriend? She was actually there at the press conference?" "Yeah, she was. Sarah Jensen. Sharp. Good-looking. Runs her own mutual fund. Probably makes $200,000 a year," Reed said. "Dresses like it. She has just gorgeous clothes. She must go to New York. She was really angry. She wants the guy caught. Actually, it sounded like she wants the guy killed, like she was there to ask the cops to find him and kill him." "Very strange," Lucas said. "The guys in homicide are having a hard time right now." The conversation rambled along through new subjects, Lucas enjoying it, laughing. Reed was nice-looking, amusing, and had spent a little time on the streets. They had that in common. Then she said something about gangs. Gangs was a code word for blacks, and as she talked, the code word pecked away at the back of Lucas's mind. Reed, he thought after a bit, might have a fine ass and great eyes, but she was also a bit of a racist. Racism was becoming fashionable in the smart set, if done in a suitably subtle way. Was it immoral to jump a racist? How about if she didn't have a good time, but you did? He was smiling and nodding, and Reed was rambling on about something sexual but safe, the rumored affair between an anchorwoman and a cameraman, carried out in what she said was a TV van with bad springs. So there they were on Summit Avenue, outside the governor's mansion, and everybody's going in for the ball, and this giant van with TV3 on the side is practically jumping up and down, and her husband is out on the sidewalk pacing back and forth looking for her. Reed was playing with her butter knife as she talked, and she twirled it in her fingers, a cheerleader's baton twirl. Like Junkie Doog, Lucas thought. What had Junkie said when Grieve had asked him why a man might start cutting on women? "'Cause a woman turns you on, that's why. Maybe you see a woman and she turns you on, gets you by the pecker." The Society of Jesus. S.J. Or... Lucas said, suddenly sitting up, "What was the guy's wound like?" "What?" She'd been in mid-sentence. "This guy who was attacked this morning," Lucas said impatiently. Well, he was stabbed in the stomach," Reed said, startled by the sudden roughness in his voice. 2 or 3 times. He was really messed up. I guess they're still trying to put him together in the operating room." "With a switchblade. The kid from the Strib said it was a switchblade." "A witness said that," Reed said. "Why?" "I gotta go," Lucas said, looking at his watch. He threw a handful of dollars on the table. "I'm sorry, but I really gotta run. I'm sorry." Now she looked distinctly startled, but he did run once he was out of sight. His office was locked, nobody around. He went down the hall to Homicide and found Anderson eating an egg salad sandwich at his desk. "Have you seen Connell?" Yeah, she just went into the women's can." He had a fleck of egg white on his lip. Lucas went down to the women's can and pushed the door open. "Connell?" he shouted. "Megan?" After a moment, a reluctant, hollow, tiled-walled, "Yeah?" "Come out here." Christ! She took 2 minutes, Lucas walking up and down the hall, cooling off. Very unlikely, he thought, but the wound sounded right. Connell came out, tucking her shirt into her skirt. "What?" "The guy that was attacked this morning," Lucas said. "He was ripped in the stomach by a guy with a switchblade-like knife." "Lucas, it was a guy. It was daylight. He doesn't fit anything." She was puzzled. He'd spent the night with his girlfriend, Sarah Jensen. Still, she looked puzzled. Lucas said, "S.J."
This ends Disc 7. Night Prey. Disc 8.
Chapter 22. They found Sarah Jensen at Hennepin General, distraught, pacing the surgical waiting room. A uniformed cop sat in a plastic chair reading Road and Track. They took Jensen to an examination room, shut the door, and sat her down. "It's about goddamn time somebody started taking this seriously," Jensen said. "You had to wait until Evan got stabbed." Her voice was contained, but with a threat of fear that suggested she was at the edge of her self-control. "It's the goddamn burglar. If you'd find him—" "What burglar?" Lucas asked. The place smelled like medical alcohol and skin and adhesive tape. "What burglar?" Her voice rose in anger until she was nearly shouting. "What burglar? What burglar? The burglar at my place!" "We don't know anything about that," Connell said quickly. "We work homicide. We're looking for a man who's been killing women for years. The last 2 he's marked with initials S.J., your initials. We're not sure it's you, but it might be. The attack on Mr. Hart resembles the technique he's used to kill the women. The weapon appears to be similar. He fits the descriptions we've had." "Oh, God," Jensen said, her hand going to her mouth. "I saw it on TV3, the man with the beard. The man who attacked Evan had a beard." Lucas nodded. "That's him. Do you know anybody who looks like that? Somebody you've dated, somebody you have a relationship with, maybe with some frustration, or maybe somebody who just watches you, somebody you can feel in your office?" "No." She thought about it again. "No, I know a couple of guys with beards, but I haven't dated them, and they seem to be ordinary enough. Besides, it's not them. It's the goddamn burglar. I think he's been coming back to my apartment." "Tell us about the burglar," Lucas said. She told them. The initial burglary, the loss of her jewelry and belt, the smell of saliva on her forehead. And she told them about the sense she had that somebody had been in and out of her apartment since the burglary, and the feeling that it was the same man. "But I'm not sure," she said. "I thought I was going crazy. My friends thought it was stress from the burglary, that I was imagining it. But I don't think so. The place just didn't feel right, like there was something in the air. I think he sleeps in my bed." Then she laughed, a short, barely amused bark. "I sound like the Three Bears. Somebody's been eating my porridge. Somebody's been sleeping in my bed." "So you say that when he came in the first time, he must have touched you, kissed you on the forehead?" "More like a lick," she said, shuddering. "I can remember it like a dream." "What about the actual entry?" Lucas asked. "Did he break the door?" "There hadn't been a sound," she said, "and the door had been untouched, so he must have had a key. But she was the only one with a key, and the building manager, of course." "What's he like, the manager?" "Older man." They went through the list: who had the key, who could get it, who could copy it. More people than she'd realized. Building employees, a cleaning woman. How about valet parking places? A few valets. "But I changed the locks again after the burglary. He'd have to get my key twice." "Gotta be somebody in the building," Connell said to Lucas. She'd grabbed his wrist to get his attention. She was sick, but she was a strong woman, and her grip had the strength of desperation. "If somebody's actually coming back," Lucas said. "But whoever it was is a pro. He knew what he wanted and where it was. He didn't rip the place apart. A cat burglar." "A cat burglar?" Jensen said doubtfully. "I'll tell you something. Movies romanticize cat burglars, but real cat burglars are cracked," Lucas said. "They get off on creeping apartments while the residents are home. Most burglars, the last thing they want is to run into a homeowner. Cat burglars get off on the thrill. Every one of them does dope, cocaine, speed, PCP. Quite a few of them have rape records. A lot of them eventually kill somebody. I'm not trying to scare you, but that's the truth." "Oh, God." "The way the attack happened would suggest that the guy knows about you and Mr. Hart," Connell said. "Do you talk to anybody in your building about him?" "No, I really don't have any close friends in the building, other than just to say hello to," Jensen said. Then, "Last night was the first time Evan stayed over. It was actually the first time we'd slept together, ever. It's like whoever it is knew about us." "Did you tell anybody at work that he was coming over?" "I have a couple of friends who knew we were getting close." "We'll need their names," Lucas said. And to Connell, "Somebody at the office might have occasional access to her purse. They could get the keys that way. We should check all the apartments that adjoin hers, too, people in her hallway." To Jensen, "Do you feel any attention from anybody in your apartment? Just a little creepy feeling? Somebody who seems sort of anxious to meet you or talk to you, or just looks you over?" No, I don't. The manager is a heck of a nice guy. Really straight. I don't mean, repressed or weird or a Boy Scout leader or anything. He's like my dad." "God, it gives me the shakes thinking about somebody watching me," she said. "How about an outsider?" Lucas asked. "Is there a building across the street where you could be watched from, a peeping Tom?" She shook her head. "No. There's a building across the street. That's the building where that woman was killed last week. But I'm on the top floor, which is higher even than their roof," Jensen said. "I look right across their roof into the park, and the other side of the park is residential. There's nothing as high as me on the other side of the park. Besides, that's a mile away." "Okay." Lucas studied her for a moment. She was very different than the other victims. Watching her, Lucas felt a small chord of doubt. She was fashionable, she was smart, she was tough. There was no hint of deference, no air of wistfulness, No feeling of time and years slipping away. "I've got to get out of the apartment," Jensen said. "Could a policeman come with me while I get some things?" "You can have a cop with you until we get the guy," Lucas said. He reached forward to touch her arm. "But I hope you won't leave. We could move you to another apartment inside the building and give you escorts, armed policewomen in plain clothes. We'd like to trap the guy, not scare him off." Connell joined in. "We don't really have any leads, Ms. Jensen. We're almost reduced to waiting until he kills somebody else and hoping we find something then. This is the first break we've had." Jensen stood up and turned away, shivered, looked down at Lucas and said, "How much chance is there that he'd get to me?" Lucas said, "I won't lie to you. There's always a chance. But it's small. And if we don't get him, he might outweigh our ability to escort you and then come after you. We had a case a few years ago where a guy in his middle 20s went after a woman who'd been his 9th grade teacher. He'd brooded about her all that time." "Oh, Jesus." Then suddenly, "All right, let's do it. Let's get him." The uniformed cop who'd been in the waiting room rapped on the door, stuck his head inside, and said to Jensen, "Dr. Ramahat is looking for you." Jensen took Lucas's forearm, her fingers digging in as they went back down the hall to the waiting area. They found the surgeon greedily sucking on a cigarette and eating a Twinkie. "There's an awful lot of damage," he said in light Indian accents. "There aren't any guarantees, but we've got him more or less stable and we've stopped the bleeding. Unless we get something unexpected, his chances are good. There'll be an infection problem, but he's in good physical shape and we should be able to handle it." Jensen collapsed in a chair, face in her hands, began to blubber. Ramahat patted her on the shoulder with one hand, ate the second Twinkie with his cigarette hand, and winked at Lucas. Connell pulled Lucas aside and said quietly, "If we can keep her in line, we got him." They spent the rest of the morning setting it up. Sloane came in to work with Lucas, Connell, and Grieve in checking people with access to Jensen's keys. 5 women from intelligence, narcotics, and homicide would rotate as close escorts. After some discussion, Jensen decided that she could stay in the apartment as long as an escort was always with her. That way she wouldn't have to move anything out, and open the possibility that if the killer was in the building, she'd be seen doing it. Hart came out of surgery at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, hanging on. Chapter 23. Coop was still in a rage as he fled the lakes. He couldn't think of the guy in bed with Jensen without hyperventilating, without choking the truck's steering wheel, gripping it, screaming at the windshield. In calmer moments, he could still close his eyes and see her as she was that first night, lying on the sheets, her body pressing up through the nightgown. Then he'd see her on Hart again, and he'd begin screaming, strangling the steering wheel. Crazy, but not entirely gone. He was sane enough to know that the cops might be coming for him. Somebody might have seen him getting in the truck, might have his license number. Coop had done his research in his years at Stillwater. He knew how men were caught and convicted. Most of them talked to the cops when they shouldn't. Many of them kept scraps and pieces of past crimes around them, television sets, stereos, watches, guns, things with serial numbers. Some of them kept clothing with blood on it. Some of them left blood behind, or semen. Coop had thought about it. If he was taken, he swore to himself that he would say nothing at all, nothing. And he would get rid of everything he wore or used in any crime. He wouldn't give the cops a scrap to hang on to. He would try to build an alibi, anything that a defense attorney could use. He was still in psychological flight from the attack on Hart when he dumped the coat and hat. The coat was smeared with Hart's blood, a great liverish black stain. He wrapped it, with the hat, in a garbage bag and dumped it with a pile of garbage bags on a residential street in Edina. The garbage truck was 3 blocks away. The bag would be at the landfill before noon. He threw the plain-pane glasses out the car window into the high grass of a roadside ditch. Turned on the radio, found an all-news station. Bullshit. Bullshit and more bullshit. Nothing about him. In his T-shirt, he stopped at a convenience store, bought a 6-pack of spring water, a bar of soap, a laundry bucket, and a pack of Bic razors. He continued south to Bramer Park, climbed into the back of the truck and shaved in the bucket. His face felt raw afterward. When he looked in the truck mirror, he barely recognized himself. He'd picked up a few wrinkles since he had last been barefaced, and his upper lip seemed to have disappeared into a thin, stern line. He couldn't bring himself to throw away the knife or the apartment keys. He washed the knife as well as he could, using the last of the spring water, sprayed both the knife and the keys with WD-40, wrapped them in another garbage bag, knotted the mouth of the bag, walked up a hill near the park entrance, and buried the bag near a prominent oak. He felt almost lonely when he walked away from it. He'd recover it in a week or so, if he was still free. Cleansed of the immediate evidence of the crime, Coop headed east out of St. Paul. As he passed White Bear Avenue, "Police are on the scene of a brutal murder attempt in South Minneapolis that took place about an hour and 15 minutes ago. The site is less than a block from the building where a woman was murdered and a man was badly beaten last week. The man is still in a coma from that attack and may not recover. In this latest attack, witnesses say a tall, bearded man wearing steel-rimmed glasses and a brown snap-brimmed hat attacked attorney Evan Hart as he left a friend's apartment this morning. Hart is currently in surgery at Hennepin General, where his condition is listed as critical. The attacker fled and may be driving a mint-green late-model Taurus sedan. Witnesses say that the attacker repeatedly slashed Hart with a knife." Green Taurus sedan? What was that? Tall? He was 5'8". Was either white or a light-skinned black man. What? They thought he was black. Coop stared at the radio in amazement. Maybe he didn't have to run at all. Still, he drove for an hour and a half, losing the Twin Cities radio stations 60 miles out. He stopped at a big sporting goods outlet off I-94, bought a shirt, a sleeping bag, a cheap spinning rod with a reel, a tackle box, and some lures. He stripped them of bags and receipts, threw the paper in a trash can, and turned north, plotting the roads in his head. At Cornell, he bought some bread, lunch meat, and a 6-pack of Miller's, and carefully kept the receipt with its hour and date stamp, crumbled in the grocery sack, thrust under the seat. Before he left the store parking lot, he looked carefully around the lot for any discarded receipts, but didn't see any. North of Cornell, he turned into the Brunette Island State Park and parked at a vacant campsite away from the boat launching ramp. 2 boat trailers were parked at the ramp, hooked onto pickups. When he had the ramp to himself, he dug around in a trash can for a moment. There were 2 grocery bags crumpled inside. He opened the first, found it empty, but in the second he found another grocery receipt. There was no time on it, but the date and the store name were, and the date was from the day before. He carried it back to the truck and threw it in the back. He could see only 1 boat on the water, so far away that he could barely make out the occupants. Coop wasn't much of a fisherman, but he got the rod and reel, tied on a spinner bait, and walked back toward the ramp. Nobody around. Ducking through the brush, he moved up to one of the trailers, unscrewed a tire cap, and pushed the valve stem with his fingernails. When the tire was flat, he carefully backed away and tossed the cap into weeds. After that, he waited, wandered down the shoreline, casting, thinking about Jensen's treachery. How could a woman do that? It wasn't right. Deep in thought, he was annoyed 5 minutes later when he got a hit. He ripped a small northern off the hook and tossed the fish back up in the weeds. Fuck it. An hour after he had let the air out of the trailer tire, an aluminum fishing boat cut in toward the ramp. 2 men in farm coveralls climbed out of the boat and walked back to the trailer with the flat. The older of the 2 backed the trailer into the water, while the other stood on the side opposite the flat and helped the boat up to the ramp. After the boat was loaded and pulled out, the man on the ramp yelled something, and after some talk back and forth, the man in the car got out to look at the trailer tire. Coop drifted toward them, casting. "Got a problem?" he called. "Flat tire." "Huh." Coop reeled in his last cast and walked over toward them. The driver was talking to his friend about taking the boat off, pulling the wheel, and driving it into town to get it fixed. "I got a pump in my truck," Coop said. "Maybe it'd hold long enough to get you into town." "Well," the farmers looked at each other, and the driver said, "Where's your truck?" "Right over there, you can see it." "We could give her a try," the driver said. Coop retrieved the pump. "Hell of a nice boat," he said as they pumped up the tire. "Always wanted a Lund. Had it long?" 2 years, the driver said. "Saved for that sucker for 10 years. Got it set up perfect." When the tire was up, they watched it for a moment. Then the driver said, "Seems to hold." "Could be a real slow leak," Coop said. "Check it this morning before you went out?" "Can't say as I did," the driver said, scratching his head. "Listen, thank you much, and I think I'll get our butts into town before it goes flat again." So he had receipts, and he had been seen fishing on the ramp, and he took the boat registration number. He'd have to think about that. Maybe he shouldn't be able to remember all of it, just that it was a red Lund, and the last 2 registration letters were LS. Or maybe that the first number on it was 7. He'd have to think about it. On his way through town, he stopped at the store that issued the register receipt he'd found in the trash can, bought a Slim Jim and a can of beer, and stuffed the receipt and the sack under the seat. Maybe they'd remember his face in the store, maybe not. But he'd been there, he could describe the place, and he could even describe the young woman who'd waited on him. Too heavy. Wore dark green fashion overalls. A little before 5, he started back to the cities. He wanted to be within radio range to pick up the news, to see if they were looking for him. They weren't, as far as he could tell. One of the evening talk shows was devoted to the attack, and the attack the week before, but it was all a bunch of crazies calling in. Huh. They were looking for the wrong guy. He went back to the park, got the knife and keys. Felt better for it. At 1 o'clock in the morning, Coop wasn't quite drunk, but he was close. Driving around, up and down the cities. Jensen was more and more on his mind. At 1, he drove past her apartment. A light shone behind her window. A man was walking down the street, walking a small, silvery dog. At 1:15, Coop cruised it again. Still the light. She was up late. Couldn't sleep after the fight. Coop thought about it as a fight. Blondie'd asked for it, fucking Coop's woman. What was a guy supposed to do? Coop's mind was like a brick, not working right. He knew it wasn't working right. He couldn't pull it away from Jensen. He had other things to think about. He'd been cruising his next target. He was ready to make an entry. He couldn't think about it. At 1:30, the light was still on in Jensen's apartment, and Coop decided to go up to his spy roost. He knew he shouldn't risk it, but he would. He could feel himself being pulled in like a nail to a magnet. At 1:35, he went into the apartment building across the street from Jensen's, climbed the stairs. Physically, he was fine, moving as smoothly and quietly as ever. It was his mind that was troubling. He checked the hall. Empty. Had to be quiet. Everybody would be spooked. He went to the roof entry, climbed the last flight, pushed through the door, and quickly closed it behind himself. He stood there for a moment, the doorknob still in his hand, listening. Nothing. He stepped to the edge of the door hutch and looked up at Jensen's window. The light was on, but at the angle, he couldn't see anything. He crossed to the air conditioner housing, grabbed the edge and pulled himself up. He crawled to the vent and looked around the corner. Nobody in sight. He leaned back behind the vent, put his back to it, looked up at the stars. He thought about what he'd become, caught by this passion. He'd have to stop. He knew he would have to stop, or he was doomed. He could think of only one way to stop it, and that way touched him. But he'd like to have her first, if he could, before he killed her. Coop looked around the corner past the vent and, shocked, almost snatched his head back. Almost, but not quite. He had the reflexes and training of a cat burglar and had taught himself not to move too quickly. Across the street in Jensen's window a man was looking out. He was 6 feet back from the glass, as though he were taking care not to be seen from the street. He wore dark slacks and a white dress shirt, without a jacket. He wore a shoulder holster. A cop. They knew. They were waiting for him. Chapter 24. Weather curled up on the couch. The television was tuned to CNN, and Lucas watched it without seeing it, brooding. "Nothing at all?" she asked. "Not a thing," he said. He didn't look at her, just pulled at his lip and stared at the tube. He was tired, his face gray. 3 days. The media's killing us. "I wouldn't worry so much about the media if I were you." Now he turned his head. "That's because you don't have to worry. You guys bury your mistakes," Lucas said. He grinned when he said it, but it wasn't a pleasant smile. "I'm serious. I don't understand." "The media's like a fever," Lucas explained. "Heat starts to build up. The people out in the neighborhoods get scared, and they start calling their city councilmen. The councilmen panic. That's what politicians do, basically, is panic. And they start calling the mayor. The mayor calls the chief. The chief is a politician who is appointed by the mayor, so she panics, and the shit flows downhill." "I don't understand all the panic. You're doing everything you can." "You have to look at Davenport's first rule of how the world really works," Lucas said. "I don't think I've heard that one," Weather said. "It's simple," he said. "A politician will never, ever get a better job when he's out of office." "That's it?" "That's it. That explains everything. They're desperate to hang on to their jobs. That's why they panic. They lose the election. It's back to the car wash." After a moment of silence, Weather asked, "How's Connell?" "Not good," Lucas said. Connell's facial skin was stretched, taut. Dark smudges hung under her eyes. Her hair was perpetually disarranged, as though she'd been sticking her fingers into an electric outlet. "Something's wrong," she said. "Maybe the guy knows we're here. Maybe Jensen was imagining it." "Maybe," Lucas said. They waited in Jensen's living room, stacks of newspapers and magazines by their feet. A Walkman sat on a coffee table. A television was set up in the second bedroom, but they couldn't listen to the stereo for fear that it would be heard in the hallway. "It sure felt good, though." "I know, but you know what maybe it could be?" Connell had a foot-high stack of paper next to her hand, profiles and interviews with apartment employees, residents of Jensen's floor, and everyone else in the building with a criminal record. She had been pawing through it compulsively. "It could be like A relative of somebody who works here. And whoever works here goes home and lets it slip that we're in here. Lucas said, "The keys are a big question. There are any number of ways that a cat burglar could get one key, but 2 keys, that's a problem." "Gotta be an employee." "Could be a valet service at a restaurant," he said. "I've known valets who worked with cat burglars. You see the car come in, you get the plate number, and from that you can get an address and you've got the key." "She said she hadn't used a valet since she got the new key," Connell said. "Maybe she forgot. Maybe it's something so routine that she doesn't remember it." "I bet it's somebody at her office, somebody with access to her purse. You know, like one of the messenger kids, somebody who can go in and out of her office without being noticed, grab the key, copy it." "But that's another problem," Lucas said. "You've got to have some knowledge to copy it, and a source of blanks." "So it's a guy working with a cat burglar. The burglar supplies the knowledge, the kid supplies the access." "That's one way that it works," Lucas admitted. "But nobody in her office seems like a good bet." "A boyfriend of somebody in the office. A secretary picks up the key, lays it off." Lucas stood up, yawned, wandered around the apartment, stopped to look at a framed black-and-white photograph. It wasn't much, a flower in a roundish pot, a stairway in the background. Lucas didn't know much about art, but this felt like it. A tiny penciled signature said Andre something, something with a K. He yawned again and rubbed the back of his neck and looked at Connell going through the paper. "How'd you feel this morning?" She looked up. "Hollow. Empty." "I don't understand how it works, the whole chemotherapy thing," Lucas said. She put down the paper. "Basically, the kind of chemo I get is poisonous. It knocks down the cancer, but it also knocks down my body," she said. Her voice was neutral, informed, like a medical commentator on public television. "They can only use it so long before the chemotherapy starts doing too much damage. Then they take me off it, and my body starts recovering from the chemo, but so does the cancer. The cancer gains a little every time. I've been on it for 2 years. I'm down to 7 weeks between treatments. I've been 5. I'm feeling it again." "Lots of pain?" She shook her head. "Not yet. I can't really describe it. It's a hollow feeling and a weakness, and then a sickness like the worst flu in the world. I understand toward the end it'll get painful, when it gets into my bone marrow. I expect to opt for other measures before then." "Jesus," he said. Then, "What are the chances that the chemo will knock it down completely?" "It happens," she said with a brief, ghostly smile. "But not for me." "I don't think I could handle it," Lucas said. The balcony door was closed, and Lucas moved over toward it, staying 6 feet back from the glass, and looked out at the park. Nice day. The rain had quit, and the light blue sky was dappled with fair-weather clouds, cloud shadows skipping across the lake. A woman dying. "But the other problem," Connell said almost to herself, "besides the key, I mean, is why he hasn't come up here. 4 days. Nothing." Lucas was still thinking about cancer, had to wrench himself back. "You're talking to yourself," Lucas said. "That's because I'm going crazy." "You want a pizza?" Lucas asked. "I don't eat pizza. It clogs up your arteries and makes you fat." "What kind don't you eat?" "Pepperoni and mushroom," Connell said. "I'll get one delivered to the manager. I can run down and get it when it comes in," he said, yawning again. "This is driving me nuts." "Why doesn't he come?" Connell asked rhetorically. "Because he knows we're here." "Maybe we just haven't waited long enough," Lucas said. Connell continued. how does he know we're here? 1, he sees us. 2, he hears about us. Okay, if he sees us, how does he know we're cops? He doesn't, unless he's a cop, and he recognizes people coming and going. If he hears about us, how does he hear about us? We've been over that. Pepperoni and mushroom? No fucking anchovies. No way. Lucas picked up the phone, frowned, hung it up, and walked back to the glass door. Did somebody check the roof on the other side of the street? Connell looked up. Yeah, but Jensen was right. It's below the level of her window. She doesn't even bother to pull the drapes. It's not below the level of the air conditioner housing, Lucas said. Come here, look at this. Connell stood up and looked. There's no way to get up on it. He's a cat burglar, Lucas said. And if he got up on it, he'd be looking right into the apartment. Who went over the roof? Scurag. But he just strolled around the roof. I saw him do it. Said there wasn't anything up there. We ought to take a look, Lucas said. Connell looked at her watch. Grieve and O'Brien will be here in an hour. We could go over then. O'Brien carried a brown paper sack with a magazine inside and tried to hide it from Connell. Grieve said, I've been thinking. How about if we picked up all 3 of them, the brothers and Cherry, separate them, tell them we've got a break, and tell them the first one who talks gets immunity? Lucas grinned but shook his head. You're thinking right, but you've got to have something. If you don't, they'll either tell you to go fuck yourself, or, which is worse, the guy who actually did the killing is the one who talks. He walks and Rue hangs you out the window by your nuts. So you gotta get something. I've gotten something, Grieve said. What? I've gotten desperate. O'Brien had a penthouse, Connell said. It's a very boring job, Lucas said mildly. Think about this, Connell said. What if women brought porno magazines to work, pictures of men with huge penises, and the women sat there and looked at the pictures, then looked at you, then looked at the picture? Wouldn't you find that just a little demeaning? Not me, personally, Lucas said, face straight. I just see it as another career opportunity. God damn you, Davenport, you always weasel away. Not always, Lucas said, but I do have a well-developed sense of when to weasel. Then, as they crossed the street, this is where the woman was killed and the guy fucked up. They climbed the steps and buzzed the manager. A moment later, a door opened in the lobby and a middle-aged woman looked out. Her hair was not quite blue. Lucas held up his badge, and she let him in. I'll get somebody to let you up on the roof, the woman said when Lucas explained what they wanted. That was awful. That poor guy stabbed. Were you here when those 2 people were attacked outside? No, nobody was here, except tenants, I mean, she said. I understand the guy was between the inner and outer doors when he was attacked. The woman nodded. 1 more second, and he would have been inside. His key was in the lock. Son of a bitch, Lucas said. To Connell, if somebody wanted to get a key and cover what they were doing, the whole attack didn't make sense. So they said gang kids did it. Trouble is, the gang unit hasn't heard a thing from the gangs. And they should have heard. The janitor's name was Clark, and he opened the door to the roof and blocked it with an empty liquid plumber bottle. Lucas walked across the gravel and tar paper roof. Grieve and O'Brien were standing in Jensen's apartment, visible from the shoulders up. Can't see much from here, Lucas said. He turned to the air conditioner housing. It looks high enough, Connell said. They walked around it. It was a gray cube with 3 featureless metal faces. A locked steel service hatch and a warranty sticker with a service number were the only items on the fourth side. There was no access to the top of the cube. "I can get a stepladder," Clark offered. "Why don't you just give me a boost?" Lucas said. He slipped out of his shoes and jacket, and Clark webbed his fingers together. Lucas put his foot in the other man's hands and stepped up. When his shoulders were over the edge of the housing, he pushed himself up with his hands. The first thing he saw were the cigarette butts, 40 or 50 of them, water-stained, filterless. Oh, Christ. One butt was fresh, and he duck-walked over to it, peered at it. "What?" Connell called. "About 1,000,000 cigarette butts." "Are you serious? What kind?" Lucas duck-walked back to the edge, peered down, and said, "Unfiltered Camels, each and every one." Connell looked across the street. "Can you see in the apartment?" "I can see O'Brien's shoes," Lucas said. "The son of a bitch knew," Connell cried. "He was up here. He looked in. He saw us. We were this fucking close." The crime scene tech lifted the single fresh camel with a pair of tweezers, put it in a bag, and passed it down. "We can try," he said to Lucas, "but I wouldn't count on much. Sometimes you get a little skin stuck to the butts, sometimes enough to do a DNA or at least get a blood type, but these have been out here a while," he shrugged. "We'll try, but I wouldn't hold my breath." "What are the chances of DNA?" Connell demanded. He shrugged. "Like I said, we'll try." Connell looked at Lucas. "We've had cold matches on DNA." "Yeah, 2, Lucas said. "We gotta make a run at it," she said. "Sure." He looked across the street. Sloane waved. "We'll put a night vision scope over there, in case he comes back. God damn it, I hope we haven't scared him completely." "If we haven't, he's nuts," Connell said. "We know he's nuts," Lucas answered. "But I'm afraid that if he's seen us, we're frustrating the hell out of him. I hope he doesn't go for another. I hope he comes in first." Chapter 25. John Posey's house was a 3-level affair, like a white brick and cedar layer cake overlooking a backyard duck pond rimmed by weeping willows. From a street that ran at a 90-degree angle to Posey Street, Coop could see the back of the house. 2 separate balconies overlooked the pond, one above the other, slightly offset. A security system warning sign was stuck in the front yard, by the door. Coop knew the system. Typically magneto-offset doors, usually with motion detectors sweeping the first floor. If the detectors were tripped, they'd automatically dial out to an alarm service after a delay of 1 minute to 2 minutes. The alarm service would make a phone check, and if not satisfied, would call the cops. If the phone wires were cut, an alarm would go off at the monitoring service. If other phones in the neighborhood weren't out, the cops would be on their way. Which didn't make the place impossible. Not at all. For one thing, Posey had a dog, an old Irish setter. The setter was often in the front window, even when Posey wasn't home. If there was a motion detector, it was either turned off, or it only guarded the parts of the house that the dog couldn't get to. He'd wait until Posey left, and then go straight in, Coop decided. No hiding, nothing subtle. Smash and grab. Coop was in no condition for subtlety. He thought about Sarah Jensen all the time, reran his mental tapes. He would see her in another woman, with a gesture or a certain step, a turn of the head. Jensen was a sliver under the skin. He could try to ignore her, but she wouldn't go away. Sooner or later he'd have to deal with her, bodyguards or no bodyguards. But Coop knew something about the ways of cops. They'd watch her for a while, and then, when nothing happened, they'd be off chasing something else. The only question was, could he wait? At 8:30, Coop stopped at a downtown parking garage. He followed a Nissan Maxima up the ramp, parked a few slots away from it, got slowly out of the truck. The Maxima's owners took the elevator. Coop took the plates off the Maxima. He carried them back to the truck, stepped out of sight for a moment when another car came up the ramp, then clipped the stolen plates on top of his own with steel snap fasteners. A matter of 2 minutes. Posey had an active social life and went out almost every night, mostly to sports bars. Coop checked by calling again, calling a third time, never getting an answer, before heading back to the house. The night was warm, humid, and smelled like cut grass. The whole neighborhood hummed with the air conditioners tucked in at the sides of the houses. Windows and doors would be closed, and he could get away with a little more noise if he had to. 4 blocks from Posey's, a group of teenagers, 3 girls, 2 boys, stood on a street corner smoking. Long hair, long shirts hung out over their jeans, looking at him with narrowed eyes as he passed in the truck. A few porch lights were still on, yellow and white, and the sound of easy listening music seeped from an open-lit garage. There were cars, not many, parked on the street. The neighborhood was too affluent for that. He cruised the house. It looked right. Posey usually left 2 lights on when he was out. Coop had an 8-ball with him. He did a hit, then another, got his tools from under the passenger seat and drove back to the house. Pulled into the driveway, waited a second, watching the curtains, checking the street, picked up his tools and got out, walked up to the front door, and rang the doorbell. The dog barked. The bark was loud, audible in the street. Nobody came to the door. The dog kept barking. Coop walked back down the front of the house, checked the neighborhood one last time, then walked down the side of the garage. The side of the garage was windowless and faced the windowless garage next door. Between them, he couldn't be seen. The backyard, though, was different, potentially dangerous. He stopped at the corner of the garage and scanned the houses on the next street, facing Posey's. There were lights and a man reading a newspaper behind a picture window 2 houses down. Okay. Coop wore a jogging suit, the jacket open over a white T-shirt. In the hand-warmer pocket, he carried a pair of driving gloves. A sailing compass called a hockey puck was stuffed in one glove, a small plastic flashlight in the other. He carried an 18-inch crowbar down his pants leg, the hook over the waistline of the pants. He waited 2 minutes, 3, his heartbeat holding up, then zipped the jacket and pulled on the gloves. Nearly invisible, he edged around the corner of the house until he was standing behind a dwarf spruce, looking up at the first balcony. The bottom of the balcony was 8 feet overhead. He bent the spruce, found a branch 2 feet above the ground that would bear his weight. He stepped up, feeling the spruce sag, but hooked the lower bar of the railing with one hand, then the other. He swarmed up like a monkey, scuffing his kneecap on the concrete edge of the balcony. He waited a few seconds, ignoring the pain in his knee, listening, hearing nothing, then tested the balcony railing for rigidity. Solid. He stood on it, balancing carefully, reached around the edge of the upper balcony, grabbed the railing, and let himself swing free. When his swinging motion slowed, he pulled himself up and clambered over the railing onto the higher balcony. Again he stopped to listen. The dog had stopped barking. Good. He was now on the 3rd floor, outside a room he believed was unused. He spotted Posey's bedroom in a 2nd-floor corner. This should be a guest room if the moving man's map was correct, and it wouldn't be rigged for an alarm, unless Posey was truly paranoid. Hearing nothing, he stood up and looked at the sliding glass doors. The track wasn't blocked. That made things easier. He tried the door itself on the chance that it was unlocked. It wasn't. He took the crowbar out of his pants, pressed the point of it against the glass, and slowly, carefully put his weight against it. The glass cracked, almost silently. He started again, just above the first point, bearing down, and got another crack. The third time, the glass suddenly collapsed, leaving a hole the size of his palm. He hadn't made a sound louder than a careful cough. He reached through the hole, flipped up the lock, and pulled the latch, and slid the door back. Stopped. Listened. Inside, he turned on the flashlight. Yes. A bedroom, with a feel of disuse. He crossed the room to the bedroom door, which was closed, took out the compass, waited until the needle settled, then ran it along the edge of the door. The needle remained steady, except at the handle where it deflected. The door wasn't protected. He hadn't expected it to be, but it took only a moment to check. He opened the door, half expecting the dog to be there, but found an empty hall, dimly lit from the lights downstairs. Down the stairs, slowly, listening. Nothing. Through the hall. Then the dog's nails on the kitchen's vinyl floor, with a tentative woof. A few woofs were okay, but if the dog got out of hand... He reversed his grip on the crowbar, holding it by the flat end. The dog came around the corner of the kitchen, saw him standing there, barked. Old dog, his legs stiff, his muzzle hair going white. "Here, boy, come here," Coop said, his voice soft. "Come here, boy." He walked toward the dog, his left hand out, cupped, right hand behind him. The dog backed away, upright, barking, but let Coop get closer. "Here, boy." One more step. One more. Woof! Sensing danger, trying to back away. Coop swatted the dog like a fly. The crowbar caught it in the center of the skull, and the dog went down without a whimper, just a final woof. Dead when it hit the floor. Its legs jerked, running spasmodically on the vinyl. Coop turned away. No need to be quiet anymore. He checked the front door. There was a keypad next to it showing an alarm light. The system was armed, but he wasn't sure what that meant. At the basement door, he again checked with the compass. Again, nothing. Must only be the outer doors. He eased the door open, took a step. Okay. Walked down to the bottom of the stairs, into the basement. And the moment he stepped into the basement, heard the rapid beep-beep-beep of the alarm system's warning, a bit louder than an alarm clock. "Shit," he said. 1 minute. He started a running count at the back of his head. 60, 59. The safe was there, just as the moving man said. He worked the combination the first time and looked inside. 2 sacks, 2 jewelry boxes. He took them out. One sack was cash. The other was as heavy as a car battery. Gold, probably. No time to think. 30, 29, 28. He ran back up the stairs to the front door, the alarm making its urgent beep-beep-beep warning. He hit it with the crowbar, silencing it. The call would be made anyway, but if someone was passing in the street, he wouldn't hear the beeping. Coop walked out the front door, back to the truck, tossed the tools and the money bags on the front seat, started the truck, backed into the street. Thinking, 14, 13, 12. At 0, he'd turned the corner and was heading down the hill to West 7th Street. 15 seconds later, he was in heavy traffic. He never did see a cop. Coop checked the bags in a Burger King parking lot. The first contained $4,500 in cash, 20s, 50s, and hundreds. The second bag held 50 gold coins, Krugerrands, already one of the best scores he had ever had. The first box held a gold chain with a 10-diamond cross. The diamonds were small, but not tiny. He had no idea what they were worth. A lot, he thought, if they were real. In the second box, earrings to go with the necklace. A wave of pleasure ran through him. The best score, the best he'd ever done. Then he thought of Jensen, and the pleasure began to fade. Shit. He looked at the gold in his lap. He really didn't want this. He could get money any time. He knew what he wanted. He saw her every time he closed his eyes. Coop cruised Jensen's apartment. The apartment was lit up. He slowed and thought he might have seen a shadow on the window. Was she naked? Or was the place full of cops? He couldn't loiter. The cops might be watching. He thought about the dog, the feet scratching on the vinyl floor. He wondered why they did that. The night had pushed him into a frenzy, exhilaration over the take at Posey's, frustration over the lights at Jensen's. He drove down to Lake Street, locked up the truck, and started drinking. He hit Flowers Bar, Lippy's Lounge, the Bank Shot, and Skeeter's. Shot some pool with a biker at Skeeter's. Scored another 8-ball at Lippy's and snorted most of it sitting on the toilet in the Lippy's men's room. The coke gave him a ferocious headache after a while, tightening up his neck muscles until they felt like a suspension spring. He bought a pint of bourbon, went out to his truck and drank it, and started doing exercises. Bridges, marine push-ups. At 1 o'clock, Coop started back downtown, drunk. At 5 after 1, drunk, he saw the woman walking back toward the hotel off Lyndale. A little tentative, a little scared. Her high heels going clackety-clack on the street. "Fuck her," he said aloud. He didn't have his ether, but had muscle and his knife. He passed the woman, going in the same direction, pulled the truck to the curb, put it in neutral. He popped the passenger seat, groped beneath it until he found the bag, stripped out the knife, and threw the keys back in the box. Did a quick pinch of cocaine, then another. Groped behind the seat until he found his baseball hat, put it on. "Fuck her," he said. She was walking up to the back of the truck on the sidewalk. The night was warm for Minnesota, but she wore a light 3/4 trench coat. Coop wore a T-shirt that said Coors. Out of the truck, around the nose, a gorilla running. The woman saw him coming, screamed, "Don't!" dropped her purse. Everything cocaine sharp, cocaine powerful. Plenty of fuel, plenty of hate. "Fuck you!" Coop screamed it, and the knife blade snicked out, and she backed frantically away. He grabbed her, got the shoulder of her coat. "Get in the fucking truck!" He could see the whites of her eyes, turning up in terror, pulled at her. The coat came away, the woman thrashing, slipping out of it, trying to run. She went through a sidewalk flower garden, crushing pink petunias, lost one of her shoes, backed against the building, and began to scream. The odor of urine rode out on the night air. And she screamed. A high, piercing, loud scream, a scream that seemed to echo down the sidewalks. Coop, drunk, stoned, teeth as large as tombstones, on top of her. "Shut the fuck up!" He hit her backhanded, knocked her off her feet, the woman sobbing, trying to crawl. Coop caught her by the foot, dragged her out of the flower garden, the woman trying to hold on to petunias. Petunias. She began screaming again. No more words. Screaming. And Coop, angrier and angrier, dragged her toward the truck. Then, from above, "You stop that!" A woman's voice, shrill, as angry as Coop was. "You stop that, you asshole! I'm calling the police!" Then a man's voice, "Get away from her!" From the apartment across the street, 2 people yelling down at him, one 2 or 3 floors up, the other 5 or 6. Coop looked up, and the woman began to sob. "Fuck you!" Coop screamed back. Then a flash. The woman had taken a picture of him. Coop panicked, turned to run. The woman on the sidewalk looked at him, still screaming, pulling away. Christ! She had seen him close, from 2 inches. Another flash. Man's voice. Get away from that woman! Police are coming! Get away! And another light. Steady this time. Somebody was making movies. The rage roared out of him like fire, the knife with a mind of its own. Coop grabbed the woman by the throat, lifted her off the sidewalk, the woman kicking like a chicken. And the knife took her. She slipped away from him onto the sidewalk, almost as though she had fainted. Coop looked down. His hands were covered with blood. Blood ran down the sidewalk, black in the streetlight. Get away from that woman! Get away! No need to be told. Panic was on him, and he ran to the truck, climbed in, gunned it. Around the corner, around another. 2 minutes up the interstate ramp. Cop cars everywhere, down below lights flashing, sirens screeching. Coop took the truck off the interstate, back into the neighborhoods, and pushed south. Side streets and alleys all the way. He stayed inside for 10 minutes, then jumped on the crosstown expressway for a quick dash to the airport, took a ticket, went up the ramp, parked, crawled in the back. Motherfucker, he breathed. Safe for the moment. He laughed, drank the last mouthful from the pint bottle. He got out of the truck, hitched his pants, walked around behind, and climbed in. Safe for the time being. He rolled up his jogging jacket to use as a pillow, lay down, and went to sleep. Eloise Miller was dead in a pool of black blood before the cops got there. In St. Paul, a patrol cop looked at Ivanhoe the dog and wondered who in the fuck would do that. Chapter 26. We got pictures of him, Connell said. Lucas found her on the 6th floor in the doorway of a small apartment, walking away from a gray-haired woman. Connell was as cranked as Lucas had ever seen her, a cassette of 35mm film in her fist. Pictures of him and his truck. I heard we got movies, Lucas said. Aw, man, come on. Connell led him down the stairs. You gotta see this. On 4, 2 cops were talking to a thin man in a bathrobe. Could you run the tape? Connell asked. One of the cops glanced at Lucas and shrugged. How's it going, Chief? Okay. What have we got? Mr. Haynes here took a videotape of the attack, the older of the 2 cops said, pointing a pencil at the man in the bathrobe. I didn't think, the man said. There wasn't any time. The younger cop pushed the button on the VCR. The picture came up clear and steady, a picture of a bright light shining into a window. At the bottom of it, what appeared to be 2 sets of legs doing a dance. They all stood and watched silently as the tape rolled on. They could see nothing on the other side of the window except the legs. They saw the legs only for a few seconds. If we get that downtown, we should be able to get a height estimate on the guy, Lucas said. The bathrobe man said, mournful as a bloodhound. I'm sorry. The older cop tried to explain. See, the light reflected almost exactly back at the lens, so whatever he pointed it at is behind the light. I was so freaked out. In the hallway, Lucas said, How do we know we don't have the same thing on the film? 'Cause she went out on her terrace and shot it, Connell said. There was no window to reflect back at her. There's a 1-hour development place at Midway, open all night. Isn't there a better? She was shaking her head. No, I've been told that the automated processes are the most reliable for this Kodak stuff. One is about as good as another. Did you see enough of the woman on the street? Lucas asked. I saw too much, Connell said. She looked up at Lucas. He's flipped out. He started out as this sneaky, creepy killer, really careful. Now he's Jack the Ripper. How about you? I flipped out a long time ago, she said. I mean, Are you hanging in there?" "I'm hanging in," she said. The quick-shot operator was by himself, processing film. He could stop everything else, he said, and have prints in 15 minutes, no charge. "There's no way they can get messed up?" Lucas asked. The operator, a bony college kid in a Stone Temple Pilots t-shirt, shrugged. 1 in 1,000, maybe less than that. The best odds you're gonna get." Lucas handed him the cassette. "Do it." 17 minutes later, the kid said, "The problem is she was trying to take a picture from 150 or 200 feet away, at night, with this little teeny flash. The flash is supposed to light up somebody's face at 10 feet. "There's nothing fucking there," Connell shouted at him, spit flying. "Yeah, there is. You can see it," the kid said, indignant, peering at one of the almost black prints. That particular print had a yellow smudge in the middle of it, what might have been a street light, above what might have been the roof of a truck. "That's exactly what you get when you take pictures in the dark with one of those little fucking cameras." There was something going on in the prints, but they couldn't tell what, just a lot of smudges that might have been a woman being stabbed to death. "I don't believe it," Connell said. She slumped in the car seat, sick. "I don't believe in eyewitnesses or cameras," Lucas said. Another 3 blocks, and Connell said suddenly, urgently, "Pull over, will you? Right there, at the corner." "What?" Lucas pulled over. Connell got out and vomited. Lucas climbed out, walked around to her. She looked up weakly, tried to smile. "Getting worse," she said. "We gotta hurry, Lucas." "We're talking firestorm," Rue said. She had 2 cigarettes lit at the same time, the one on the window ledge burning futilely by itself. "We'll get him," Lucas said. "We've still got the surveillance at Sarah Jensen's. There's a good chance he'll come in." "This week," Rue said. "Gotta be this week." "Very soon," Lucas said. "Promise?" "No." Lucas spent the day following the Eloise Miller routine, reading histories, calling cops. Connell did the same, and so did Grieve. Results from the street investigation began coming in. The guy was big and powerful, batted the woman like a rag doll. There were 3 eyewitnesses. One said the killer had a beard. The other 2 said he didn't. 2 said he wore a hat. The other said he had black hair. All 3 said he drove a truck, but they didn't know what color. Something in white. There wasn't much dirt in the street to pick up tire tracks, even if 2 cop cars and an ambulance hadn't driven over them. The autopsy came in. Nothing good. No DNA source. No prints. Still checking for hair. At 4 o'clock he gave up. He went home, took a nap. Weather got home at 6. At 7 they lay on top of the bedsheet, sweat cooling on their skin. Outside the window, which was cracked just an inch or 2, they could hear the cars passing in the street 100 feet away, and sometimes, quietly, the muttering of voices. Weather rolled up on her elbow. "I'm amazed at the way you can separate yourself from what you're doing," she said. She traced a circle on his chest. "If I was as stuck in a problem as you are, I couldn't think of anything else. I couldn't do this." "Waiting is part of the deal," Lucas said. "It has always been that way. You can't eat until the cake is baked." "People get killed while you're waiting," she said. "People die for bad reasons all the time," Lucas said. "When we were running around in the woods last winter, I begged you to stay away. You refused to stay away, so I'm alive. If you hadn't been out there—" He touched the scar on his throat. "Not the same thing," she objected. She touched the scar. Most of it she had made herself. "People die all the time because of happenstance. Two cars run into each other, and somebody dies. If the driver of one of them had hesitated 5 seconds at the last stoplight, they wouldn't have collided, and nobody would die. That's just life. Chance. But what you do, somebody might die because you can't solve a problem that's solvable. Or like last winter, you seemed to reach out and solve a problem that was unsolvable, and so people who probably would have died lived. He opened his mouth to reply, but she patted him on the chest to stop him. This isn't criticism, just observation. What you do is really bizarre. It's more like magic or palm reading than science. I do science. Everybody I work with does science. That's routine. What you do, it's fascinating. Lucas giggled, a startling sound, high-pitched, unlike anything she'd ever heard from him. Not a chuckle, a giggle. She peered down at him. "God damn, I'm glad you moved in with me, Harkinen," he said. "Conversations like this could keep me awake for weeks at a time. You're better than speed." "I'm sorry." No. He pushed up on his elbow to face her. "I need this. Nobody ever looked into me before. I think a guy could get old and rusty if nobody ever looked into him."
This ends Disc 8. Night Prey. Disc 9.
When Weather went into the bathroom, Lucas got up and wandered around, naked, hunting from room to room, not knowing exactly what. A picture of the dead Eloise Miller hung in his mind's eye. A woman on the way to feed a friend's dog while the friend was out of town. She had made that walk late at night just once in her life. Once too often. Lucas could hear Weather running water in the bathroom and thought guiltily about the attractions of Jan Reed. He sighed and pushed the reporter out of his mind. That's not what he was supposed to be thinking about. They knew so much about the killer, he thought. Generally, what he looked like, his size, his strength, what he did, the kinds of vehicles he drove, if indeed he drove that Taurus sedan in addition to the truck. Anderson was now cross-indexing joint ownerships, green Taurus sedans against pickups. But so much of what they knew was conflicting, and conflicts were devastating in a trial. Depending on who you believed, the killer was a white, short, or tall police officer, or maybe a convict, a cocaine user who drove either a blue and white or red and white pickup truck, or a green Taurus sedan, and he either wore glasses or he didn't. And while he probably wore a beard at one time, he might have shaved it off by now. Or maybe not. Terrific. And even if that could be sorted out, they hadn't a single convicting fact. Maybe the lab would come through, he thought. Maybe they'd pull some DNA out of a cigarette, and maybe they'd find the matching DNA signature in the state's DNA bank. It had been done. And maybe pigs would fly. Lucas wandered into the dining room, tinkled a few keys on the piano. Weather had offered to teach him how to play. She'd taught piano in college as an undergraduate. But he said he was too old. "You're never too old," she'd said. "Here, have some more wine." "I'm too old. I can't learn that kind of stuff anymore. My brain doesn't absorb it," Lucas said, taking the wine. "But I can sing." "You can sing?" She was amazed. "Like what?" "I sang I Love Paris in the senior concert in high school," he said somewhat defensively. "Do I believe you?" she asked. "Well, I did." He sipped. And she sipped, then put the glass on a side table and rummaged, somewhat tipsily, through the piano bench and finally said, "Aha! She calls his bluff. I have here the music to I Love Paris." She played and he sang. "Remarkably well," she said. "You have a really nice baritone." I know. My music teacher said I had a large, vibrant instrument. Ah. Was she attractive? It was a he, Lucas said. Here, have some more wine. Lucas struck a few more notes, then wandered back toward the bedroom, thinking again about his eyewitnesses. They had more than a dozen of them now. Several had been too far away to see much. A couple of them had been so scared that they were more confusing than helpful. 2 men had seen the killer's face during the attack on Evan Hart. One said he was white, the other said he was a light-skinned black. And some had seen the killer too long ago and remembered nothing about him at all. Weather was naked, bent over the sink, her hair full of shampoo. "If you touch my butt, I'll wait until you're asleep and I'll disfigure you," she said. "Cut off your nose to spite your face, huh?" "We're not talking noses," Weather said, scrubbing. He leaned in the doorway. "There's something women don't understand about good asses," he said. "A really good ass is an object of such sublime beauty that it's almost impossible to keep your hands off." "Try to think of a way," she said. Lucas watched for a moment, then said, "Speaking of asses, some deaf people thought they saw the killer's truck. They were sure of it, but they gave us an impossible license plate number, a number that's not issued. Ass, as in A-S-S. He touched her ass. "I swear to God, Lucas, just 'cause you've got me helpless." Why would they be so sure, and then have such a bad number? Weather stopped scrubbing for a moment and said, "A lot of deaf people don't read English." "What?" She looked at him from under her armpit, her head still in the sink. "They don't read English. It's very difficult to learn English if you're non-hearing. A lot of them don't bother. Or they learn just enough to read menus and bus signs." "Then what do they do to communicate?" "They sign," she said. "I mean, communicate with the rest of us." "A lot of them aren't interested in communicating with the rest of us. Deaf people have a complete culture. They don't need us." "They can't read or write?" Lucas was astonished. "Not English. A lot of them can't, anyway. Is that important?" "I don't know," Lucas said, "but I'll find out." "Tonight?" "Did you have other plans?" He touched her ass again. She said, "Not really. I've got to get to bed." "Maybe I'll make a call," he said. "It's not even 10 o'clock. Annalise Jones was a sergeant with the St. Paul Police Department. Lucas got her at home. "We had an intern do the translating, a student at St. Thomas. He seemed to know what he was doing," she said. "Don't you have a regular guy?" Lucas asked. "Yeah, but he was out." "How do I get the names of these people, the deaf people?" "Geez, at this time of night, I'd have to call around," Jones said. "Could you?" At 11 o'clock he had a name and address off St. Paul Avenue, maybe 2 miles away. He got his jacket. Weather, in bed, called sleepily. "Are you going out?" "Just for a while. I gotta nail this down." "Be careful." The houses along St. Paul Avenue were modest post-war cottages, added to, modified, with small, well-kept yards and garages out back. Lucas ran down the house numbers until he found the right one. There were lights in the window. He walked up the sidewalk and rang the bell. After a moment, he heard voices, and then a shadow crossed the picture window drapes, and the front door opened a foot, a chain across the gap. A small elderly man peered out. "Yes?" "I'm Lucas Davenport of the Minneapolis Police Department." Lucas showed his ID card, and the door opened wider. Does Paul Johnston live here?" "Yes. Is he all right?" "There's no problem," Lucas said. "But he went in and talked to the St. Paul police about a case we're working on, and I need to talk to him about it." "At this time of night?" "I'm sorry, but it's pretty urgent," Lucas said. "Well, I suppose he's down at the Warrens." He turned and called back into the house. "Shirley, is Paul at the Warrens?" "I think so." A woman in a pink housecoat walked into the front room, clutching the housecoat closed. "What happened?" "This is a policeman. He's looking for Paul." The Warrens were a family of deaf people in Minneapolis, and their home was an informal gathering spot for the deaf. Lucas parked 2 houses away at the end of a line of cars centered on the Warrens' house. A man and a woman were sitting on the front stoop drinking beer, watching him. He walked up the sidewalk and said, "I'm looking for Paul Johnston." The two looked at each other, and then the man signed at him, but Lucas shook his head. The man shrugged and made a croaking sound, and Lucas took out his ID, showed them, pointed toward the house and said, louder, "Paul Johnston." The woman sighed, held up a finger, and disappeared inside. A moment later she came back, followed by a stringy blonde teenage girl with a narrow face and small gray eyes. The first woman sat down again, while the blonde said, "Can I help you?" "I'm a Minneapolis police officer, and I'm looking for a Paul Johnston who contacted the St. Paul police about a case we're working on." "The killings," the girl said. "We've been talking about that. Nothing ever happened." "I understand St. Paul took a statement." "Yeah, but we never heard any more. Wait, I'll get Paul." She went back inside, and Lucas waited, avoiding eye contact with the 2 people on the porch. They knew it and seemed to think he was amusing. Every once in a while he'd accidentally make eye contact and either nod or lift his eyebrows, which made him feel stupid. A moment later the stringy teenager came back with a stocky, dark-haired man who looked closely at Lucas and then croaked once, querulously. Heavy oversized glasses with thick lenses made his eyes seem moon-like. He stood under the porch light, and the light made a halo of his long hair. "I don't sign," Lucas said. The blonde said, "No shit. So what do you want to know?" "Just what he saw. We got a report with a license number, but the number was an impossible one. The state doesn't allow vulgarities or anything that might be a vulgarity, so there is no plate that says ASS on it." The girl opened her mouth to say something, then turned to Johnston, her hands flying. A second later, Johnston shook his head in exasperation and began signing back. "He says the guy at the police station is a jerk," the blonde said. "I don't know him," Lucas said. The blonde signed something, and Johnston signed back. "He was afraid that they might have messed up, but that jerk they had at the police station just couldn't sign," she said, watching his hands. "It wasn't ASS?" "Oh, yeah. That's why they remembered it. This guy almost ran over them, and Paul saw the plate and started laughing because it said ASS, and the guy was an ass." "There aren't any plates that say ASS." "How about ass backwards?" "Backwards?" She nodded. "To Paul, it doesn't make much difference, frontwards or backwards. He just recognizes a few words, and this ASS popped right out at him. That's why he remembered it. He knew it was backwards. He tried to explain all this, but I guess not everything got through. Paul said the guy at the police station was an illiterate jerk." Jesus. So the plate was SSA? That's what Paul says. Lucas looked at Paul, and the deaf man nodded. Chapter 27. Lucas, on the phone, heard Connell running down the hall and smiled. She literally skidded into the office. Her face was ashen, bare of any makeup. Tired. Drawn. "What happened?" Lucas put his hand over the receiver. "We maybe got a break. Remember those deaf people? St. Paul got the license number wrong." "Wrong? How could they be wrong?" she demanded, fist on her hips. "That's stupid." "Just a minute," Lucas said, and into the phone. "Can you shoot that over? Fax it?" "Yeah. I've got a number. And listen, I appreciate your coming in. I'll talk to your boss in the morning, and I'll tell him that." "What?" Connell demanded when he hung up. Lucas turned in the chair to face her. "The deaf guy who saw the plate. The translation got screwed up. The translator couldn't sign or something. I looked at that report a half-dozen times, and I kept thinking, how could they screw that up? And I never went back and asked until tonight. The plate was SSA. Ass backwards." "I don't believe it." "Believe it. It can't be that simple." "Maybe not, but there are 1,000 SSA plates out there, and 272 of them are pickups. And what I got from the deaf guy sounded pretty good." Anderson came in with 2 styrofoam cups full of coffee. He sat down and started drinking alternately from the 2 cups. "You get the stuff?" "They're faxing it to you." "There ought to be a better way to do this," Anderson said. "Tie everything together. You ought to get your company to write some software." Yeah, let's go get it." Grieve, wearing jeans and T-shirt, caught up with them as they walked through the darkened hallways to Anderson's cubicle in Homicide. Lucas explained to him as they walked along the hall. "So we'll look at everything Anderson can pump out of his databases. Looking for a cop or anybody with a prison record, particularly for sex crimes or anything that resembles cat burglary." At 4 o'clock in the morning, having found nothing at all, Lucas and Connell walked down to the coffee machine together. "How are you feeling?" "A little better today. Yesterday wasn't so good." "Huh." They watched the coffee dribble into a cup, and Lucas didn't know quite what to say, so he said, "There's a lot more paper than I thought there'd be. I hope we can get through it." "We will," Connell said. She sipped her coffee and watched Lucas's dribble into the second cup. "I can't believe you figured that out. I can't see how it occurred to you to check." Lucas thought of Weather's ass, grinned, and said, "It sort of came to me. You know, when I first saw you, I thought you were a suit. You know, a suit," she said. "Big guy, kind of neat-looking in a jockstrap way, buys good suits, gets along with the ladies, backslaps the good old boys, and he cruises to the top." "Change your mind?" "Partially," she said. She said it pensively, as though it were an academic question. "I still think there might be some of that. But now I think that, in some ways, you're smarter than I am. Not a suit." Lucas was embarrassed. "I don't think I'm smarter than you are," he mumbled. "Don't take the compliment too seriously," Connell said dryly. "I said, in some ways. In other ways, you're still a suit." At 6 o'clock in the morning, with the flat early light cutting sharp through the window like summer icicles, Grieve looked up from a stack of paper, rubbed his reddened eyes, and said, "Here's something pretty interesting." "Yeah?" Lucas looked up. They had 7 possibilities, none particularly inspiring. 1 cop, 1 security guard. "Guy named Robert Coop. He was a prison guard until 6 years ago. Drives a 92 Chevy S10, red over white. No security agreement. Net purchase price of $17,340. "Sounds like a possibility," Connell said. If he was a prison guard, he probably doesn't have the big bucks, Greaves said, as though he were thinking aloud. He says he works at a gym called Two Guys. I know the place, Lucas said. And he declares income of $15,000 a year since he left the prison. Where does he get off driving a new $17,000 truck? And he paid cash over a $7,000 trade-in. Huh. Lucas came over to look at the printout, and Connell heaved herself out of her chair. Lives in Apple Valley. Houses out there probably average, what, $150? $150 for a house and a $23,000 truck is pretty good on $15,000 a year. Probably skips lunch, Greaves said. Several times a day, Lucas said. Where's his license information? Right here. Greaves folded over several sheets. Found it. 5'10", 190, Lucas said. Short and heavy. Maybe short and strong, Connell said. Like our guy. What's his plate number? Anderson called. His hands were playing across his keyboard. They had limited access to Intelligence Division's raw data files. Lucas read it off the title application, and Anderson punched it into the computer. A second later he said, surprise in his voice, Jesus, we got a hit. What? This was the first they'd had. Lucas and Connell drifted over to Anderson to look over his shoulder. When the file came up, they found a long list of license plates picked up outside Steve's Fireside City. Intelligence believed that the stove and fireplace store was a front for offense, but never got enough to make an arrest. High-level fence, Lucas said, reading between the lines of the intelligence report. Somebody who'd be moving jewelry, Rolexes, that kind of thing. No stereos or VCRs. Maybe he was buying a fireplace, Greaves said. Couldn't afford one after the truck, Lucas said. He took his phone book out of his coat pocket, thumbed through it. Tommy Smith. Tommy... He picked up a telephone and dialed, and a moment later said, Mrs. Smith, this is Lucas Davenport, Minneapolis Police. Sorry to bother you, but I need to talk to Tommy. Oh, geez, I'm sorry. Yeah, thanks. He scribbled a new number in the notebook. Divorced, he said to Connell. Who is he? Deputy warden at Stillwater. We went to school together. He's another suit. He dialed again, waited. Tommy? Lucas Davenport. Yeah, I know what time it is. I've been up all night. Do you remember a guard out at Stillwater 6 years ago named Robert Coop? Resigned? Smith, his voice rusty with sleep, remembered. Never caught him, but there wasn't any doubt. He was snitched out by 2 different guys who didn't know each other. We told him we were ready to bring him up on charges. Either that or get out. He got. Our case wasn't strong enough to just go ahead. Okay, any rumors about sex problems? Nothing that I know of. Any connection with burglars? Geez, I can't remember all the details, but yeah. I think the main guy he was dealing to was Art McClatchy, who was a big-time burglar years ago. He fucked up and killed an old lady in one of his burglaries, got caught. That was down in Afton. Cat burglar? Lucas asked. Yeah, why? Look, anything you can get from records connecting the 2 of them, we'd appreciate. Don't go out in the population, though. Don't ask any questions. We're trying to keep all this tight. Do I want to know why you're asking? Smith asked. Not yet. We're not going to get burned, are we? I don't see how, Lucas said. If there's any chance, I'll give you a ring. Lucas hung up and said to the others, he was selling dope to the inmates, cocaine and speed. One of his main contacts was an old cat burglar named McClatchy. Better and better, Connell said. Now what? We finish the records, just in case we find another candidate. Then we talk to Rue. We want to take a close look at this coup, but do it real easy. They finished with 11 possibilities, but Robert Coop was the good one. They put together a file of information from the various state licensing bureaus: car registration, driver's license, an old Washington County carry permit, with what they could get from Department of Revenue and the personnel section of the Department of Revenue. When he'd worked at Stillwater, Coop had lived in Lakeland. A check with the property tax department in Washington County showed the house where Coop lived was owned by a Lakeland couple. Coop was apparently a renter. A check on the Apple Valley house, through the Dakota County tax collector, suggested that the Apple Valley house was also rented. The current owner showed an address in California, and tax stamps showed a 1980 mortgage of $115,000. If the owner's carrying a mortgage of $115,000, let's see, I'm carrying $80,000. Geez, I can't see that he could be renting it for less than $1,500 a month, Grieve said. Coop's income is coming up short. Nothing much from the NCIC, Anderson said. He shows prints from Stillwater and another set from the Army. I'm working on getting his Army records. The phone rang, and Lucas picked it up, listened, said, "Thanks," and put it back down. "Rue," he said to Connell. "She's in. Let's go talk." They got Sloan and Dell to help out, and a panel truck with one-way windows, equipped with a set of scrambled radios from intelligence. Lucas and Connell rode together in her car. Sloan and Dell took their own cars. Grieve and O'Brien drove the truck. They met at a Target store parking lot and picked out a restaurant where they could wait. "Connell and I'll take the first shift," Lucas said. "We can rotate out every couple of hours. Somebody can cruise it while we're moving the truck to make the change. Let's give him a call now, see if he's around." Connell called, got an answer, and asked for Mr. Clark in the paint department. "He's home," she said when she'd rung off the cellular phone. "He sounded sleepy." "Let's go," Lucas said. They cruised past Coop's house, a notably unexceptional place in a subdivision of carefully differentiated houses. They parked 2 blocks away and slightly above it. The lawn was neat but not perfect, with an artificially green look that suggested a lawn service. There was a single-door, 2-car garage. The windows were covered with wooden blinds. There was no newspaper, either on the lawn or porch. Lucas parked the truck and crawled between seats into the back, where there were 2 captain's chairs, an empty cooler, and a radio they wouldn't use. Connell was examining the house with binoculars. "It looks awful normal," she said. "He's not going to have a billboard out front," Lucas said. "I had a guy a few years ago lived in a quadruplex. Everybody said he was a great neighbor. He probably was, except when he was out killing women." "I remember that," Connell said. "The Mad Dog. You killed him." "He needed it," Lucas said. "How do you think you would have done in court? I mean, if he hadn't gotten shot?" Lucas grinned slightly. "You mean if I hadn't shot him to death? Actually, we had him cold. It was his second attack on the woman." "Was he obsessed by her?" "No, I think he was just pissed off. At me, actually. We were watching him, and somehow we figured it out, slipped the surveillance, and went after her. It was almost sarcastic. He was crazier than a shithouse mouse." "We don't have that good a case on Coop." "That's an understatement," Lucas said. "I've been worried about it." They talked for a while, slowly ran down. Nothing happened. After 2 hours, they drove around the block, traded vehicles with Sloane and O'Brien, and walked up to the restaurant and sat with Dell and Grieve. "We're talking about going to the movies," Dell said. "We all got beepers."
"I think we should stay put," Connell said anxiously.
"Say that after you've had 15 cups of coffee," Grieve said. "I'm getting tired of peeing."
Dell and Grieve took the next shift, then Lucas and Connell again. O'Brien had brought his penthouse with him again, forgot it in the truck. Halfway through the shift, Connell fell to reading it and looking at the pictures, occasionally laughing. Lucas nervously looked elsewhere. Dell and Grieve were back on when Coop started to move. Their beepers went off simultaneously, and everybody in the restaurant looked at them. "Doctors' convention," Sloane said to an open-mouthed suburbanite as they left.
"What do you got, Dell?" Lucas called. "We got the garage door up," Dell said. "Okay, we got the truck, a red and white Chevy."
They first saw Coop when he got out of his truck at a Denny's restaurant. "No beard," Connell said, examining him with the binoculars.
"There's been a lot of publicity since Hart," Lucas said. "He would have shaved. 2 of the Miller witnesses said he was clean-shaven."
Coop parked in the lot behind the restaurant and walked inside. He walked with a spring, as though he were coiled. He was wearing jeans and T-shirt. He had a body like a rock.
"He's a lifter," Lucas said. "He's a goddamned gorilla." "I can see him. He's in a front booth," Sloane said. "You want me inside?"
"Let me go in," Connell said. "Hang on a minute," Lucas said. He called back to Sloane.
"Is he by himself?"
"Yeah."
"Don't go in unless somebody hooks up with him. Otherwise, stand off."
To Connell, "You better stay out of sight. If this drags out and we need to keep you close to Jensen, you gotta be a fresh face." "Okay," she nodded. Lucas went back to the radio. "Sloane, can he see his truck from where he's at?"
"No."
"We're gonna take a look," Lucas said. They'd pulled into a car wash. "Let's go," he said to Connell. Connell crossed the street, pulled in next to Coop's truck. Lucas got out, looked across the roof of the car toward the truck, then got back inside.
"Jesus," he said.
"What?" She was puzzled. "Aren't you gonna look?"
"There's a pack of Camels on the dashboard."
"What?" Like she didn't understand. "Unfiltered Camels," he said. Connell looked at Lucas, eyes wide. "Oh, my God," she breathed. "It's him." Lucas went to the radio. "Sloane, everybody listen up. We sort of have a confirmation on this guy. Stay cool, but stay back. We're gonna need some technical support." Chapter 28. They tracked Coop while they talked at police headquarters, laying out the case. Thomas Troy of the county attorney's criminal division declared that there wasn't enough, yet, to pick him up. He and Connell, sitting in Rue's office with Rue and Lucas and Mickey Green, another assistant county attorney, ran down the evidence. The woman killed in Iowa told a friend that her date was a cop. But Coop never was, said Troy. Hillerod saw him in Madison, said Coop recognized his prison tattoo, Connell said. Sounds like ESP, Troy said, and ESP doesn't work on the witness stand. Besides, Hillerod can't remember what he looked like, Green said, and Hillerod's just been arrested for a whole series of heavy felonies, along with a parole violation, and has a long criminal record. The defense will claim he'll tell us anything we want to get a deal, and, in fact, we've already negotiated a deal. He was seen dumping a body by 2 witnesses, Connell said, who described both him and his truck. The witnesses' descriptions conflict, even on the matter of the truck, Troy said. They saw the guy at night, at a distance. One of them is an admitted crack dealer, and the other guy hangs around with a crack dealer. Camels, said Connell. There are probably 50,000 camel smokers in the cities, and probably most of them drive trucks, Troy said. Shape was right for the man who attacked Evan Hart, big and muscular. Tall, big and muscular is what the witnesses said, Troy replied. Coop is distinctly short. Besides, the attack on Hart isn't necessarily related to the attacks on the women. The man who attacked Hart had a beard and wore glasses. Coop is clean-shaven, shows no glasses requirement on his driver's license, and wasn't wearing glasses that morning. The witnesses hadn't been able to pick his photo out of a display. "You're working against us," Connell fumed. "Bullshit," said Troy. "I'm just outlining an elementary defense. A good defense attorney will tear up everything you've got. We need one hard thing, just one. Just get me one, and we'll take him down." Coop spent the first day of surveillance in his truck, driving long, complicated routes around the cities, apparently aimlessly. He stopped at Two Guys' gym, was inside for 2 hours, then moved on, stopping only to eat at fast food joints and once to get gas. "I think he must have made us," Dell called on one of the scrambled radios as they sat stalled in traffic on I-94 between Minneapolis and St. Paul. "Unless he's nuts." "We know he's nuts," Connell said. "The question is, what's he doing?" "He's not scouting," Lucas said from a third car. "He's moving too fast to be scouting. And he never goes back. He just drives. He doesn't seem to know where he's going. He's always getting caught in those circles and dead ends." "Well, we gotta do something," Dell said. "'Cause if he hasn't made us yet, he will. He'll get us up in some of those suburban switchbacks and we'll bump into him one too many times. Where in the hell is tech support?" "We're here," the tech support guy said on the radio. "You stop the son of a bitch and we'll tag him." At 3:00, Coop stopped at a Perkins restaurant and took a booth. While Lucas and Connell watched from outside, Henry Ramirez from Intelligence slipped under Coop's truck and hooked up a remote-controlled battery-powered transmitter and placed a flat battery-powered infrared flasher in the center of the topper. If Coop climbed on top of the truck, he'd see it. Otherwise, it was invisible, and the truck could be unmistakably tracked at night from the air. At 9:00, in the last dying light of the day, Coop wandered out of the web of roads around Lake Minnetonka and headed east toward Minneapolis. They no longer had a lead car. Leading had proven impossible. The trailing cars were all well back. The radio truck followed silently, with the tracking plane doing all the work. From the air, the spotter, using infrared glasses, said Coop was clear all the way and tracked him street by street into the cities. "He's going for Jensen," Lucas said to Connell as he followed the track on a map. "I don't know where I am anymore." "We're coming up on the lakes," Lucas called out to the others. "We're breaking off. We'll be at Jensen's." He called ahead to Jensen's, but there was no answer at her phone. He called dispatch and got the number for the resident manager. "We've got a problem, and we need a little help." The manager was waiting by the open door of the parking garage, the door open. Lucas pulled inside and dumped the car in a handicapped space. "What do you want me to do?" the manager asked, handing him a key to Jensen's apartment. "Nothing," Lucas said. "Go on back to your apartment. We'd like you near a telephone. Just wait. Please don't go out in the hallway." To Connell, "If he comes up, we've got him. If we get him inside Jensen's place, that ties him to the stalking and the camels on the air conditioner across the street. And the knife attack ties him to the other killings and the camel we found on Wanamaker. You think he'll come up? She asked as they hurried to the elevators. I hope so. Jesus, I hope so. That'd be it. At Jensen's apartment, they let themselves in, and Lucas turned on one light, slipped his .45 out of his shoulder holster, and checked it. What's he doing? Lucas asked. Moving very slowly, but he's moving, the spotter called. Now we've lost him. He's under some trees or some shit. Wait, I got a flash. I see him again. Now he's gone. I see him, Dell called. I'm parked in the bike shop lot, and he's coming this way. He's moving faster, but he's under trees. He'll be out in a sec. Got him, the spotter said. He's going around the block again, slowing down. Real slow, Dell called. I'm on the street walking. He's right in front of the apartment, real slow, almost stopped. No, there he goes. He's out of here, the spotter called a minute later. He's heading into the loop. Did he see you, Dell? No way. Connell said, Well, shit. Yeah. Lucas felt like a deflated balloon. He walked twice around the room. God damn it, he said. God damn it, what's wrong with the guy? Why didn't he come up? Coop continued through downtown to a bar near the airport where he drank 3 solitary beers, paid, bought a bottle at the liquor store down the street, and drove back to his house. The last light went off a few minutes after 2 o'clock. Lucas went home. Weather was asleep. He patted her affectionately on the ass before he went down himself. Coop resumed the driving the next day, trailing through the suburbs east and south of St. Paul. They tracked him until 1 o'clock in the afternoon, when he stopped at a Wendy's. Lucas went on down the block to a McDonald's. Feeling dried out, older, bored, he got a double cheeseburger, a sack of fries, and a malt, and ambled back to the car where Connell was eating carrot sticks out of a Tupperware box. George Beneteau called yesterday while we were out, Connell said, when they'd run out of everything else to talk about. Oh, yeah? She had a talent for leaving him short of words. He left a message on my machine. He wants to go out and get a steak or something. What'd you do? Nothing, she said flatly. I can't deal with it. I guess tomorrow I'll give him a call and explain. Lucas shook his head and pushed fries into his face, hoping that she wouldn't start crying again. She didn't. But a while later, as they escorted Coop across the Lake Street Bridge, Connell said, That TV person, Jan Reed. You guys seem pretty friendly. I'm friendly with a lot of media, Lucas said uncomfortably. I mean friendly, she said. Oh, not really. She said. What? Lucas asked. I'd think a very long time. This is one of those things where, I suspect you're just a suit. Not quite bright, he said. Took the words out of my mouth, Connell said. Coop stopped at a Firestone store, but just sat in the truck. The surveillance van, watching him from a Best Buy store parking lot, said he seemed to be looking at a Denny's restaurant across the street. He ate less than an hour ago, Lucas said. They were a block away, parked in front of a used car lot, a bit conspicuous. Let's go look at some cars. They got out and walked into the lot, where they could watch Coop through the windows of a used Buick. After 10 minutes in the Firestone lot, Coop started the truck, rolled it across the street to the Denny's, and went inside. He's looking for surveillance, Lucas said. On the radio. Dell, could you get in there?
On my way. Then a few seconds later, shit, he's coming back out. I'm turning around. Coop walked out with a cup of coffee. Lucas caught Connell's arm as she started toward the car and brought the radio to his face. We're gonna stay here a minute. You guys tag him. Hey, Harvey? Harvey ran the surveillance van. Yeah? Could you put a video on the front of that Denny's, see who else comes out? You got it. He wasn't in there long enough, Lucas said to Connell. He talked to somebody. Not long enough for a friend, so it must have been business. Unless his friend wasn't there, Connell said. He was too long for that. A moment later, he said, Here we go. Oh, shit. Harvey, cover that guy. You remember him? I don't. Just plain Schultz, Lucas said. Dell on the radio from tracking Coop. Our just plain Schultz? Absolutely, Lucas said. Schultz got in a red Camaro and carefully backed out of his parking slot. Come on, Lucas said to Connell, hustling her down to the car. Who is he? Fence. Very careful. In the car, Lucas tagged a half-block behind Schultz and called in a squad. Just pull him over to the curb, he told the squad, and stand by. The squad picked Schultz up at the corner, stopped him halfway down the block under a bright green maple. Lucas and Connell passed them, pulled to the curb. A kid on a tricycle watched from the sidewalk, the flashing lights, the cop standing inside his open door. Schultz was watching the cop in his rearview mirror and didn't see Lucas coming from the front, until Lucas was right on top of him. Schultzy, Lucas said, leaning over the window, his hands on the roof. How you been, my man? Ah, fuck, what do you want, Davenport? Schultz, shocked, tried to cover. Whatever you just bought from Coop, Lucas said. Schultz was a small man with a round, blemished face. He had dark whiskers a razor couldn't quite control. His eyes were slightly protuberant, and when Lucas said Coop, they seemed to bug out a bit farther. I can't believe that crazy motherfucker belongs to you, Schultz said after a moment, popping the door to get out of the car. He doesn't, actually, Lucas said. Connell was standing on the other side of the car, her hand in her purse. Who's the puss? Schultz said, tipping his head toward her. State cop, Lucas said. And is that any way to talk about the government? Fuck you, Davenport, Schultz said, leaning back against the car's front fender. So what are we doing? Do I call a lawyer or what? Schultzy, Lucas said, spreading his arms wide. That's just plain Schultz, Schultz said. Thomas Troy wore a blue military sweater over jeans. He looked neat but tough, like a lieutenant colonel in the paratroops. He was shaking his head. We don't have enough on the killings by themselves, even with him cruising Jensen's place. We could fake it, though, and put him away. Like how? Rue asked. What do you suggest? We take him on the burglary charges. We've got enough from Schultz to get a conviction on those. And we've got enough on the burglary charges to get search warrants for the truck and the house. If we don't find anything on the murders or his stalking Jensen, well, we got him on the burglaries, and in the pre-sentencing report, we let the judge know we think he's tied into the murders. If we get the right judge, we can get an upward departure on the sentence and keep him inside for 5 or 6 years. 5 or 6 years? Connell came up out of her chair. Sit down, Troy snapped. She sat down. If you get anything in the search, then there are more possibilities. If we find evidence of more burglaries, we'll get a couple of more years. If we get evidence that he's stalking Jensen, then we get another trial and go for a few more. And if there's anything that would suggest the murders, any tiny little thing more than what you've got, we could set up the murder trials to go at the end of the sequence, and maybe the publicity from the first 2 will put him away on the others.
"We're really betting on the come," Lucas said. "All you need is a few hairs from Wanamaker or Marcy Lane, and with the circumstantial stuff you've got, that'd be enough," Troy said. "If you can give me anything, a weapon, a hair, a couple drops of blood, a print, we'd go with it." Connell looked at Lucas, then Rue. "If we stay with him, we might see him approach somebody." "What if he kills her the second they're in the truck?" Rue asked. Lucas shook his head. "He doesn't always do that. Wanamaker had ligature marks on her wrists. He kept her a while, maybe a day, and messed with her." "Didn't mess with Marcy Lane. He couldn't have had her more than an hour," Connell said grimly. "We can't take that chance," Rue said. "We'd be crazy to take that chance." "I don't know," Troy said. "If he even showed a knife, that'd be the ball game." "So we should wait?" Lucas looked at Connell, then shook his head. "I think we should take him." "Why?" Connell asked. "Getting him for 5 or 6 years if we're lucky?" "We've only been watching him for 2 days and a night. What if he's got somebody down in his basement right now? What if he goes in the house and kills her while we're sitting outside? We know that he kept at least one of them for a while." Connell swallowed, and Rue straightened and said, "If that's a possibility." "It's a very remote possibility," Lucas said. "I don't care how remote," Rue said. "Take him now." Chapter 29. Coop was in Modigliani's Wine and Spirits off Lyndale Avenue when the cops got him. His arm was actually in the cold box pulling out a 6-pack of Budweiser when a red-faced man in a cheap gray suit said, "Mr. Coop?" Coop realized a large black man had stepped to his elbow, and a uniformed cop was standing by the door. They'd appeared as if by magic, as if they had a talent for it, popping out of nowhere. Coop said, "Yeah?" and straightened up. His heart beat a little faster. "Mr. Coop, we're Minneapolis police officers," the red-faced man said. "We're placing you under arrest." "What for?" Coop stood flat-footed, hands in front of him, forcing himself to be still. But his back and arm muscles were twitching, ready to go. He'd thought about this possibility at night, when he was waiting to go to sleep or watching television. He'd thought about it a lot, a favorite nightmare. Resisting the cop could bring a heavier charge than anything else they might have on you. In the joint, they warned you that if the cops really wanted you, and you gave them a chance, they just might blow you away. Of course, it was mostly the spooks that said that. White guys didn't see it the same way, but everybody agreed on one thing. Your best shot was a decent defense attorney. The red-faced cop said, "I think you know." "I don't know," Coop protested. "You're making a mistake. You've got the wrong guy." He glanced toward the door. Maybe he should make a run for it. The red-faced guy didn't look like that much. The black guy he could outrun, and he'd take the guy at the door like a bowling pin. He had the power. But he didn't know what was outside. And these guys were armed. He sensed the cops were waiting for something, were looking at him for a decision. Everything in the store was needle-sharp. The rows of brown liquor bottles and green plastic jugs of mix, stacks of beer cans, the tops of potato chip bags, the black and white checkered tiles on the floor. Coop tensed, felt the cops pull into themselves. They were ready for him, and not particularly scared. "Turn around, please, and place your hands on the top of the cooler," Redface said. Coop heard him as though from a distance. There was a hardness in the guy's voice. Maybe he couldn't take them. Maybe they'd beat the shit out of him. And he didn't know yet what he was being arrested for. If it wasn't too serious, if it was buying cocaine, then resisting would bring him more trouble than the charge. "Turn around," peremptory this time. Coop gave the door a last look, then let out a breath and turned. The cop patted him down, quickly but thoroughly. Coop had done it often enough at Stillwater to appreciate the professionalism. "Drop your hands behind you, please. We're going to put handcuffs on, Mr. Coop, just as a precaution." The red-faced man was crisp and polite, the pre-fight tension gone now. The black cop said, "You have the right to see an attorney." "I want a lawyer," Coop said, interrupting the Miranda. The cuffs closed over his wrists, and he instinctively flexed against them, pushing down a spasm of what felt like claustrophobia, not being able to move. The red-faced cop took him by the elbow and pivoted him, while the other finished the Miranda. "I want a lawyer," Coop said. "Right now. You're making a mistake, and I'm going to sue your butts." "Sure. Step over this way. We'll go out to the car," the red-faced cop said. They walked down a row of potato chips and bean dip, and the black cop said, "Jesus, you sound like some kind of parrot. Polly want a lawyer?" But he grinned, friendly. His hand was hard on Coop's triceps. "I want a lawyer." In the joint, they said that after they warn you, the cops will get friendly, try to get you talking about anything. After they get you rolling, when you're trying to make them happy, because you're a little scared, you don't want to get whacked around. Then you'll start talking. "Don't talk," they said in the joint. "Don't say shit except, 'I want a lawyer.'" They went out the door, a customer and the counterman gawking at them, and the red-faced man said, "My name is Detective Kershaw, and the man behind you is Detective Carrigan, the famous Irish dancer. We'll need your keys to tow your truck, or we could just pop the tranny and tow it." 2 squad cars were nosed into the parking lot, one blocking the truck, 4 more cops standing by. Too many for a routine coke bust, Coop thought. "Keys are in my right side pocket," Coop said. He desperately wanted to know why he'd been arrested. Burglary? Murder? Something to do with Jensen? "Hey, he can talk," the black cop said. He slapped Coop on the shoulder in a comradely way, and they stopped while the red-faced cop took his keys out and tossed them to a patrolman and said, "Tow truck is on its way." To Coop, Kershaw said, "That black car over there." While they opened the back door of the car, Coop said, "I don't know why I'm arrested." He couldn't help it, couldn't keep his mouth shut. The open back door of the car looked like a hungry mouth. "Why?" Carrigan said, "Watch your head." And he put a hand on top of Coop's head and eased him into the car, and then said, "Why do you think?" and shut the door. The 2 detectives spent a few minutes talking to the uniformed cops, letting Coop stew in the back seat of the car. The back doors had no inside handles, no way to get out. With his hands pinned behind him, he couldn't sit easily, had to sit upright on the 2 soft seats, and the back seat smelled faintly of disinfectant and urine. Coop felt another spasm of claustrophobic panic, something he hadn't expected. The damn cuffs. He twisted against them, hard, gritting his teeth. No chance. The cops outside were still not looking at him. He was an insect. Why in the hell? And then Coop thought, softening me up. He'd done the same thing when there was a prison squabble that they had to look into. When the cops got back into the car, one of them would look at him, friendly-like, and ask, "Well, what do you think?" The plainclothes cops spent another minute talking to the uniforms, then drifted back to the car, talking to each other as if Coop were the last thing on their minds. A screen divided the front seat from the back. The black guy drove, and after he started the engine, he looked at his partner in the passenger seat and said, "Let's stop at a Taco Bell." "Ooh, good call." When they got going, the red-faced guy turned and grinned and said, Well, what do you think? I want a lawyer, Coop said. The red-faced guy pulled back a quarter-inch on the other side of the screen, his eyes going dark. He couldn't help it, and Coop almost smiled. He could play this game, he thought. Chapter 30. Lucas and Connell watched the arrest from a Super America station across the street, leaning on Connell's car, eating ice cream sandwiches. Coop came out. Kershaw a step behind, with one hand on Coop's right elbow. I wanted to take him, Connell said between bites. Not for burglary, Lucas said. No. She looked at her watch. The search warrants should be ready. Carrigan and Kershaw were pushing Coop into the car. Coop's arms were flexed, and his muscles stood out like ropes. Lucas balled up the ice cream sandwich wrapper and fired it at a trash can. It bounced off onto the pavement. I want to get down to the house, Connell said. See you there? Yeah. I'll wait until they open the truck. I'll let you know if there's anything good. Lucas wanted crime scene people to open the truck. We might be talking about a couple of hairs, he told the patrolman with the keys. Let's wait. Okay. Who was that guy? The patrolman asked. Cat burglar, Lucas said. He sure went nice and easy. He scared the shit out of me, the patrolman confessed, his eyes drifting back toward the store. I was in the door, and he looked over toward me, like he was going to run. He had crazy eyes, man. He was right on the edge of flipping out. Did you see his arms? I wouldn't have wanted to fight the son of a bitch. Crime scene arrived 5 minutes later. A half-carton of unfiltered Camels sat on the front seat. A bag of mixed salt and sand, jumper cables, a toolbox, and other junk occupied the back. Lucas poked carefully through it, but found nothing. He pulled the keys Coop had produced. There were 2 truck keys, what looked like 2 house keys, and a 5th one. Jensen's, maybe. But it didn't look new enough. They'd have to check. Got a nice set of burglary tools back here, one of the crime scene guys said. Lucas walked around to the back of the truck, where they'd carefully opened the toolbox. Unfortunately, burglary tools were nothing more than a slightly unusual selection of ordinary tools. You had to prove the burglary first. The crime scene guy picked up a small metal file and looked at it with a magnifying glass, just like Sherlock Holmes. Got some brass, he said. That'll help, Lucas said. Coop was cutting his own keys by hand. Anything like a knife? Any rope? No. God damn it. Well, close it up and take it down, Lucas said, disappointed. We want everything. Prints, hair, skin, fluid, everything. Lucas dropped the Porsche at the curb and started up the driveway to Coop's house. The front and side doors were open, and 2 unmarked vans sat in the driveway, along with Connell's anonymous gray Chevy. Lucas was almost to the front steps when he saw 2 neighborhood women walking down the street, one of them pushing a baby buggy. Lucas walked back toward them. Hello, he said. The woman pushing the buggy had her hair in curlers, covered with a rayon scarf. The other one had dishwater blonde hair with streaks of copper through it. They stopped. Are you police? Neighbors always knew. Yes. Have you seen Mr. Coop recently? What'd he do? Asked the copper-streaked one. The kid in the buggy was sucking on a blue pacifier, looking fixedly at Lucas with pale blue eyes. He's been arrested in connection with a burglary, Lucas said. Told you, Copperstreak said to Hair Curler. To Lucas, she said, We always knew he was a criminal. Why? What did he do? Never got up in the morning, she said. You'd hardly ever see him at all. Sometimes when he put his garbage out, that was it. He was never in his yard. His garage door would go up, always in the afternoon, and he'd drive away. Then he'd come back of the night, like 3 o'clock in the morning, and the garage door would go up, and he'd be inside. You never saw him. The only time I ever saw him, except for garbage, was that Halloween snowstorm a couple of years ago. He came out and shoveled his driveway. After that, he always had a service do it. Did he have a beard? Copperstreak looked at Hair Curler, and they both looked back at Lucas. Sure, he always had one. One more thing, Lucas thought. They talked for another minute, then Lucas broke away and went inside. Connell was in the kitchen, scribbling notes on a yellow pad. "Anything?" Lucas asked. "Not much. How about the truck?" "Nothing so far." "No weapon?" "Kitchen knives. But this guy isn't using a kitchen knife. I'd be willing to bet on it." "I just talked to a couple of neighbors," Lucas said. "They say he always had a beard." "Huh," Connell pursed her lips. "That's interesting. Come here, down the basement." Lucas followed her down a short flight of stairs off the kitchen. The basement was finished. To the left, through an open door, Lucas could see a washer, dryer, laundry sink, and a water heater sitting on a tiled floor. The furnace would be back here, too, out of sight. The larger end of the basement was carpeted with a 70s-era two-tone shag. A couch, a chair, and a coffee table with a lamp pressed against the walls. The center of the rug was dominated by a plastic painter's drop cloth, 10 feet by about 13 or 14, laid flat on the rug. A technician was vacuuming around the edges of the drop cloth. "Was that plastic sheet like that?" Lucas asked. "No, I put it there," Connell said. "Come here and look at the windows." The windows were blacked out with sheets of 1/4-inch plywood. "I went outside and looked," Connell said. "He's painted the outside of them black, so unless you get down on your knees and look into the window wells, it just looks like the basement is dark. He went to a lot of trouble with it. The edges are caulked." "Yeah?" "Yeah." She looked down the sheet. "I think this is where he killed Wanamaker, on a piece of plastic. There are a couple of 3-packs of drop cloths in the utility room. One of them is unopened. The other one only had 1 cloth in it. I was walking around down here, and it looked to me like the rug was matted in a rectangle. Then I noticed the furniture. It's set up to look at something in the middle of the rug. When I saw the drop cloths," she shrugged, "I laid it out, and it fit perfectly." "Jesus." Lucas looked at the tech. "Anything?" The tech nodded and said, "A ton of shit. I don't think the rug's ever been cleaned, and it must have been installed 15 years ago. It's going to be a goddamn nightmare sorting everything out." "Well, it's something, anyway," Lucas said. "There's one other thing," Connell said. "Up in the bedroom." Lucas followed her back up the stairs. Coop's bedroom was spare, almost military, though the bed was unmade and smelled of sweat. Lucas saw it right away, on the chest of drawers, a bottle of opium. "Lucas, you didn't touch it?" "Not yet, but it wouldn't make any difference." "Jensen said he took it from her place, if her fingerprints are on it." "I called her. Her bottle was a 1/2 ounce. She always gets herself a 1/2 ounce at Christmas because it lasts almost exactly a year." Lucas peered at the perfume bottle. A 1/4 ounce. "She's sure?" "She's sure. Damn it, I thought we had him." "We should check it anyway," Lucas said. "Maybe she's wrong." "Yeah, we'll check. But she was sure. Which brings up the question, why opium? Does he obsess on the perfume? Does the perfume attract him somehow? Or did he go out and buy some of his own to remind him of Jensen?" "Huh," Lucas said. "Well, is it the perfume or the woman?" She looked at him, expecting to pull a rabbit out of a hat. Maybe he could. Lucas closed his eyes. After a moment he said, "It's because Jensen uses it. He's creeping into her apartment in the dark, goes into her bedroom, and something sets him off. The perfume. Or maybe seeing her there, but the perfume really brings it back to him. It's possible, if he's really freaked out, that he used everything in the bottle he stole from her." "Do you think it's enough? The beard being shaved and the perfume bottle?" He shook his head. "No, we've got to find something. One thing." Connell moved around until she was looking straight into Lucas's eyes from no more than 2 feet. Her face was waxy, pale, like a dinner candle. "I was sick again this morning. In 2 weeks, I won't be able to walk. I'll be back in chemo. I'll start shedding hair. I won't be able to think straight." "Jesus, Megan." "I want the son of a bitch, Lucas," she said. "I don't want to be dead in a hole and have him walking around laughing. You know he's the one. I know he's the one." "So?" "So we gotta talk. We gotta figure something out."
This ends Disc 9. Night Prey. Disc 10.
Chapter 31. Coop got out of jail a few minutes after noon, blinking in the bright sunshine, his lawyer walking behind, a sport coat over his shoulder, talking. Coop was very close to the edge. He felt as though he had a large crack in his head, that it was about to split in half, that a wet gray worm would spill out, a worm the size of a vacuum cleaner hose. He didn't like jail. He didn't like it at all. "Remember, not a thing to anybody, okay?" the lawyer said, shaking his finger into the air. He had learned not to shake it at his clients. One had almost pulled it off. He was repeating the warning for at least the 20th time, and Coop nodded for the 20th time, not hearing him. He was looking around at the outdoors, feeling the tension falling away, as though he were coming unwrapped, like a mummy getting its sheet pulled. Jesus. His head was really out of control. "Okay. There's nothing you can say to the cops that would help you. Nothing. If you want to talk to somebody, talk to me. And if it's important, I'll talk to them, okay?" "No deals," Coop said. "I don't want to hear about no fucking deals." "Is there any chance you can find the guy who sold you the stuff?" The lawyer looked like a mailman on PCP. Ordinary enough, but everything in his face too tight, too stretched. And though each of his words was enunciated clearly, there were far too many of them, spoken too quickly, a torrent of "I thinks" and "maybe we'd bests." Coop couldn't keep up with them all, and had begun ignoring them. "What do you think, huh? Any chance you could find him? Any chance?" Coop finally heard him and shrugged and said, "Maybe. But what should I do if I find him? Call the cops?" No. You call me. You don't talk to the cops." The lawyer's eyes were absolutely flat, like old pasteboard poker chips. Coop suspected he didn't believe a word of his story. Coop had told him that he bought the diamond cross and the matching earrings from a white boy, literally a boy, a teenager, wearing a Minnesota National Guard fatigue shirt, who hung around the Duck Inn in Hopkins. The kid had a big bunch of dark hair and an earring, Coop had said. He said he bought the brooch and earrings for $200. The kid knew he was getting ripped off, but he didn't know what else to do with them. "How do we explain that you sold them to Schultz?" the attorney had asked. Coop had said, "Hell, everybody knows Schultz. The cops call him just plain Schultz. If you've got something you want to sell and you're not quite sure where it came from, you talk to Schultz. If I was really a smart burglar like the cops said, I sure as shit would never have gone to him. He's practically on their payroll." The attorney had looked at him for a long time and then said, Okay. So you've been out of steady work since the recession started, except for this gig at the gym,
and you saw a chance to pick up a few bucks, took it, and now you're sorry, okay? That had been fine with Coop. Now, with the lawyer following him out of the jail, babbling, Coop put his hands over his ears, pushed his head together. The lawyer stepped back, asked, "Are you all right?" "Don't like that place," Coop said, looking back over his shoulder. Coop hurt. Almost every muscle in his body hurt. He could handle the first part of the detention. He could handle the bend over and spread him, but he could feel his blood draining away the closer he got to a cell. They'd had to urge him inside the cell, prod him, and once inside, the door locked. He'd sat for a moment, the fear climbing up into his throat. "Motherfucker," he'd said aloud, looking at the corners of the cells. Everything was so close and pushing in. He could have gone over the edge at that moment. Instead, he started doing sit-ups, push-ups, bridges, deep knee bends, toe raises, push-offs, leg lifts. He did step-ups onto the bunk until his legs quit. He'd never worked so hard in his life. He didn't stop until his muscles simply quit on him. Then he slept. He dreamed of boxes with hands and holes with teeth. He dreamed of bars. When he woke up, he started working again. Halfway through the next morning, they'd taken him down to his lawyer. The lawyer'd said the cops had his truck, had searched his house. "Is this charge the only thing you see coming? The only thing, he'd asked. He seemed a bit puzzled. "The cops are all over you, all over you. This charge, this is minor shit. "Nothing else I know of," Coop said. But he thought, shit, maybe they knew something else. The lawyer met him again at the courthouse for the arraignment. He waived a preliminary hearing at the advice of the lawyer. The arraignment was quick, routine. $5,000 bail. The bail bondsman right there to take the assignment of his truck. "Don't fuck with the truck," Coop said to the bail bondsman. "I'll be coming to you with the cash as soon as I get it." "Yeah, sure," the bondsman said. He said it negligently. He had heard all this too many times. "Don't fuck with it," Coop snarled. The bondsman didn't like Coop's tone and opened his mouth to say something smart, but then he saw Coop's eyes and understood that he was a very short distance from death. He said, "We won't touch it," and he meant it. Coop turned away, and the bondsman swallowed and wondered why they'd let an animal like that out of jail once they had him in. Coop hadn't decided what to do, not exactly, but he knew for sure that he wouldn't be going back to jail. He couldn't handle that. Jail was death. There would be no deals, nothing that would put him inside. There was an excellent chance he'd be acquitted, his attorney said. The state's case seemed to be based entirely on Schultz's testimony. "In fact, I'm surprised they bothered to arrest you. Surprised," the attorney said. If he was convicted, though, Coop would have to do some small amount of time, certainly not a year, although technically he could get 6 years. After the conviction, the state would continue bail through a pre-sentencing investigation. He'd be free for at least another month. But if he was convicted, Coop knew he'd be gone. Mexico, Canada, Alaska, somewhere. No more jail. The attorney had told him where he could get the truck. "I checked, and they're finished with it." He needed the truck. The truck was his, gave him security. But what if the cops had him on some kind of watch list? What if they tagged him to the bank, where he had his stash? He needed to get at the stash, for the money to pay the bondsman. Wait. The trial wasn't even going to be for a month. He didn't have to do anything in the next 15 minutes. If they were watching him, he'd spot it.
unless they'd bugged the truck. Coop put his hands to his head and pushed, holding it together. He got the truck back. It was all routine, clerical. The bureaucrats didn't give a shit as long as you had the paper, and drove to his house. Two of the neighborhood cunts were walking on the street and stepped up on a lawn when they saw him coming, wrenching a baby buggy up on the grass with them. "Bitches," he mouthed at them. He pushed the button on the garage door opener when he was still a half-block away and rolled straight into the garage stall, the door dropping behind him. He took 10 minutes to walk around the house. The cops had been all over the place. Things were moved and hadn't been put back quite right. Nothing was trashed. Nothing was missing as far as he could tell. The basement looked untouched. He walked through the front room. An armchair sat facing the television. "Cocksucker!" he screamed. He kicked the side of it, and the fabric caved in. Coop, breathing hard, looked around the room at the long wall reaching down toward the bedrooms. Sheetrock. A slightly dirty, inoffensive beige. "Cocksucker!" he screamed at it. He hit the wall with his fist. The sheetrock caved in, a hole like a crater on the moon. "Cocksucker!" Struck again, another hole. "Cocksucker!" Screaming, punching, he moved sideways down the hall, stopped only when he was at the end of it, looked back. 9 holes, fist size, shoulder height. And pain. Dazed, he looked at his hand. The knuckles were a pulp of blood. He put the knuckles to his mouth, licked them off, sucked on them. Tasted good, the blood. Breathing hard, blowing like a horse, Coop staggered back to the bedroom, sucking his knuckles as he went. In the bedroom, the first thing he saw was the bottle of opium sitting on the chest. He unscrewed the top, sniffed it, closed his eyes. Saw her. White nightgown, black triangle, full lips. Coop put some opium on his fingertips, dabbed it under his nose, stood swaying with his eyes closed, just visiting. Finally, with the dreamlike odor of Sarah Jensen playing with his mind and the pain in his hand helping to reorder it, he got a flashlight and went back out to the garage. He began working through the truck inch by inch, bolt by bolt, sucking his knuckles when the blood got too thick. Chapter 32. Lucas hovered in the men's accessories, next to the cologne, behind a rotating rack of wallets, keeping the top of Coop's head in sight. He carried a fat leather briefcase. Coop loitered in the men's sportswear, his hands in his pockets, touching nothing, not really looking. Connell beeped. "What's he doing?" "Killing time," Lucas said. A short, elderly lady stopped to look at him, and he turned away. "Can you see him?" "He's 2 aisles over." "Careful. You're too close." "Sloan?" "Yeah, I got him. I'm going over to the north exit. That's the closest way out now. I'll go on through the skyway if he moves that way." "Good. Dell?" "Just coming up to sportswear. I can't see him, but I'm right across from Connell. I can see Connell." "You're real close to him. He's behind the shirt rack," Connell chirped. "Excuse me, could you tell me where men's bathrobes are?" Lucas turned around and looked down at the short, elderly lady. She had ear curls like a lamb and small, thick glasses. "Down by that post where you see the exit sign," Lucas said. "Thank you," she said, and tottered away. Lucas angled through Ralph Lauren into Guess. A blonde woman in a black dress stepped up to him and said, "Escape?" "What?" He stepped toward her, and she stepped back and held up a cylindrical bottle as though she were defending herself. "Just a spritz?" Men's perfume. "Oh, no, I'm sorry," Lucas said, moving on. The woman looked after him. Coop was moving, and Connell beeped. "He's headed toward the north door, still moving slow." "I've got him," Lucas said. Sloane said, "I'm going through the skyway." "I'll move into Sloane's spot," Dell said. "Megan, you've been the most exposed. You either ought to go through way ahead or stay back." "It's too soon to go through ahead of him," Connell said. "I'll hang back." "I'll catch up to you," Lucas said. Lucas moved up to a glass case of Coach briefcases and looked down the store at Coop's back. Coop had stopped again, no more than 30 feet away, poking a finger through a rack of leather jackets. Lucas stepped back, focused on Coop, when a hand hooked his elbow. A youngish man in a suit was behind him, another to his left. The perfume woman was behind them. "May I ask what you're doing?" the man in the suit asked. Store security, a tough guy with capped teeth. Lucas stepped hard behind the counter, out of sight of Coop, the two men lurching along with him. The security man's grip tightened. "I'm a Minneapolis homicide cop on surveillance," Lucas said, his voice low and mean, like a hatchet. He reached into his pocket, pulled his badge case, flipped it open. "If you give me away, I'll pull your fucking testicles off and stuff them in your ears." "Jesus." The security man looked at the bug in Lucas's ear, then at his face, at what looked like rage. He went pale. "Sorry." "Get the fuck out of this end of the store, all of you," Lucas said. He pointed the other way. "Go that way. Go separately. Don't walk in the aisles and don't look back." The man was stuttering. "I'm sorry. I used to be a cop." "Yeah, right." Lucas turned away and sidled out from behind the case. Coop was gone. "Shit." Connell beeped. "He's moving." Rue was scared to death. Connell's idea had scared her so badly that she thought about switching back to Gauloise. But Jensen had come to see her the day before, wearing a power suit and carrying a power briefcase, and she had laid it out. A sucker game might be the only way to take him. Rue, stuck between a rock and a hard place, had gone for the hard place. "Thanks," Connell had said to Jensen when they were in the hall outside of Rue's office. "Takes guts." "I want to get him so bad that my teeth hurt," Jensen had said. "When will he get out?" "Tomorrow morning," Connell had said, her eyes defocused, as though she were looking into the future. "And you?" Jensen said to Lucas. "Did I tell you you remind me of my older brother?" "He must be a good-looking guy," Lucas said. "God, I'm sick, and he's trying to push me under," Connell groaned. "The nausea is overwhelming." They'd tracked him from the moment Coop had left the jail. Took him home, put him to bed. Everything was visual. All the tracking devices had temporarily been taken off the truck. If he thought about his arrest, he might wonder how they'd picked him up at a liquor store. The next day, he'd left the house a little earlier than usual. He'd gone to his gym, worked out, then he drove to a park and ran. That had been a nightmare. They weren't ready for it. They were all in street shoes. They'd lost him a half-dozen times, but never for more than a minute or two when he was running hills. "This guy," Lucas said when they watched him run back to the truck, "is not somebody to fuck with. He just did 3 miles at a dead run. There are pro fighters in worse shape than he is." "I'd take him on," Connell said. Lucas looked at her. "Bullshit." The Ruger was in a muff-like opening of her handbag, and she slipped it out in one motion. Big hands. She spun the cylinder. "I would," she said. After the park, Coop went home, stayed for an hour, started out again, and wound up pulling the team through the skyways, right up to Jensen. "Where's he going?" Connell asked as Lucas caught up. She took his arm, made them into a couple, a different look. "Is he going after her?" "He's headed in her direction," Lucas said. They were closing a bit, and Lucas turned her around, spoke into the radio. "Sloan, Dell, you got him. He's coming through."
"It's 10 minutes to 5, Connell said. "She gets off about now."
Sloan beeped. "Where is he?"
"Dell. He's stopped halfway across. He's looking down at the street."
Lucas pulled Connell to one side. "Walk across the entrance sideways. Glance down there. Don't come back if he's looking this way." She nodded, walked across the aisle that led to the skyway, glanced to her left, continued across, looked back and said, "He's just looking out." She waited a moment, then crossed back to Lucas, again glancing down the skyway. "He's moving," she said to her radio. "Got him," said Dell. "He's out of the skyway." "Coming through," Lucas said. "Raider Garot's in the Exchange Building." Another department store separated them from the Exchange Building, but Coop didn't linger. He was moving quickly now, glancing at his watch. He went through the next skyway, Sloan out in front of him, Dell breaking off to the side, then dashing down half a block and recrossing in a parallel skyway, turning back toward the surveillance team. Lucas and Connell split up, single again. Connell now carrying her huge purse in one hand, like a briefcase. Lucas put the hat on. "Sloan?" "It's going down, man," Sloan said, sounding like he might be out of breath. "Something's gonna happen. I'm going past Raider Garot right now. I'm gonna stop here, in case he goes in, pulls some shit." "Christ, Dell, move up." I'm coming. Connell moved back to him. "What are we doing?" she asked. "Get close, but not too close. I'm going to call Sarah." Connell strode away, her gun hand resting on top of her purse. Lucas fumbled in his breast pocket, pulled out the cellular phone, pushed the memory dial and the number 7. A moment later, the phone rang and Jensen picked it up. "It's happening," Lucas said. "He's right outside your door. Don't look directly at him if you can avoid it. He'll see the trap in your eyes." "Okay. I'm just leaving," Jensen said. She sounded calm enough. He felt like there might be a small smile in her voice. "You'll take the elevator up?" "Like always," she said. Lucas called the other 3, explained. Dell came up, and they started off together, Sloan interrupting. "Here he comes, and Connell's right behind him." "We're coming in," Lucas said. "Dell's coming first. You better move out of sight, Sloan." "What's he doing?" "He's looking through the windows. I see Connell." Dell tottered on ahead, perfect as a skyway wanderer, a little drunk, nowhere to go, staying inside until the stores closed, and moving out on the streets for the night. People looked away from him, even through him, but not at him. "I just went by him," he called back to Lucas. "He's looking through the window, like he's reading the numbers off their boards. Jensen's on the way out." "I just walked past him," Sloan said. "Dell, you better get out of sight for a minute." "I'm coming," Lucas said. There was a moment of silence. Lucas was conspicuous, loitering in the skyway, and he crossed to a newsstand cut as a notch into the skyway wall. Sloan came on. "Jensen's out. He's walking away, same way I am. Coming at you, Lucas." "I'm going into the newsstand," Lucas said. "I'll pick him up." A moment later, Sloan said, "Christ, Lucas, put your radio away. I think he's coming in there." Lucas turned it off, slipped it into his pocket, grabbed a copy of The Economist from the newsstand, opened it, turned his back to the entrance. A second later, Coop came in and looked around. Lucas glanced at him from the corner of his eye. The store was just big enough for the 2 of them, plus the gum counter with a bored teenager behind it. Coop took down a magazine, opened it. Lucas felt him turn toward the skyway, glanced at him again. Coop's back was turned, and he was looking over the top of the magazine, waiting for Jensen. Sloane walked by, kept going. Coop was close enough that Lucas could smell him, a light scent of aging jock sweat. People were streaming by the doorway as offices closed throughout the building, mostly women, a few of them still wearing the old 80s uniform, a blue suit and after-work running shoes. Coop never looked at Lucas. He was completely focused on the Skyway. A man came in and said, "Give me a pack of Marlboros and a box of Clorettes." The girl gave them to him, and he paid, opened the cigarettes, and threw all but 2 of them in a trash can and walked away.
"Doesn't want his wife to know," the girl said to Lucas.
"I guess." Shit. Coop would look at him. Coop didn't. He tossed the magazine back on the rack and hurried out. Lucas looked after him. Just down the Skyway, he saw Connell's blonde hair and Jensen's black. He put the magazine back and started after Coop, using the radio again. "They're coming at you, Sloane. Dell, where are you?" "Coming up from behind. Sloane said you were pinned, and I stayed back in case he came that way. I'm coming up." "Elevators," Connell grunted. "I'm coming," Lucas said. "Dell, Sloane, you better get your rides." Sloane and Dell acknowledged, and Lucas said, "Grieve, you guys ready?" "We're ready." They were in the van on the street. "Elevator," Lucas said. He took the bug out of his ear, put it in his pocket. Coop was facing the elevator door, waiting for it to return. He'd be the first on. 4 other people waited, including Jensen and Connell. Jensen stood directly behind Coop's broad back, staring at the seam at his neck. Connell was beside her. Lucas edged in, just in front of Connell. The elevator light went white, and the doors opened. Coop stepped in, pushed a button. Lucas stepped in beside him, turned the other way, pushed the button for Jensen's floor. Connell moved in on the other side of Lucas, in the corner, where Coop couldn't see her face. Lucas stood a half step from the back of the elevator, quarter-turned toward Connell. Coop had never gotten a straight-on look at them, but they couldn't do this again, not for a couple of days. Jensen and another woman got on last, Jensen stepping immediately in front of Coop. The doors closed and they started up. Lucas couldn't see Coop, couldn't look at him. He said, "Long day," to Connell, who said, "Aren't they all? I think Dell's coming down with a cold." Elevator talk. The woman beside Jensen turned to look at Lucas, and Jensen stepped back a bit, her butt bumping the front of Coop's pants. "Sorry," she mumbled, flashing a glance back at him. When they got off, Lucas and Connell got off behind her. The doors closed and Coop went on up. He was parked on 7. "I saw that," Connell said to Jensen, grinning. "You're the bitch from hell." "Thank you," Jensen said. "Don't do it again," Lucas said as they walked toward the cars. "Right now we're golden. A little too much, and we're screwed." Coop followed Jensen out to a small strip shopping center, waited outside while she bought groceries. "He's gonna do it," Connell said. She was watching him with the binoculars. She sounded elated and grim at the same time, like a burned survivor of a plane crash. "He hasn't looked away from the door since she went in. He's totally focused. He's gonna do it." Coop tracked Jensen back to her apartment, the pod of cops all around him, running the parallel streets, ahead and behind, switching off. Jensen rolled into the parking ramp. Coop stopped, watched for a few minutes from his truck, then began wandering out on the interstates. He did a complete loop of the cities, driving I-494 and I-694. "Go on back, you fucker," Connell hissed at him. "Get back there." At 9 o'clock, they sat at a stoplight and watched 2 middle-aged men on a par-3 golf course, one with white hair and the other with a crew cut, trying to play in the quickly closing darkness. The crew cut missed a 2-foot putt. Lucas shook his head. and Coop moved on. 10 minutes later, he was on I-35, heading north, through the Minneapolis Loop, and then, like a satellite in a degrading orbit, watched as he was slowly pulled back toward Jensen's apartment. "He's headed in," Lucas said. "I'm breaking off. I'll beat him there. If he changes direction, let me know." He ran the back streets, Connell calling Jensen on the cellular phone. A minute later, they rolled into Jensen's parking garage, dumped the car. "Where is he?" Lucas asked the radio. "He's coming," Grieve answered. Grieve was riding the van. "I think he's looking for a parking place." "Let's get set up, gang," Lucas said. Then the elevator came, and he and Connell rode up. Jensen met them at the door. "He's coming?" "Maybe," Lucas said, stepping past her. "He's just outside." "He's coming," Connell said. "I can feel him. He's coming." Chapter 33. From the moment he had left the jail, Coop had been consumed by his hunger for the woman. Couldn't think of anything else. Worked out, muscles still sore from jail, until he was loose again. Took a shower, thought about Jensen. Went for a run in Braemar Park up and over the hills. Went to an Arby's, ordered a sandwich, wandered away without it. The counter girl had to catch him in the parking lot. Thinking about Sarah Jensen. Then, in the elevator, he was crowded against the back of some big dude in an expensive suit, and Sarah stood just in front of him. Halfway up, she stepped back and gave him another butt rub. Yes! She knew about him, all right. This was the second time. No mistake. Coop drove the cities, barely aware of the road, and found himself, just after dark, coming up to Sarah Jensen's apartment house. He walked across the street and looked up. Frowned. The light wasn't quite right. She'd pulled one of the drapes in the bedroom at least part way. Coop felt a pulse of danger. Had they figured out the roof? Were they waiting up there? But if they had, she'd never have pulled the drapes. They'd leave everything alone. No matter. He'd go up anyway. "He's inside," Grieve called. "He had a key." Grieve was still on the street with the van. Dell and Sloane had taken the elevators up as soon as it appeared that Coop was looking for parking. Sloane would wait at another apartment. Dell was on his way to the roof. "He did that couple, the woman across the street, to get the guy's keys," Connell said. "For sure." Lucas said, "Yes." Connell was sitting on the kitchen floor, below the counter. Lucas was in the hallway between the living room and Jensen's bedroom. Jensen was sitting on her bed. She'd partially pulled the drapes in her bedroom, so there was a 2-foot-wide slit in them. Lucas had objected. "We should leave things the way they were." "Wrong," she'd said. "I know what I'm doing." She sounded so sure of herself that he let it go. Now he stood up and stepped toward her room. "Cameras," he said. "Action." She stood up. She was wearing a white terry-cloth bathrobe and showed bare legs and feet. "I'm set," she said. "Tell me what he's doing when you get it from Dell." "Sure. Don't look at me when I'm talking. Just keep reading." They'd decided that she'd be reading in bed. Coop would be able to see most of her through the slot in the drapes. She picked up copies of the Wall Street Journal and Investor's Daily, spread them around, and dropped on the bed. "I'm a little jumpy." "Remember, when I say get out, you don't do a thing but get," Lucas said. They had an apartment down the hall, an older woman recommended by the manager. She'd agreed to let them use her apartment as long as she could be around for the action. Lucas had been unhappy, but she'd been firm, and he had finally given in. The woman was there now, opening the door for Sloane. Grieve and the van waited on the street, with 2 more guys from intelligence. When Coop entered Jensen's building, if he did, Grieve and his partners would turn off the elevators from the main floor control box and seal the stairs. At the same time, Jensen would go to the woman's apartment with Sloane for safekeeping. Dell would come off the roof, down the stairs, step into a maintenance closet at the other end of the hall. When Coop arrived at Jensen's, they'd wait until he'd made a move at the door, tried to unlock it, tried to break it. Lucas would give the word, and Sloane would take him from one end of the hall, Dell from the other. Lucas and Connell would come out of the apartment, 4 on 1. Connell had her pistol out, checking it. She'd fed it with safety slugs. They'd rip massive holes in a slab of meat, but would pretty much fall apart when they hit a wall. She held the gun with the barrel up, her finger alongside the trigger guard, her cheek against the cylinder. "On the roof! He's on the roof!" Dell called from Jensen's roof. He was breathing hard. He'd beaten Coop up to the top by 30 seconds. A moment later, "He's on the air conditioner." Coop pulled himself up, crawled to his protective vent, looked across the street. Sarah was there, on the bed, reading. He'd seen her doing this 20 times, prowling through her papers. He put the cowoscope on her and saw that she was looking through long lists of tables. Her concentration was intense. She turned a page. She was wearing a white terry-cloth robe, the first time he'd seen it. He approved. It set off her dark, dramatic looks like nothing else would. If her hair had only been wet, she'd have looked like a movie star, on stage. "He's on the air conditioner," Lucas said quietly to Jensen. She showed no sign that she had heard, although she had. "He's got a scope and he's watching her," Dell said. "Christ, he must feel like he's inside the room with her." "I'm sure he does," Connell murmured into her headset. Lucas looked across at her. The gun was still against her cheek. Jensen put down her newspaper and rolled off the bed, wandered toward the bathroom. This was not part of the script. "What?" Lucas asked. She didn't answer, just ran water in the bathroom for a moment, then walked back out. The bathrobe had fallen open. Lucas was looking at her back, but he had a feeling. Jensen came out of the bathroom. The bathrobe had fallen open, and she was wearing only underpants beneath it. Her breasts looked wonderful against the terry cloth, alternately exposed and hidden. She was apparently upset by something. She spent a few minutes pacing, back and forth across the gap in the curtains, sometimes exposed, sometimes not. All told, it was the best strip show Coop had ever seen. His heart caught in his throat each time she passed the window. Then she dropped on the bed again, on one elbow, facing him, one breast showing, and began going through the papers. Then she rolled onto her back, bare legs folded, feet flat on the bed, knees up, head up on a pillow, the robe open again, breasts flattening of their own weight. Coop groaned with the heat of it. He nearly couldn't bear to watch it. Absolutely couldn't bear to take his eyes away. Lucas swallowed, glanced back at Connell. She wasn't getting any of this. She simply sat, staring sightlessly at a cupboard. He looked back at Jensen on the bed. Jensen's eyes had flipped toward him once, and he thought he saw the thinnest crease of a smile. Jesus. He began to feel what Coop did, the physical pull of the woman. She gave off some kind of weird Italianate hormone-cooking vibrations. Where'd she get the name Jensen? Had to be a married name. Whatever was bubbling out of the woman on the bed, it wasn't Scandinavian. Lucas swallowed again. If there was such a thing as a politically correct cop manual, this would be specifically outlawed.
But Lucas had no objection. If this didn't do it to Coop, nothing would. Sarah got out of bed again, robe open, went into the bathroom, closed the door. When she did this, she usually stayed a while. Coop dropped back behind the ventilator duct, tried to light a cigarette, found that the cigarette was damp, realized that he was soaked with sweat. He couldn't do this. He had the hard-on of a lifetime. He found his knife, pushed the button. The blade sprang out like a serpent's tongue. Time to go.
"He's down," Dell said. "Holy shit, he's down! He's walking across the roof. He's through the door."
"Grieve, you hear that? It's on you, man," Lucas said.
"We got it," Grieve said.
Lucas stepped into the bedroom. "Sarah, time to go." Jensen came out of the bathroom, the robe tied tight.
"He's coming?"
"Maybe. He's off the roof anyway," Lucas said. She felt vulnerable, intimate. He'd seen the show, too. "Get your slippers." Jensen got her slippers, a bundle of clothes, and her purse, and then they waited. Waited, Jensen standing next to Lucas. He felt protective, sort of big brotherly. Sort of.
"He's out the door," Grieve called. "He's crossing the street." "I'm coming down," Dell said.
Grieve. "He's got a key for that one, too. He's coming in. He's in the building." "He's coming," Lucas said to Jensen. "Go." Jensen left, running down the hall in her robe, with her purse and clothes, like a kid on her way to a slumber party. Connell, on her feet, moved back to the living room, still with the dreamy look in her eyes, the gun in her hand. Lucas went with her, caught her arm. "I don't want any dumb shit stuff. You've got a weird look about you. If you pull the trigger on the guy, you're just as likely to hit Dell or Sloan. They'll be coming in a hurry." She looked up at him and said, "'Kay." "Look, I fucking mean it," he said harshly. "This is no time—"
"I'm fine," she said. "It's just that I've been waiting a long time for this. Now we got him. I'm still alive for it."
Worried, Lucas left her and moved into the kitchen. As soon as Coop opened the door, Lucas would hit it with his body weight. The unexpected impact should blow Coop back into the hallway. Dell and Sloan would be coming, and Lucas would jerk the door open, be right on top of the guy. Grieve and the other two would be on the stairs, coming up. They had him sewn up. They might already have enough for a trial, just with the entry across the street and the peeping. But if he cracked Jensen's door, they had him for everything. If he just cracked it. Coop went quickly through the building, straight to the stairs, pulled open the door and into the stairwell. Before the door shut completely, he thought he heard a flap click. What? He froze, listening. Nothing. Nothing at all. He started up, silently, listening at each landing, then padding up another.
"He's taking the stairs," Grieve called. "He's not in the elevators. He's on the stairs."
"Got it," said Lucas. "Dell?"
"I'm set."
"Sloan?"
"Ready."
Coop wound around the concrete stairs. What had that been? The flap click. Like somebody running in the stairwell, a footfall and a door closing. Whatever it was, it had come from high in the building, maybe even Jensen's floor. Coop got to the top, reached toward the door to the hall, and stopped. Flap click? There was one more flight of stairs above him, going to the roof of Jensen's building. Was he in a hurry? Not that much, he thought. Cat burglar. Move slow. He climbed the last flight, used his key, Sarah's key, to let himself out on the roof. Nice night.
Soft stars, high humidity, a little residual warmth from the day. He walked silently to the edge of the roof. Jensen's apartment would be the third balcony from the end. At the edge of the roof he looked over. Jensen's balcony was 12 feet below him. A 4-foot drop if he hung from the edge. Nothing at all. Unless he missed. Then it was a forever and a day down to the street. But he couldn't miss. The balcony was 6 feet wide and 15 feet long. He looked across the street at the apartment building where he'd spent so many good nights. There were lights, but only a few windows with the drapes undrawn, and nobody in those. 12 feet. Flap-click.
"Where in the fuck is he?" Dell asked from his closet. "Grieve? You see him?"
"Must be on the stairs," Grieve said. "You want me to go up?"
No, stay put," Lucas said.
Connell was listening to the conversation through her earplug and almost missed the light-footed whop 15 feet away. With Lucas's no in her ear, she didn't even know where it came from. Didn't think about it much. Looked to her right. Coop landed in front of the open balcony door, softly, both feet at once, absorbing the shock with his knees. The first thing he saw, there in the fishbowl, was the blonde with the pistol beside her face, one hand to her head, pressed against the wall, waiting for the hallway door to open. Coop didn't need to think about it. He knew. And he had no way out. The rage was there, ready, and it blew out. Coop screamed and charged the woman on the wall. Connell saw him coming when he was 10 feet away, had less than a half-second to react. The scream froze her, the words in her ear scrambled her, and then Coop hit her, an open-handed blow to the side of her head. The blow knocked her down, stunned her, and then he was on top of her, and there was blood in her mouth, and the pistol was gone. Lucas heard the scream and turned and saw Coop hurtle past the archway to the living room wall, and he screamed, "He's here! He's here!" into the headset, and he ran toward the living room, where Coop and Connell were in a pile. Her pistol skittered across the rug and disappeared half under a couch. Coop's back was toward him, rolling over on Connell. Lucas couldn't use the pistol, not with Connell there. Instead, he raised it over his head and swung it at the back of Coop's head. Coop felt it coming. He cranked his body half around, one eye finding Lucas, the blow already on the way. Coop had time to bunch his shoulder and flinch, and the barrel hit him on the big muscle of his shoulder, and Coop somehow found his feet and was coming at Lucas. This was no boxing match. Coop launched himself straight up, came straight in, and Lucas hit him hard with a roundhouse left, but Coop blew through it as though he'd been hit with a marshmallow, and his arms wrapped around Lucas's ribs. Lucas and Coop staggered backward together, wrapped up like drunken dancers, banging around inside the small kitchen, the pressure from Coop's arms like a machine press around Lucas's chest, crushing him. Lucas slapped him on the side of the head with the pistol, but couldn't get a good swing. Feeling as though his spine might break, he finally pressed the pistol to Coop's ear and pulled the trigger, the slug going up through the ceiling. The noise of the explosion an inch from his ear blew Coop's head back, stunned him like the blows hadn't. Lucas caught a breath, but a bad one. Pain lanced through his chest, as though a bone were being pulled loose. Broken ribs. He caught the breath and hammered Coop once in the face, and then Coop stepped back and caught Lucas in the ribs with a short roundhouse. Lucas felt the ribs go, felt himself bounced by the blow, helplessly pulled his elbows in. He took one blow there, slapped the pistol weakly at Coop's face, cutting him, not breaking him, and Coop was crushing him again, Lucas wiggling, trying to hit, both of them crashing back and forth across the kitchen. Lucas could hear the beating on the outer door, people shouting, strained to look that way, Coop crushing him, crushing. Connell landed on Coop's back. She had short, square nails, but big hands and powerful fingers, and she dug them into Coop's small eyes, not more than 2 inches from Lucas's face. He saw her fingers dig in, way in, pulling at Coop's eye sockets, and thought, deep at the back of his mind, "Christ, she's blinded him!" And she sunk her teeth into Coop's neck, her face contorted with hate like a rabid animal's. Coop screamed and let go of Lucas, and Lucas hit him again in the face, cutting him more, still not putting him down. Connell's fingers went deeper in his eyes, and Coop bucked, tried to throw her. Her feet came off the floor and wrapped around his waist, her middle fingers digging into his skull, Coop screaming, twisting, dancing, reeling, Lucas hitting him, closing on him. Then Coop, with a wild, blind, backhanded spin and swing, caught Lucas on the side of the head, coming in. Lucas lost everything for a moment, like a blown switch knocking out the lights in a house. Everything went dim for a moment, and he lost his feet, rolled back against a cupboard, scrambled up, headed back toward the twisting pair of them, Coop trying to wrench the woman free. Still she rode him, and she was screeching now like a madwoman. The door popped open, and Sloane was there with his pistol, aiming at them, starting across, Lucas a stumbling step in front of him as Coop staggered backward onto the balcony. Connell felt him bump the railing just below his hips. She looked down. She was actually over. She unwrapped her legs, stood on the metal rail, saw Lucas coming. And Lucas screamed at her, "Megan!" Connell rapped into Coop, pumped her powerful legs once, backward, and they both flipped together over the railing and out into the night. Lucas, 2 steps away, dove then, actually touched Coop's foot, lost it, smashed into the railing, felt himself caught by Sloane. He leaned over the rail and saw them go. Connell's eyes were open. She loosened her grip on Coop's head during the fall, and at the end they were in a splayed-out star shape like skydivers. All the way to sidewalk. And forever. "Jesus Christ," Sloane said. He looked from Lucas to the railing to Lucas again. Blood was pouring from Lucas's nose, down his shirt, and he was standing with one shoulder a foot lower than the other, crippled, hung over the balcony. Jesus H. Christ, Lucas. Chapter 34. Lucas sat in his vinyl chair, staring at the television. A movie was playing, something about an average American family that was actually a bunch of giant bugs trying to blow up an atomic power plant, and one of the kid bugs smoked dope. He couldn't follow it. Didn't care. He couldn't think about Connell. He'd thought about her all he could, had considered all the different moves he might have made. He made himself believe, for a while, that she was ready to die, that she wanted it, that this was better than cancer. Then he stopped believing it. She was dead. He didn't want her to be dead. He still had things to say to her. Too late. Now he'd stopped thinking about her. She'd come back in a few hours, and over the next days, and the next few weeks, and he'd never forget her eyes, looking back up at him. Ghost eyes. He'd be seeing them for a while. But not now. A door opened in the back of the house. Weather wasn't due for 3 hours. Lucas stood, painfully, stepped toward the door. "Lucas?" Weather's voice, worried, inquiring. Her high heels snapped on the kitchen's tile floor. Lucas stepped into the hallway. "Yeah?" "Why are you standing up?" she asked. She was angry with him. "I thought you were operating." "Put it off," she said. She regarded him gravely from 6 feet away,
A small woman. Tough. How do you feel? I hurt when I breathe. Is the TV truck still out there? No, they've gone. She was carrying a big box. Good. What's that? One of those TV dinner trays, she said. I'll set it up in the den so you don't have to move. Thanks. He nodded and hobbled back to the vinyl chair where he sat down very carefully. Weather looked at the television. What in God's name are you watching? I don't know, he said. The doctors in the emergency room had held him overnight, watching his blood pressure. Blunt trauma was a possibility, they'd said. He had 4 cracked ribs. One of the doctors, who looked like he was about 17, said Lucas wouldn't be able to sneeze without pain until the middle of the summer. He sounded pleased by his prognosis. Weather tossed her purse onto another chair, waved her arms. I don't know what to do, she said finally, looking down at him. What do you mean? I'm afraid to touch you, with the ribs. She had tears in her eyes. I need to touch you, and I don't know what to do. Come over and sit on my lap, he said. Just sit very carefully. Lucas, I can't. I'd push on you, she said. She stepped closer. It'll be okay as long as I don't move quick. It's quick that hurts, if you sort of snuggle onto my lap. If you're sure it won't hurt, she said. The snuggling hurt only a little, and made everything feel better. He closed his eyes after a while and went to sleep, with her head on his chest. At 6 o'clock, they watched the news together. Rue triumphant, and generous and sorrowful all at once. She paraded the detectives who worked on the case, all except Dell, who hated his face to be seen. She mentioned Lucas a half-dozen times as the mastermind of the investigation. She painted a mournful portrait of Connell struggling for women's rights, dedicating herself to the destruction of the monster. The mayor spoke. The head of the Bureau of Criminal Apprehension took a large slice of the credit. The president of the AFSCME said she could never be replaced. Connell's mother flew in from Bemidji and cried. Wonderful television, much of it anchored by Jan Reed. I was so scared, Weather said, when they called. Poor Connell, Lucas said. Reed had great eyes. Fuck Connell, Weather said, and fuck you too. I was scared for myself. I didn't know what I'd do if you'd been killed. You want me to quit the cops? She looked at him, smiled, and said, No. Another television report showed the front of Lucas's house. Why, he didn't know. Another was shot from the roof of the apartment across the street from Jensen's, looking right into Jensen's place. The word fishbowl was used. Makes my blood run cold, Weather said. She shivered. Hard to believe, Lucas said. A hot-blooded Finn. Well, it does. It's absolutely chilling. Lucas looked at her, thought about her ass, that day in the bathroom. The aesthetic ass that led to all this. Lucas urged her off his lap, stood up, creaking, hurting. He stretched carefully, like an old arthritic tomcat, one piece at a time, and suddenly his smile flicked on, and he looked happy. The change was so sudden that Weather actually stepped away from him. What? She asked. Maybe the pain had flipped him out. You better sit down. You're a beautiful woman, with a good mind and a better-than-average ass, he said. What? Really perplexed. I gotta run into town, he said. Lucas, you can't. Angry now. "I'm stoned on Advil," he said. "I'll be all right. Besides, the doc said I'm not that badly injured. I'm just going to have a little pain."
"Lucas, I've had a broken rib," she said. "I know what it feels like. What could be important enough?"
"It's important," he said, "and it won't take long. When I get back, you can kiss the hurt for me." He walked very carefully down toward the garage, feeling each and every bruise. Weather tagged behind.
"Maybe I should drive you."
"No, I'm okay, really," he said. In the kitchen, he picked up the phone, dialed, got homicide, and asked for Grieve. Grieve picked up. "Man, I thought you were incommunicado," Grieve said. "You know that kid that does chores over at the Eisenhower docks?" Lucas asked. "Yeah?" "Get him. Hold him there. I'll meet you in the lobby. And bring one of the cellulars. I'm going to want to make a phone call." Grieve was waiting in the lobby when Lucas arrived. He was wearing jeans and a T-shirt under a light wool sports jacket, with his pistol clipped over his left front pelvic point like Lucas. The kid was sitting in a plastic chair, looking scared.
"What's going on, sir?"
he asked. "Let's go up on the roof," Lucas said, leading them toward the elevator. Inside, he pushed the button for the top floor.
"What are we doing up there?"
Grieve asked.
"You've got something?"
"Well, Coop's gone, so we ought to solve this case," Lucas said. "Since the kid here won't talk, I thought we'd hold him off the roof by his ankles until he gave us something we could use."
"Sir?"
The kid squeezed back against the elevator wall. "Just kidding," Lucas said. He grinned, painfully, but the kid still pressed against the wall of the elevator. From the top floor, they walked up the short flight of stairs to the roof, wedged the door open, and Lucas asked, "Did you bring the phone?"
"Yeah."
Grieve fumbled in his pocket and pulled it out.
"Tell me, goddammit."
Lucas walked to the air conditioner housing. The housing was new, no sign of rust on its freshly painted metal. "When did they put this in?" he asked the kid.
"When they were remodeling the building, a year ago, maybe."
High up on the edge of it was the manufacturer's tag with a service phone number, just like the tag he'd seen on the air conditioner across from Sarah Jensen's building. Lucas opened the portable and dialed the number. "Lucas Davenport, Deputy Chief, Minneapolis Police Department," he told the woman who answered. "I need to talk to the service manager. Yeah, it has to do with repair work on one of your installations." Grieve and the kid watched him as he waited, then, "Yes, Davenport, Davenport. We're conducting a homicide investigation. We need to know if you repaired an air conditioner at the Eisenhower Docks apartment complex last month. You installed it about a year ago." "Huh?" Well, you could call the department and ask. Then you could call me back." "Okay." Lucas looked at Grieve, his ear to the phone. To Grieve, he said, grinning, "He's got to call up a listing on his computer, but he doesn't remember it."
"What?"
Grieve was as perplexed as weather. He looked at the air conditioner, then at the kid. The kid shrugged. Lucas said into the phone, "You didn't? Isn't it under warranty?" "Uh-huh." "And that would cover all repairs, right?" "Okay. Listen, a detective named Grieve will be coming over to take a statement from you later today. We'll try to make it before 5 o'clock. Lucas rang off, folded the phone, handed it back to Grieve, and looked at the kid. "When I talked to you, you said you were helping Ray with the air conditioning."
"Yeah, it was broke."
"But nobody came from the air conditioner company?"
"Not that I saw."
The kid swallowed. "What did you do to it?" Lucas asked.
"Well, I don't know. I just handed him screwdrivers and helped him take shit apart, sir."
"The ducts."
"Those big tubes," the kid said.
Ducks wasn't solid in his vocabulary. "You didn't mess with the motor or anything?"
"No, sir, not me. Not anybody. Just the tubes."
"What?" asked Grieve.
What?
"They froze her," Lucas said. Grieve half smiled.
"You're fucking joking."
"Well, not exactly froze. They killed her with hypothermia," Lucas said. "She was an older woman, underweight because of her thyroid condition. She took sleeping pills every night with a beer, or maybe two. Cherry knew about the pills and the booze. She apparently joked about her medicine. So he watched her until her lights went out, waited a half hour, and turned on the air conditioning. They pumped cold air meant for the entire building into that one apartment. I bet it was colder in her apartment than the inside of a refrigerator."
"Jesus," Grieve said, scratching his chin.
"Would that do it?" Lucas nodded. "Everybody says it was hot inside because the air conditioning was broken. The pictures of the body showed her curled up on a sheet, no blanket, because it was hot when she lay down. By age and body weight, she was the kind of person most susceptible to hypothermia," Lucas said. "The only thing that would make somebody even more susceptible is booze." Grieve said, "Huh." "The thing that cinches it," Lucas said, "is that the cheapest goddamn real estate hustlers in town never called for warranty service. The air conditioner is covered. The service guy just told me that they'll fix anything that goes wrong for 5 years. He said if a screw falls out of the housing, they'd come out and put it back in."
"I don't see,"
Grieve said, still not believing. "Think about the body shots again, the photographs," Lucas said. "She was on her side, curled, fetal position, as if she might have been cold and unconsciously trying to protect herself. But the drugs knocked her down and out. She couldn't get back up. And it worked. They killed her. Not only did it work, there was no sign of what they did, no toxicology. The doors were bolted, the windows were locked, the motion sensors were armed. They killed her with cold." Grieve looked at the kid. The kid said,
"Jeez, I helped Ray disconnect all them tubes and put them back together, but I didn't know what he was doing."
"They ran the air conditioner after he pulled the tubes, I bet," Lucas said.
"Yeah, they said they was testing it," the kid said.
"Kiss my ass," said Grieve, a sudden light in his eye. "They froze the old bat. A batsicle." "I think so," Lucas said.
"Can I bust them?" Grieve asked. "Let me bust them, huh?"
"It's your case," Lucas said. "But if I were you, I'd think about playing them off against each other. Offer one of them a plea. They're all assholes, every one of them. Now that you know how they did it, one of them will turn on the others."
"Froze her," Grieve said, marveling.
"Yeah," Lucas said, looking around off the roof at the city. He could see just a sliver of the Mississippi in the distance. "It makes your blood run cold, doesn't it?" Lucas stopped to talk to Rue and told her about the batsicle. "Is your butt saved?"
"For the time being," she said.
She sounded unhappy. "But, you know—" "What?" She had a half-inch thick sheaf of paper in her hands.
"We've had 7 bank robberies in the last 2 months by the same people.
There were 2 here in town, 1 in St. Paul, 4 in various suburbs. I'm starting to get some heat from the banking community." "That's supposed to be the feds," Lucas said. "The feds do banks."
"The feds don't want to run for the Senate," Rue said.
"Oh, my aching ass," Lucas groaned. As he was leaving, he ran into Jan Reed, looking very good.
"Oh, my God, I was worried," she said.
and she looked worried. She touched his chest with an open hand.
I heard you got banged around pretty badly.
Not that bad, he said. He tried to chuckle in a manly way, but winced.
You look beat up,
she said. She glanced at her watch.
I've got an hour before I've got to be back at the station. Would you have time to finish that croissant and coffee we started last time?
Jesus, she was pretty. God, I'd like to, Lucas said. But you know, I gotta go home.
The end. You've been listening to Night Prey by John Sandford, narrated by Richard Ferrone. If you've enjoyed this book and this performance, Recorded Books recommends Motown by Lauren D. Estelman, also narrated by Richard Ferrone. Ex-cop Rick Amory risked everything for a white '64 Thunderbird. Now he's been offered a second chance to go undercover and expose a consumer safety organization that threatens to put Detroit's auto industry on the skids. We also recommend Blacklist by Sarah Paretsky, narrated by Barbara Rosenblatt. Blacklist is the story of secrets and betrayals, political, social, sexual, and financial, that stretch across 4 generations, but with particular resonance for today. V.I. Warshawski, on a routine stakeout for her most important client, stumbles across the body of a young black journalist. But when the dead man's family hire her to investigate, that's when things start to get complicated. You'll find a wide selection of titles in the Recorded Books catalog, including bestsellers, mysteries, classics, histories, and more. So to order another recorded book, or for a copy of our latest listing, please call the toll-free number found on the back of this book. Don't forget to ask about easy 30-day rentals by mail. On our website, you can browse our catalog, place orders, hear about our latest releases, or tune into narrator profiles and author interviews. So visit us there at www.recordedbooks.com. And thank you for being a Recorded Books reader.